A pleasant good morning to the Honorable John Brisenia, Prime Minister of Belize, his ministers, ministers of state and members, to the opposition, and Madam Speaker. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry and sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, members. Today we resume the last day of debates on the General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2024, 2025, 2024 bill. I now I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Please, first allow me to mention, Madam Speaker, for the past 2 days, I don't think if the opposition have spent combined 2 or 3 hours in this house, it's a lot. And I see they're not here again. So I want to put the opposition on notice that after the honorable member from Pickstock finishes his presentation, if they are not here, then I think it's best we just put this debate, the budget debate to an end. So I just want to make that notice.
I will recognize the Honorable Prime Minister when he stands to close the debate. I recognize the Honorable Member for Pickstock.
Morning, Madam Speaker. Morning, PM, colleagues on the side of the House. Nobody there, so I can't read. Sorry? It's off, no? Yeah? Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, PM, members on this side. There's nobody, again, over on the other side. We got it right now? Good morning to the good people in the gallery. I see a large number of people from the Pickstock division. I also want to big up all, and not too much to make a call out all in here today, but big up, keep me grounded, discipline me at times, curse me at times, that my rather.
You have to big up the plum.
Yeah. Plum now, mischievous guy, man. Very mischievous. Always they give trouble. But these are the hard-working people that we don't acknowledge often. And these are the hard-working people that have allowed Pickstock to be victorious in every election since 2018. I also see my hard-working CEO Zetina, Councillor Stefan, the Acting Director for Tourism Directors, Josue and Lloyd. I say a couple other people up there. Big respect to you all, and good morning to everybody listening at home. Madam Speaker, before I get into my substantive presentation, I would just like to clarify some of the things that the leader of the opposition said in his presentation on Wednesday. Madam Speaker, for any country serious about democracy, there has to be a functioning opposition. It's a shame that they don't take their fiduciary responsibility as serious as they should. They have disrespected this House and by extension the people of Belize. Madam Speaker, the member from Mesop called us on this side of the House tone deaf. Pretty much they tell me we don't listen to the people. But I know something have to wrong with this brother, the member from Mesop. I think, in fact I know, he is still punch drunk from the beating he and his party took on March 6th. In boxing, you call that discombobulated. You don't know what part you're going, how for look, how for turn. You get a beat down. No care how he turn it, 8-1, now a beat down. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to refer to my notes. The other day I was reading the Mandala, and there was a letter to the editor from a known UDP, a card-carrying member, a long-standing member of the United Democratic Party. And I'll just read some of the words he put in that letter because of what we are seeing today and the previous days. And the letter was entitled, "These are not serious people." The letter said the UDP lacks leadership and that they needed cohesion, orchestration, and lamentation. They really have to lament where they want to go. It also said they have no clear message and that each candidate has his or her own agenda. The letter went on to say, and I quote, "Shine, bless his soul, is not a leader. There's a song on the radio about the wishy-washy man." They're not my words now. They're not UDP, the right to the editor of the Mandala. That is what he reminds me of. He can't make up his mind about anything. He does not have the leadership skills and is more comfortable abroad with his celebrity friends than he is leading a political organization. Those are the words, and I really believe that that is a good description of the leader of the opposition and the state of play in the United Democratic Party. Madam Speaker, the member from Mesop said throughout his presentation over and over that the economic and financial data that we have used over the last 3 years are bogus, not real, made up. He even alluded that the IFIs who report on Belize are making all these numbers up. But I think he's making things up in his own mind. These are the facts, Madam Speaker. The unemployment rate in 2019 under the UDP was almost 11%, and it had grown quickly between the first quarter of 2019 and the last quarter. In the first quarter, it was about 7%. Also, there were almost 39,000 people who were underemployed, and that number increased between the first and last quarter of the year by more than 13,000 people. The facts are right there. Just go on the Statistical Institute of Belize and you'll find all it. So I don't know where you come and say in 2019 the unemployment rate is 4%. Today, under this PUP government, the unemployment rate is the lowest it has ever been in decades, 3%. Even the UDP business people and they tell me hard to find people for work. But we are fixed that. We still have leeways to go. Under the UDP between 2019 and the first quarter of 2020, the economy recorded 3 consecutive quarters of negative growth. I got a couple economists are thinking, yeah, when you got that, we call that a recession, Madam Speaker, and that even before COVID. Under this PUP government, our economy has had positive growth every single year, Madam Speaker. The debt to GDP ratio was at 133% in 2019 and 2020. Now it is at around 64%. That's a big feat by the Prime Minister and his team and every member on this side of the House. Thanks for coming, my brother. Better late than never. Yeah. We call this a debate, but it hasn't been much of a debate. We have today. I hope you come out swinging like usual. Please, the Belizean people deserve a debate. The minimum wage was at $3.35, and today it is at $5. Madam Speaker, as we deliberate over the budget allocations for the fiscal year 2024-2025, I have a deep sense of optimism. A sense of optimism since our task is not merely financial. It is a commitment to shaping the future of our nation for the betterment of all our people. And when I say all our people, I mean all our people, no matter who you are. Madam Speaker, the purpose of a budget in small, open economies like ours is to bridge the divide between the haves, right, Julius, and the have-nots. Julius, the Honorable Julius spoke about that in length in his presentation. And the job of a responsible government is to allocate limited resources in an equitable manner and to foster socio-economic inclusion for all. Madam Speaker, I have listened keenly to all my colleagues who have spoken before me. And even though we have room for improvement, I am proud to be associated with these men and women on this side of the House. Truth be told, this budget has something for everyone, and it puts the limited resources where it should go. Madam Speaker, I truly believe that education provides our people the best chance to make a better life for themselves and their families. So on Wednesday, when my colleague from Freetown outlined all that we are doing in education, it is clear that we are headed in the right direction. The free education program being rolled out all across the country will help thousands, and Sierra Vernon in the Pixac division has benefited tremendously from that. The ITSAT STEAM Academy is a game changer. The Healthy Start feeding program will support the most needy. The transportation for students is crucial. The payment of the full salaries and service benefits for teachers and support staff is a huge plus for the education system, and the thousands of scholarships given to students at all levels provide support and ease the financial burdens on students and their families. Madam Speaker, the distribution of land to our people can be very empowering, and I say can be, because far too often our people sell what we're getting and start think. Land is wealth, and wealth is power. So when the member from Lekai and his team are out, we always at the morning in the communities processing applications for first-time landowners. They are changing the game and empowering our people. Over the last couple of years, this government has issued over 20,000 lots to Belizeans all across the land. And as has been reported in this House, the DPM and his team have identified another 10,000 lots to be distributed in the coming months. Madam Speaker, Honorable Julius and his team are doing a tremendous job in housing, and that gives our people wealth as well. And I thank you. I support your call for more resources, and the member from Freetown said we are getting it. So when we put people in a decent home, we give them a chance to feel good about themselves. I'm going to use a basketball analogy, Madam Speaker. In sports, sometimes the better team plays down to the level of the opposition or the other team. That did not happen on March 6. Tell the truth, in a pick stock we know it done fine, what, 8:30? This John Briceño government has been on a full court press from the start, a full court press to break the cycle of poverty that is afflicting our people. We are on a full court press to ensure that our people are properly educated. We are on a full court press to ensure that our people are healthier. We are on a full court press to deliver better homes. We are on a full court press to ensure that our communities are safer. We are on a full court press to make the lives of our Belizean people better. And we are on a full court press to eradicate the malaise that too often allows our institutions to operate on a mediocre level. Madam Speaker, after 3 years and change in government, we are getting in tip-top shape to continue the full court press on behalf of the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, as we close out this, hard for me to say debate, this discussion, I wish to highlight tourism's role as one of the main drivers of Belize's $6.5 billion economy. In just about every aspect of our economy, we see the intersectoral linkages between tourism and other industries. But Madam Speaker, as you know, the tourism industry is more than just about economic and financial transactions. It is a catalyst for positive change. As we analyze the numbers and make projections, let's acknowledge that tourism, when managed responsibly and with vision, sustains our economy and uplifts our communities. Tourism celebrates our rich natural and cultural heritage and fosters unity and harmony. Madam Speaker, tourism is indeed a force for good. In 2023, Belize's tourist arrivals reached 464,000, which when compared to 2019 is a 93 rate of recovery for the country. According, boy, they get better. Trust me, they get better. According to UN Tourism, international tourism is expected to fully recover and surpass pre-pandemic levels this year, with an estimated 2% growth beyond 2019 figures. While the global outlook is optimistic, economic and geopolitical challenges, including inflation, high interest rates, oil price volatility, and trade disruptions, pose ongoing risks to our industry. But today, Madam Speaker, both government and our hard-working people in the private sector are more than prepared for any eventuality. We are battle-tested and ready. Despite these uncertainties, we are projecting approximately 11% growth for Belize in 2024. Way beyond global growth. Madam Speaker, we have already recorded growth of over 16% in overnight arrivals for the first 2 months of this year. The month of January saw an impressive 57,000 arrivals, making it the highest January ever. This stellar performance continued in February with an all-time high of over 59,000 in arrivals. We expect a 10% increase in tourist arrivals for March, with projections of over 60,000 visitors for this month. Madam Speaker, this would be a first for tourism in Belize, and it would be a new high for tourist arrivals to the jewel. At this pace, we project that tourism will generate revenues of around $1.4 billion this year. This is $200 million more than we did in 2023. Big growth, big growth. I think it'll be more than that too. One of my professors when I used to go to university tell me, oh, you bring down the number a little bit so when you do more you look better, right? So I think you can do a little better. And also? Huh? Yeah, right there. You remember when you used to party, right? Respect. With that said, it would be remiss of me not to thank our hard-working men and women who make up the tourism industry. Without your passion and dedication, Belize would not be on this economic growth path. Madam Speaker, the cruise sector also saw a resurgence in 2023 with a total of over 900,000 cruise visitors from 309 calls. This figure is a significant 47% increase over the previous year, reflecting the sector's continued recovery. Madam Speaker, there is demand. We have days throughout the year with requests for more than 5 ships in a day. But we cannot expect to fully take advantage of these opportunities in cruise tourism without a berthing facility in the Belize district. The longer we take, the more the larger ships will continue to bypass Belize, as they are doing now. To prudently manage the cruise sector, I commissioned the modernization of the cruise tourism policy in late 2022. This work, which was completed in 2023, highlights the need to prioritize environmental stewardship, community engagement, and resilience as we move towards the target of 2.5 million cruise passengers by 2033. Madam Speaker, my team and I have said this time and time again. Airlift is the lifeblood of our tourism industry. And over the last 3 years, we have invested a significant amount of time, effort, and money on building new air routes and increasing capacities. Madam Speaker, nothing pumped me up more as Minister of Tourism when I go the international airport, especially on a Saturday, and I see all them big birds line up and people they come off, go and spend their money at Belize. I know we're working hard towards improving everything in tourism. Madam Speaker, the 35% increase in airlift is as a result of the following, and I'll just list off some of the accomplishments over the recent months. JetBlue initiated service from New York on December 6, 2023. Southwest commenced flights from Baltimore on March 9, 2024. Southwest increased Houston flights to 8 times a week for the summer. American Airlines increased Charlotte flights to daily and twice daily from Miami in the high season. Alaska Airlines increased to daily from Los Angeles year-round. Also, Alaska Airlines increased seasonal flights from Seattle to 4 times weekly, up from 2 times. WestJet increased its Calgary flights to twice weekly and Toronto to 3 times weekly, and extended the season by 6 weeks into May. Delta increased the Minneapolis route to twice weekly from once weekly. Copa announced the permanent addition of a second flight from Panama in April, utilizing a larger aircraft with double the capacity. United continues to respond to peak period demands by adding week-to-week frequencies on routes from Houston, Newark, and Chicago. Madam Speaker, this is an impressive amount of new capacity for Belize, and that will put new income into the hands of the Belizean people who are working daily and tirelessly. I want to use this time just for give respect to Miss Flowers, or Mrs. Flowers, Boaz Flowers. She and her team are doing an excellent job promoting Belize all around the world. When it comes to marketing, we don't have the huge budgets like Mexico, as you know, Mexico and Costa Rica. But what we have done, we have invested our dollars in the right places. To ensure that we get the biggest bang for our buck, we will continue to position Belize as a premier destination for adventure, ecotourism, and diverse natural and cultural experiences in all our major target markets. We will maintain our strategic focus in North America, but we must also invest more in Latin America and Europe, since there is tremendous untapped potential in these areas. In fact, we're starting to see great results from TM Americas, our new marketing agency for the LATAM region. They are already making progress in the Mexican market as well. Our focus on this market is part of the reason why this government made the decision to remove the land border departure fee for visiting Mexicans who live in Yucatan and Quintana Roo. That's big because the Mexicans always say too expensive for come to Belize and too difficult, so we'd ease up the process. We are confident that we will increase the number of Mexicans to our shores in 2024 and beyond. Regional markets show great potential and can truly diversify and extend our tourism season. We will continue to actively participate in regional integration efforts, including the work of the Caribbean Tourism Organization and the Central American Integration System, including CATA, the Central American Tourism Agency. Madam Speaker, in January of 2024, Belize assume the presidency of the Mundo Maya organization for the next 2 years. Under our presidency, we are determined to improve land, sea, and air connectivity to facilitate travel within the region. In the coming months, we will be hosting the next Mundo Maya ministerial meeting, which will coincide with the Archaeology Symposium to be held. International awards showcase Belize's excellence and commitment to sustainability, with over 35 Belizean hotels and destinations recently recognized for awards by Travel and Leisure, Condé Nast Traveler, Travel Weekly, and other publications. All of these activities and recognitions raise the level of awareness for our destination. Madam Speaker, I am proud to say that in September of this year, Belize will host the first ever World Sustainable Travel and Hospitality Awards, reinforcing Belize's global leadership in sustainable tourism. This new awards ceremony is an offshoot of the prestigious World Tourism Awards, which was held in Dubai during COP28. We will host the world's best in 21 categories and look forward to welcoming the global leaders in sustainability. Madam Speaker, for any good organization to perform, there has to be something that we follow. There has to be a plan. There has to be something that guides us. Madam Speaker, for us at the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations and BTB and all the other agencies under us, the National Sustainable Tourism Award, the National Sustainable Tourism Plan, Master Plan, is that document. The updated National Sustainable Tourism Master Plan charts a sustainable path for tourism development up to 2030. It prioritizes growth, natural and cultural heritage, economic development, and competitiveness. It stresses the importance of urban management, coastal resilience, and marine conservation, the integration of protected areas and cultural sites into tourism, the establishment of tourism zones for strategic investment, the long-term infrastructure planning, and decentralization of tourism governance. Madam Speaker, as part of our Sustainable Development Agenda, the Belize Tourism Board and the Protected Areas Conservation Trust recently signed a 3-year co-financing partnership valued at $2.5 million. This partnership will allow us to invest in the rehabilitation and enhancement of our tourism facilities and services at our protected areas. So I look forward to that work, Brother Lani. Madam Speaker, with the surge in arrivals, we must continue to improve the tourism product so that we can consistently exceed the expectations of our guests. Adequate infrastructure, including well-maintained roads, reliable utilities, and an efficient modern transportation system play a pivotal role in enhancing the overall appeal of the destination. This budget, Madam Speaker, allocates ample resources to some of the infrastructure needed to support the tourism industry. For example, $40 million to improve road infrastructure across the country, $7.5 million in solid waste management for the improvement of the transfer station, $150 million in renewable and resilient energy generation and distribution. That is big for the country, Madam Speaker. $100 million in a wastewater treatment plant for North and Burgess, over $100 million in new hospital investment. Madam Speaker, the completion of the coastal road has effectively changed the tourism industry for central and southern Belize. The Mountain Pine Ridge Road, which leads to Caracol, has opened up new opportunities in that area. This same effect is expected with the Sartaneja Road, the road leading to Lobantun. Sure. No man, the man deserve it. Mbale, they win long time. I'll say it again, the road leading to Lobantun. And the paving of the Secret Beach Road in Northern Ambergris. Madam Speaker, whenever you look on Google searches, Secret Beach, one of the first things will come up for Belize, so an important area, and we have to get that area right.
No secret again?
Right? Yeah, more than a secret now. Madam Speaker, before I continue, I have to big up, I just hear the man laugh, I know the man laugh. Councillor Sharon Garcia in the house. Madam Speaker, we can all acknowledge that roads are the vital arteries that provide access to our destinations and attractions. Madam Speaker, as our guests continue to explore the wonders of Belize, we are cognizant of the fact that we must continue to enhance our urban and rural areas. To meet this objective, we are installing more directional signs across the country and will continue our aggressive anti-litter and civic pride campaigns. And Honorable Julius spoke about the need to do better as a people in terms of our garbage. We have also ordered 5 garbage trucks to help combat the garbage situation that we are faced with today. Under our ministry and the BTB, we will continue to transform this industry with the following projects. In a few weeks, Minister Bernard and I will open the Placencia Polyclinic. In a few months, Minister Ferguson and I will open the St. Bite Cultural Center. I will take 1.5 billion for the leave it where we got, you know. In the coming weeks, we will start the Belize City Fish Market. And in the coming weeks, we will start the rehabilitation center for manatees in Gales Point. I would like to big up the good work being done by Jamal Galvez and his team out there. The 4-point seawall and boardwalk project will change the look of that area.
Thank you.
We have fixed up Fandet down to Luca. You know, see, the Corozal Bay upliftment project has begun. The San Pedro Artisan Market, I will go out and finalize with Minister Perez. And the Toledo district has always said that they are forgotten. Well, change up the look of the main street and we'll build a modern Punta Gorda Cultural Center. Yeah man, I have to help everybody. Big stack, they're nothing but love, you know. Just recently, we completed the Kikaka Tarpon feeding area, which has changed the look for that entire area. A very important attraction for Kikaka. Will, even with me a trap, me put in Lee work in a car. You have to stop going so I don't know man for fight with. Huh? The rehabilitation of Cemetery Road is being completed. We couldn't have the entrance to the city looking in that dilapidated shape. The paving of the main street in Sartaneja has commenced. We got more projects, Madam Speaker, but we're there all day and I have to have respect for. We're going to get there too, man. I promise you. Alamana is an important site. Belize's hotel infrastructure continues to expand with notable projects like the Four Seasons on Key Chapel, the Fort George Modernization Program, Margaritaville, Island Magic Villas, and expansions to properties like Blue Zen, Golden Bay, and the Biltmore, all to the tune of over $600 million, Madam Speaker. Major investment for Belize. I am especially proud to say, though, that most of the major investments going in at this time are being done by Belizean investors. That is big. For far too long, we've heard that the industry is owned and operated by foreigners, but most of the projects being done right now are owned by Belizean. Madam Speaker, the other day I took a drive down to the Placentia Peninsula, and I was amazed to see the number of huge multi-million-dollar mansions going in to that small piece of real estate. Traditionally, you wouldn't consider that a part of the tourism industry, but now with the vacation rental business, they are considered a part of the tourism product. The evidence is clear. Tourism is an economic driver for Belize. Tourism, security, and safety will always be a top priority, and that is why the Belize Tourism Board is expanding its support for the Tourism Police Unit, the Belize Defense Force, and the Coast Guard. We will continue to invest in security, infrastructure, and equipment because we must protect the industry that generates more than 45% of our GDP. Madam Speaker, I would like to take this time to commend Minister Musa and his entire team. We don't often give the police credit, but for the first time in decades, we have less than 100 murders. We're now at number 14 in Central America. So people look for anything out there and make a decision for which destination they go in Latin America. Madam Speaker, relevant and affordable training and capacity development are high on our agenda. The National Training Program, Elevate, trained over 1,200 persons in 2023, fostering skills in customer service, food and beverage management, safety and security, business management, and tour guiding. We must prepare our workforce to handle the increasing demands of our industry. While we have been providing courses regularly, we are working hard towards the launch of the Elevate Training Academy early next year. Like the ITSAT STEAM Academy, we believe this will also be a game changer for tourism. Now, moving to the diaspora, Madam Speaker, I would like to express appreciation for the contributions to our nation by Belizeans living all across the globe. We are seeing more and more Belizeans coming home to visit and invest in the jewel. Remittances for 2023 were over $220 million, and donations were valued at almost $2 million. The contributions from the diaspora are invaluable and extends beyond monetary support. Beyond our borders, there is a wealth of skills, expertise, and cultural diversity, and it is our duty to continue to strengthen these bonds. And I want to big up Sandra and her team who are doing an excellent job over at the Diaspora Unit. While Belizeans can be found all across the globe, there is a greater sense that those in the diaspora are committed to our nation's success. So once again, I thank you all, wherever you are. Soon on. Under the Border Management Agency, we will continue our work of rehabilitating the border facilities. We will also improve border crossing processes for our citizens and visitors alike. Madam Speaker, we are progressive in our thinking and are looking ahead towards meeting the needs of the future. We are excited about our plans to build a marina in Punta Gorda Town. It's a big project for Punta Gorda Town, Madam Speaker. This marina will have 12 boat slips and other amenities that will assist in attracting more vessels and more tourists. Like the international airport, our border points provide the first and last impression for our guests. Madam Speaker, it is our duty to deliver the best experiences for all those who pass through our border facilities. Madam Speaker, now to my beloved Pigstock. And I want to just explain how important Pigstock is to the nation. Madam Speaker, Pigstock is the only division that straddles both north side and south side of Belize City. If you start on that side and go to south side, which are the bigger area now, you have right on the corner there and a piece of land, Northern Fisherman Cooperative. If you go up North Front Street, you have Carpet Care Plus. You have other smaller businesses. If you go down Douglas Jones, you got jails and that establishment there. If you go up more North Front Street, you have Quality Chicken. Then you go into Bowen, and then you go to Atlantic Bank, you got Belize Water Services, you have Civic, you have Pratt's, you have all of these things, Safeway Drugs, all of these things are important, are an important part of the city. We have some of the hardest working people in Pigstock right now, Madam Speaker. In just 3 years, we have transformed Pigstock, the Pigstock division. We have been able to improve the quality of life for the good people of Pigstock. This was reconfirmed on March 6 when we garnered 87% of the vote. Over the last year or so, we have completed the Berger Field, which was mud and water for decades. We have completed the Mahogany Street Hub. We have built over 35 homes already, and this is going to be the focus for the next year. We have assisted many in refurbishing their homes as well. We have supported hundreds of students with the help of Minister Fonseca to go to school. With Councillor Garcia, we've done many clean-up campaigns in Pigstock. We continue to invest in health. I'm proud to say now, Madam Speaker, by the end of this month, we would have completed every single street in the Pigstock division. Huh? Everything. Huh? No. And I know you're the part of the council now, but our fire was scored over the bow of the Belize City Council. Most of the streets get done through the Community Development Fund. Pickstock expect more from his Belize City Council. We're tired of talk and we are coming soon. Madam Speaker, because we are team players, we get up early March 6 and delivered PUP in Pickstock again. We will continue to do our part to continue the success in the Pickstock division. Madam Speaker, in closing, I want to share this with you. I heard someone say on a radio station recently, that it is a myth that tourism contributes around 45% of GDP. Now this person holla about 11%. I'm not thinking how much sense, but when I left it at that. It's no myth, Madam Speaker. The data is there and it proves and confirms that there are direct, indirect, and induced contributions by tourism to our economy. We take our responsibility as custodians of almost half our country's GDP very seriously. And we will continue to work hard and smart to ensure that the industry continues to grow in a responsible manner. The reality is that tourism has provided an environment for other industries to grow and develop. As the IMF noted, the growth achieved in tourism is directly correlated to the growth in Belize's economy. Madam Speaker, tourism is and will continue to be a force for good, a force for prosperity, and a force for national pride. I reaffirm the PM's proclamation that our nation is on the right track, one that was endorsed by the Belizean people on March 6th. So let us go on with the work of nation building. Madam Speaker, I fully support this budget. I thank you. But before I go, I'd like to wish all Belizeans a happy and safe Easter holidays and go out, drink, smoke, and love your man or woman to some reggae. I thank you.
Members, I will... Members in the gallery, this is a legislature. There is a standing order that you too must abide by, please. Honorable Member for Colette, we will suspend briefly just so that we can dispense with the podium. So the House is suspended just for a few minutes while the office disassembles the podium. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Colette. Apologies, member. Allow me to dispense, given the time of the day, with the procedural.
This podium ni man awan stop talk. So bati we got to that podium ni awan talk 3 hours. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honourable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I now recognize the member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have now endured, I believe, a full day and a half of yes, because this is the thing with which you feel that because the members of this honorable house, if they would focus, Madam Speaker, on how many empty seats are over there, at any given time, 5, 6, 7, 8 members are out or in the back room, but wherever we are, we listen to the proceedings. That was how when my friend from Freetown, when I arrived on Wednesday, I could tell him all that he said. So you are intentionally trying to paint a picture that the opposition is delinquent. I will show you delinquency now. Let's see who is delinquent. But that's the thing, you know fully well, for you, Prime Minister, to get up and to say that you will close the debate after you've had us listen all of yesterday to all PUP presentations, but it's only the leader of the opposition and myself. You know this because we've already given the explanations for other members. So if I would have gone on Wednesday or even on Thursday, then there would be nobody to rebut you. You're asking for a debate. Is that not the case? So let's get it on. But don't paint false pictures. Madam Speaker, sorry. I rise to engage with the matters brought forth by the Prime Minister and other members of the government side regarding the performance report of the public finances and the Belizean economy for the fiscal year 2023-2024 and the forthcoming national budget for the fiscal year commencing in a few days' time on the 1st of April 2024. Madam Speaker, while the Prime Minister attempted skillfully to present a narrative, and I have to say attempted skillfully because everybody who knows that teleprompter and speechwriter and all does not help the Prime Minister, the presentation is always still very miserable. I will admit, Madam Speaker, that this time around he got a little bit better. And so I'm suggesting that he practice every chance he gets in this house, bring the teleprompter more regularly, so that by the time the election comes, he will do a darn good concession speech when his party goes home. But as I was saying, Madam Speaker, he attempted to skillfully present a narrative filled with optimism. He cited the International Monetary Fund's recent review, Madam Speaker, and he lauded the economic achievements under his administration. And it is imperative, Madam Speaker, that we dissect these accomplishments with a critical eye and broader perspective. The Prime Minister placed significant emphasis on the IMF's pronouncements, suggesting that it serves as an independent verification of the administration's successful policies. Yet, Madam Speaker, it is essential to underscore that reliance on the IMF's evaluation, especially when it is conveniently aligned with the government's narrative that this does not validate the effectiveness of these policies in fostering long-term, sustainable economic growth and social equity for the Belizean people. For example, Madam Speaker, he cites economic growth rates of 4.5% in 2023, following in 2022 an 8.7 growth rate and 17.9% in 2021. It's crucial, Madam Speaker, to recognize that these figures are within the context of the global economic rebound post the pandemic. It is the pandemic that is causing the growth. But if you listen to the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, you would believe that it is his magnificent government's practices and policies. The recovery then, Madam Speaker, while it is significant and it is necessary, is not fully encapsulated by the Prime Minister's policies, and in fact it does not take into account many of the ongoing challenges faced by our local businesses, the informal sector, and the average Belizean worker. The Prime Minister's speech, Madam Speaker, proudly, for example, cites a reduction in unemployment. He says it has gone down from 14% in 2020 to 3.4% in 2023. He's heralding this, Madam Speaker, as a monumental achievement of his administration. However, comparing these figures without acknowledging the change in the calculation methodology by the SIB is misleading and it is deceptive. It is, to be frank, Madam Speaker, an apples to oranges comparison that distorts the reality of the situation and misinforms the public and this esteemed House about the true state of unemployment in Belize. What the new formula, Madam Speaker, does, it shifts the goalposts. Who is considered unemployed is now altered, possibly including those who are underemployed, those who have given up looking for work, or those who are engaged in informal or even precarious employment from the unemployment count. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the dramatic reduction that the Prime Minister heralds in unemployment figures may not accurately, in fact, not may, does not accurately reflect an increase in meaningful and sustainable employment for the Belizean people. I broke it down in a small terms so people, Madam Speaker, they find one new way to calculate unemployment. They tell the people now that, listen, if you know they're out there, they actively try to find one job, then you're not unemployed. That's what they say. So we don't have to worry about, when we talk about who is employed or unemployed, we know they consider because bluntly, they look for a job, so no want to work, so no unemployed. Does that fix the problem, Madam Speaker? This problem presents skewed data, and it is not statistical oversight. It is deliberate. It's a deliberate attempt to paint a rosier picture of the economic landscape under the current administration. It is fraud, it is deceitful, it is dishonest. It undermines, Madam Speaker, the trust of the Belizean people in their government and its willingness to confront and address economic challenges they face with honesty and transparency. Madam Speaker, employment is not merely a number to be manipulated for political gain. It is about real people and their ability to live and earn and to support their families and to contribute to the growth and development of Belize. When we talk about employment, Madam Speaker, we must consider the quality of jobs, the security they offer, and their impact on reducing poverty and inequality. Madam Speaker, as representatives of the Belizean people, it is our duty to question and to critique don't know if this affects the...
Are we good?
Yes, I believe so. Madam Speaker, as representatives of the Belizean people, I was saying, it is our duty to question and to critique the government's portrayal of economic successes when such portrayals omit crucial elements of our societal fabric. We must advocate for a more comprehensive and inclusive approach to assessing and addressing unemployment, one that considers not only those actively seeking work, but also those who have been marginalized by the system. And let me go further, Madam Speaker, and really try to break it down for our common people. If they tell you that you're not unemployed because they try to find one job, how does that help your situation? It doesn't. You can't just believe that these people don't exist who aren't working. That's what you are trying to paint when you make this presentation. Everything is rosy. Unemployment down to 3%. Everybody is working. The member for Belmopan got up and said the companies are looking for workers and they can't find workers because everybody got a job. Has to be nonsense. And then on the ground, the reality is that people are indeed, well, you could say they know they look for a job, but they are not gainfully employed. And as my friend from Caribbean Shores would be forced to admit, creates a problem for the society. What do you think the people want to do when they need to eat, when they need to take care of their families? They are going to go out and they are going to get into these activities which we see plaguing the society. Only he can see it sometimes, I think, Madam Speaker, according to the crime under control. This is the picture that you paint. Turning, facts don't lie, but on the ground we know what the reality is. Unless you are so far gone, you are so far up there, your head is in the cloud, which happens to some of our leaders from time to time, Madam Speaker. It is human nature, so maybe you need to come down and you need to actually go into some, maybe you need to go to some part. Well, then you wouldn't be saying the things that you say. You wouldn't be saying the things that you say if you were indeed connected to your people. Because I'm telling you, there are people out there who you have considered to be, they're not employed, but they're not unemployed either. So what in there? And you think they know they commit crime to try feed their family, then you lost. Madam Speaker, you don't have to be that they commit crimes, You don't have to be that they commit crimes, but it is a possibility. It can also mean, like Ms. Court, make a clarify then, since I'm got the mic. It can also mean that they're doing all sorts of things to get money. They're begging. It could be the reason why Belize's streets have so many people who are out there asking for money, which affects our product. The Minister of Tourism just finished talking about that. The hustling, which is not something that people enjoy doing, but if you all classify them as not being unemployed or not being employed, they are in no man's land, then they have to do something to survive. Why not help them to be gainfully employed by belling the cat, by accepting that these people fall in somewhere and then let's make measures to address the situation? Rather than doing that, you prefer to say, oh, we don't have a problem. The figures look great. It's wonderful. Oh, let's go. Nonsense. Madam Speaker, if I may be allowed to turn to the debt to GDP ratio, and I want to begin by saying to the leader of the opposition that you are absolutely right. When I searched the IMF page, I searched the World Bank page, I searched every piece of statistic that the internet could afford me, and I didn't find anywhere where the debt to GDP ratio rose to 132%. But it is convenient again for you on that side to paint a picture that is completely wrong. The highest I found is what you found, 103%. In fact, the IMF page says no data submitted. But It is what it is. It was at 103%, which is very high. And then you have these multilateral and international entities and all of these entities having us jump through hoops, which is, I understand we have to do something, Madam Speaker, but we have to also face our reality on the ground. We have countries in this global economy who have skyrocket debt to GDP ratio, and then they perform just well. So high debt to GDP does not mean that your economy is not functioning properly all the time. Japan's debt to GDP ratio is in excess of 200%. I think they're like 255%. The United States, you use the same country, sir, to compare in your, when you did the regional, the global outlook, you use the same countries. The United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, France, all of them, Madam Speaker, have debt to GDP ratio in excess of 100%. And the Prime Minister is right. Let me not argue nonsense. But the truth, I'm just making the point that you make such a big deal about the debt to GDP ratio, like this was something that, you know, absolutely cripples our economy. What it does, it affects our ability to borrow. But make we talk about the debt to GDP ratio, since you feel that it is so important. As my friend, the leader of the opposition, said, a main reason why the debt to GDP ratio went to 103, because I absolutely now reject your position that it was 132%. But the reason it was there is because primarily, well, there are a number of factors. It was already high before COVID. My friend, the leader of the opposition, said it went there primarily because of COVID, and he would be correct, because as you always point out, you don't give us a break, that it was because of the UDP administration's borrowing of $1 million a day, which translated into a kind of stimulus package. I stand behind that practice that the UDP did 100%. It is the reason why, Mr. Prime Minister, it is the reason why when you became the government, you were able to rebound so quickly, because things did not go down the drain so badly because of the stimulus initiative of the Right Honorable Dean Barrow and the UDP administration. That is not abnormal for when you are in a crisis situation like the COVID-19 pandemic, for the government to make initiatives to help the economy from sinking. Stop preaching doom. But what you ought to talk about, is why the debt to GDP ratio was where it was before the pandemic. And the reason you should talk about that is the same reason you should talk about how it got lowered after the pandemic, when, yes, you didn't have to borrow to pay the public servants anymore, and yes, you redid the super bond to the blue bond, not to be confused with their misspelling of BLU, of blue BLU. This is the point. They need to talk about why the debt to GDP ratio pre-pandemic was so high. It was high, Madam Speaker, because we were indebted to the kinds of debt like the super bond. You know, let me deal with that too. You're talking about BTL, and I'll divert for 1 minute. You all behave like when they bought back BTL, or no, sorry, they did not buy back BTL. BTL was acquired. That's the difference between what the Prime Minister, the Honorable Dean Barrow did, the Right Honorable Dean Barrow did, and what this Prime Minister shamefully did the other day with the port. You overpay, yes, because just to dredge the port it cost $50 million. When it was under the government. Remember that it was the People's United Party that sold the port. When the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Dean Barrow, acquired BTL, he never just sit down on it neither. BTL was not the kind of company that was not producing income, revenue for the government of Belize. All of those years that it was acquired and they had not paid a purchase price for it, the government and BTL made money. So stop preaching nonsense to the Belizean people. But anyway, that's an aside. What you need to tell the people was, what was the super bond for? Because the way you people come to this honorable house, the way you people come to the Belizean people in general, every time you speak, you would think the super bond fell out the sky. You would think the super bond was the brainchild of Dean Barrow and the UDP. You would never think that it was you, sir. You would never think that it was your colleague, the member from Lakei. You would never think it was people like the former minister Joe Cowie and Marcus Spott and all I know where Jacob Musa on the corner of the wall and tell her, you will chill yourself with this and we will deal with all of your commercial debt. Pay attention, no backbenchers, if you don't know the history. The super bond was created by the People's United Party and hung around the necks of the Belizean people like an albatross for all of those years. Start by telling the truth. Start by telling the truth. That was the reason why the debt to GDP ratio was high, one of the main reasons. The other thing is the natural disasters that face Belize. So what if the debt to GDP ratio is high because of natural disasters, because of COVID-19 and so on? What you should talk about is what you all did to contribute to that debt to GDP ratio being so high before the pandemic. But let's go on to after the pandemic, because you come here and you beat your chest. Boy, we magnificent. Watch you know. We are the ones who are going to solve this blue bond, this super bond with this blue bond. The Prime Minister shamefully answered the lady from the Nature Conservancy when she turned to him and said, in a meeting that was broadcasted, Prime Minister, how long have we been working on this, negotiating this to come to fruition? And then the lady said, what was it, 18 months, 24 months? And he came to this honorable house, barefaced, lying, Madam Speaker, and told the Belizean people, all of them over there jump up and say, oh, this is the PUP's plan. The PUP did this. Beat their chest. Watch how we get the debt figure down. When number one, the UNO caused the debt. And I could go through all of what the super bond entails. If you want me to, we could be here. We could be here and I could talk to 6, Madam Speaker, since the UDP don't seem to have anybody else to talk on one debate. Let's debate. I want to talk about that too. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of the facts. Not at all. They beat their chest, Madam Speaker, and they talk about the super bond as if they had nothing to do with it. They talk about solving the problem by creating the blue bond like it was their brainchild. And then when they are finished, they look at the debt to GDP ratio and said, boy, what a wonderful work we did. You people are amazing. Let me talk a bit now, Madam Speaker, about inflation. The Prime Minister claims that there is a decrease in inflation rates from 6.3%, Madam Speaker, in 2022, and he anticipates that it will drop further to 3.1%, and then it will go even lower, according to him, to 1.3% over the medium term. I was telling the member from Caribbean Shores, the Minister of the Police, that his reality is different from the reality on the streets. Well, here we go again. Because we could talk figures on and want. The Belizean people will tell you if you are grounded, if you are listening to them, Mr. Member for Caribbean Shores, If you are listening to them, my friend from Lake Independence, if you are listening to them, you will know that what you say does not exist. When you tell them inflation low, when you tell them, oh boy, the prices are going down for goods and services, that it has to be a disconnection. Yeah, well, you could say, well, the truth is that's the reality on the ground. That's the reality on the ground. But you know what? You same one in the same speech. Come back, and I will talk about it in a minute, Madam Speaker. He's saying one come back in the speech and admits that prices are so high. He says that he's listening to the Belizean people, and then they tell her that is when you were campaigning, when you're going to some. Anyway, I'll get back to that. The concern raised, Madam Speaker, is that despite these reported decreases, the cost of living on the street level feels as if it's increasing and not decreasing. That's a fact. You ask anybody out there, you ask the Belizean people out there, and they will tell you, when you carry $100 at the supermarket, you come out with one, you're lucky if you get two, and they leave plastic bag full of groceries. If you don't see that, then you are blind. If you don't feel that, then you are disconnected. This discrepancy, Madam Speaker, points to a critical issue. The calculation of inflation might not fully capture the day-to-day economic pressures faced by the average citizen. The reported figures suggest that inflation is under control and heading towards a positive direction, yet the feedback from the community indicates that the cost of basic goods and services is still a significant burden. This suggests, Madam Speaker, that there is a serious gap between the macroeconomic indicators and the microeconomic realities, a gap that affects real people's lives every day. The contrast between the official inflation statistics and the experiences of the Belizean people serves as a reminder, Madam Speaker, of the complexities involved in economic management. It underscores the need for policies that not only target macroeconomic stability, but also address the specific needs and challenges faced by different segments of the population. We don't want to quarrel all the time, Madam Speaker. I am trying to get the government to do what is right. But these guys don't listen. They don't listen. They prefer to bury their head in the sand like an ostrich and say these problems don't exist. The Prime Minister prefers to come to you and tell you there is little unemployment in the country. He prefers to come to you and tell you poverty has dropped dramatically. Remember last year when they pulled a whop up on the Belizean people? They changed some goalposts, some measures as to how they calculate poverty, and bam, all of a sudden poverty dropped. Bam, all of a sudden inflation no exists, but the people they feel it. If you don't know, ask somebody, you are disconnected. Then the Prime Minister moved on, Madam Speaker, and he spoke about global and regional conditions. This was the first time in his speech that we saw a little honesty coming out. First part, the Prime Minister's forecasting for decreasing inflation rates in the face of imminent threats like geopolitical tension and weather shocks raises questions about the realism of such predictions. So he said that, no, this is the thing, Madam Speaker. No, he starts, he now is forced to be a bit ardent about what is happening in the region, but then he contradicts what he has said earlier. Because he's telling us now, because of the geopolitical tensions and the fact that the weather might be bad in the region, then we have to be cautious about inflation. He said that weather shocks might devastate the crops, leading to higher food prices. But all of that, those two scenarios that he spoke about, whether it is the geopolitical tensions or whether it is the weather shocks, it will lead to higher prices. The Prime Minister narrative then takes a twist. This is where I was telling you that he started telling the truth for a bit. And he conceded that in the region, the rebound or the growth came as a result of our rebounding in the tourism industry, which naturally went down, Madam Speaker, when COVID came, because people weren't traveling. And of course, naturally, all due respect to my friend from Pickstock who took his accolades this morning, yeah, tourism is rebounding, but I'm not too sure he could take all the credit and he make you believe what a wonderful policies were he put in place. Nonsense. The people all over the world may lock up for 1 year or 2 years because of COVID. The figures went all the way down. Nobody was traveling. The economies took a hit, not only in Belize, in the region. That's what this is saying. And then, bam, we found ways of controlling what was happening with COVID. And as a result, the thing started bouncing back. And in fact, more people, all of them people when they lock up whenever they think about travel, then want to get out, want to get on a cruise ship, or want to come to beautiful Belize to dive the blue hole. This is what happened. So then he started to tell the truth. Of course, he talks about Guyana's newfound oil wealth and all of that. But he goes on to say that it's because of these reasons. Now, I want to point out that his indications here show that we will have trouble with inflation, even though he just tell me to go down, because I'll come back to that in a minute. But for now, I want to look, Madam Speaker, at the budget outturn for 2023-2024. What actually happened with the income or the revenue? What actually happened with the expenditure last year, finishing this year, this week? That's what he is about to tell you in the speech, or he told us in the speech. The Prime Minister boasted, Madam Speaker, about total revenue and grants exceeding projections by $29.7 million, while simultaneously echoing a mantra, no new taxes, no new taxes. All of them get up, no new taxes. And then you concede in the speech that you overtax the Belizean people $29.7 million. No, in fact, not even 29.7 million. Not shake your head like you don't understand. I know last like you I have a degree in economics, sir. All right. That's the way you say, right? Fine. Tell me why then. You tell me why. When you look at the figures, you yourself went on to say that the taxes, because what you were referring to when you said 29.7 million was the total revenue. You included grants in that. When you got down to what actually came out from taxing goods and services, what you collected from goods and services, you said it overperformed 14%, and that you collected an additional $94 million off goods and services. He concedes, the Prime Minister tells you $94 million. So why is it that you don't give the Belizean people some kind of tax break? Why is it that you cannot? Why is it that you cannot? But you budgeted for all of that. This is in excess of what you budgeted for. You tell me $94 million over. You said it, not me. It underscores, Madam Speaker, that there is a profound disconnect where the administration's focus on revenue achievement directly contrasts with the pressing needs and challenges of the Belizean people. Let me tell you what his words were, Madam Speaker, as it relates to inflation, getting back to what I was saying earlier, and this same overperformance of the taxes on goods and services. And to be clear to the common man in the street, to be clear, that's fine. You're going to back or listen. You all of them, when you think much of the listen, trust me. We know that. To be clear to the man on the street, when you go to the shop and you buy one good, when you go to the gas station and you buy gasoline, when you go buy 1 5-cent chewing gum, Madam Speaker, you are paying to this tax, and that is what he is boasting. He collect $94 million over way he intend to collect. Then he tells us in these words, listen to him, Madam Speaker. He said, no, Madam Speaker, let me directly address the matter of cost of living. one of the complaints I've heard most often while visiting Belizeans is the increase in the cost of living or inflation. As I mentioned earlier, the projection is for inflation to level off and at least not outpace increases in wages. The inescapable fact is that domestic purchasing power has been eroded by an increase in international prices. So now he's telling you that there is inflation way beyond what he tells us the numbers show. This is an issue, he says, that Cabinet has grappled with constantly. I have listened to the anguish of the Belizean people on this issue, and I understand their frustration. His words. He said the dollar is just not stretching the way it used to. But this is not the fault of the government. How you must say that not the government fault when you just admit that you overtax the people, you collect $94 million worth of taxes on the things that people buy, the goods and the services. Then you will say, yeah, the thing is expensive, but not the government fault. Fraud. He continues, Madam Speaker, a recent in-depth analysis commissioned by the government shows that 3/4 of the price increases Belizean endures come from imports. For example, he says, government has no control over the cost of flour, fertilizer, or a barrel of petroleum or steel for construction. Yet, he admits that he overtaxed these very same commodities to the tune of 14% and $90 million over the mark. But don't worry, he says, we have a plan. We will help the Belizean people with this. This is how we plan to deal with inflation. And he makes two suggestions as to how inflation should be covered. The first one everybody knows. Well, I was glad to see it. It's really a joke, Madam Speaker, because it's too sporadic. It's not something that you do constantly. This is to send out the inspectors to give a ticket or to challenge those persons who are, or those stores that are engaging in price gouging. I think it needs to happen, but we need to be more systematic and we need to be more consistent in doing it. So I'll make that one less slide with those few comments. But the other thing that he claims he's doing to help the people with inflation and these high prices is that he has raised the minimum wage to $5. All of them get up like robot over there, Madam Speaker, and tout this. Oh, wow, we raised the minimum wage. Something is wrong with you. Something is wrong with you. I don't know who advises you. My friend from Dangriga is a well-trained economist, but he not sit down in the cabinet, so maybe we could give him the benefit of the doubt that he knows better, but simply did not have an opportunity to share with the Prime Minister his knowledge. But boss, if you raise the minimum wage, that can have negative implications on inflation. How? To start off with, the reason why you all say, the business community, the Chamber of Commerce and everybody else told you not to immediately raise the minimum wages because it's going to have dire effects on the economy. And they're telling you that for a reason. Raising the minimum wage, Madam Speaker, can lead to an increase in the cost of goods and services. That is common sense. How? How? Because, Madam Speaker, businesses who now have to pay, all right, let's say I'm a businessman, and I'm going to put a lot of businesses out of work, by the way, including Belize Santino, who endorses you all. I'm going to shut down the man bottom dollar. Say, because there are safe practices here. I'm going to shut down Belize Smiling Meats. Because the people ain't get out of business, because what's the point of staying in business if you're not making any money? And that's how business work. You want to make money. The reason you get out is because you can't make it. But not take my word for it. Smiling tell you. Santi tell you why he get out. He never tell you business. He tell you because for UNO practices in for UNO administration is damaging. You ask the business people out there. if minimum wage was at $3.25 and you put it to $5, how much was it? $3.30. It was different for men and women. My friend from Belize Rural Central, I remember I was fighting to equalize that some time ago. I don't know if it ever happened. Oh, please. But if a business, Madam Speaker, you see how they behave, right? If a business person has now got to pay $5 an hour to an employee that he was paying $3.40 to before, what do you think will happen? Not take rocket science. You think that businessman will just absorb that loss and say, oh, don't worry, we will do this for the people of Belize? No, the businessman, Madam Speaker, will pass on that additional burden of paying $1.60 more to the consumer. That is why the price of these goods are rising, Columbus. Then you will get up and say, oh, this is how they're putting more money in the pockets of Belizeans on a loss. The business people will say, you know what? Whereas before I had 10 people paying them $3.40 an hour, but I can't afford that. I couldn't mind. What I am able to pay in terms of labor is only so much. So $5, I want to go home. $5, I want to go home, then they will cut the number of workers they have. That is common sense. And in a phone world, we want to appreciate who is employed or unemployed. You know, mean nothing to know. But on the street, the man on the street knows the deal. The other thing that might happen is that if I have to pay $5 an hour, then you know what? Make I get the best $5 an hour person that I could find. So the people who don't really got one high school diploma or one sixth form degree, they don't get hired. Because if I have to pay $5 an hour, I might as well hire the most qualified person to get the bang out of my buck then. Because people are so desperate, which is what underemployment is. But we don't skip over underemployment altogether. We don't consider that none at all. So some of those people will lose their jobs. Some of those lower skilled people will not get any jobs. But you don't see that in our phone statistics. And then the other thing, the last thing which might happen, is that of course automation might kick in. The way the world is working now, artificial intelligence runs everything. Why am I going to pay my man $5? I have a social conscience. I may have been prepared to pay $3.40 per hour. But now if I have to pay $5, boy, you better you go home and we do this job here the best way we could with some robots, some computers. Or why don't we do work for outside, on the tout the call centers? Yes, that's a good thing. No, that's not the problem. But all of that work is done for outside. I don't even know the tax structure, if that really adequately covers all of these call centers outsource. It does, but what kind of employment? That's what I've been saying. But see, that's how you think, oh, better we got some employment than none at all. But instead of you focus on getting quality employment for our Belizean people, that's the whole point. I'm glad you get it. Stick with me, I'll teach you some more. Madam Speaker, then there are some developments in the financial sector that the Prime Minister spoke about. The narrative he provided, Madam Speaker, regarding the financial sector developments, especially in the domestic banking sector, points towards a robust and stable financial environment. Notably, the increase in the central bank reserves to 947 million, regulatory capital growth to 16.1%, and a reduction in non-performing loans fell to 5.2%. And all of this suggests that we have a robust and resilient banking system. However, Madam Speaker, the indication of financial stability and excess liquidity within the banking system raises an important question about the extent to which these benefits trickle down to the Belizean people, the average Belizean. Ideally, a well-capitalized and liquid banking system should translate to more competitive interest rates for borrowers and better saving returns for depositors. Yet, if Belizeans are not experiencing lower borrowing costs or higher returns on their saving, it prompts a deeper examination of the bank's responsiveness to the needs of the population. Madam Speaker, I would consider myself a middle-income person because I don't got no millions. You could check me, I don't got no foreign bank account. Not one. I don't have a credit union account either, to be honest with you. No, St. John's closed my account. I can give you that story, Henry. They closed my account because, and they tell me if I make a open it back, I have to go make one lot of declaration because I'm a PEP. So it's just very tedious. So I need to do it. I need to do it because yes, credit union movement is very important. But I don't have any. Yes, and he would advocate for Holy Redeemer. My children all have an account at Holy Redeemer, for the record. But in fact, I only have one bank, the Belize bank that I deal with. I used to be a Scotia Bank customer. But when the buyout happened, I'll get to the relevance right now, Madam Speaker, don't worry. I have been a Belize Bank customer now since the buyout happened. And not one day did the people from Belize Bank call me and say, Mr. Faber, we want to lower your mortgage rate. They target you and they want you to borrow more money, yes. But I don't get the impression, maybe my friend from Fort George can help me, I don't get the impression that the banks are bending over backwards to offer loans, competing with the other banks, and they tell you, why with the last 6%, 7% interest, will they give you, or will they ask for on your mortgage or on your loans? The banks not do that. The banks that are 13 and 14 and 15%. Correct me if I'm wrong. Am I missing something? That's where they are. Well, it depends on what you're borrowing for, I guess. I have a savings account, Madam Speaker. I have not much money in there, my brother. But that savings account, if I don't keep a certain amount of money in that account, I can't collect the interest, and the interest that they're giving, it's not Holy Redeemer interest. The banks aren't giving you any extraordinary interest. So all of this pretty fancy talk that the Prime Minister paints here about the liquidity in the banking system and all of that not translate into nothing for the common man. Doesn't translate into a lower interest rate for him to go and borrow money to enter into his small business. Doesn't translate for him to put his money in a little savings account and get a decent interest rate. Which is why the credit union is such a good thing, because the credit union almost practically guarantees you that 6% if they make it. But as you know, the credit union is not a bank. In fact, the bank takes it another level. For you keep your money in the bank, they charge your money. For you take your own money out of the bank, they charge your money. That's the reality of the banking system. So there are a lot of fanciness what the Prime Minister talked about does not translate to the average man in the Belizean, man or woman in the Belizean economy. It shows the disconnection. And it shows, Madam Speaker, that the regulatory practice of the government via the central bank is failing miserably. And I have no quarrel with me. My friend, the governor from the central bank, he's a Valdosta graduate like me and the member from Pickstock. Very proud of him. But the regulatory arm, which of course has to come from the government, with instruction from the government, the central bank is the government's bank. It's the arm that it should be using to do these regulatory practices. They should be making sure that there are lower interest rates to the Belizean man and woman, They should be making sure that they are paying out more interest to those who decide to put their monies in the bank. And of course, if things are so fluid, so liquid, then they don't want people to save money. So they make their money through fees, and I will big up the central bank and the governor for his attempts to make sure that these banks stop fleecing us with the fees. You take out money out of your own account, you have to pay $2 at Belize Bank. If you keep your money in your savings account, they charge us $7.50 a month. I don't know what the fees are for the other banks. I tell you, I'm not going to know a lot of bank account. But these things are a problem for the regular people. Madam Speaker, I can go on and talk much more about what the Prime Minister said in his speech. But I won't. And I won't merely because I hope that I've presented enough to the Belizean people to show you that the Prime Minister and his government are so very disconnected. They come here and they paint a wonderful, lovely picture, telling you all these glorious bits of statistics about poverty and unemployment and numbers in the banking system and the reserves, and none of that. Wonderful inflation rates so low and unemployment so low, but it does not translate into anything worthwhile for the Belizean people. So his budget of staying on track is completely lost. If you follow that, you are lost. If you want to follow this budget, you will be lost, Madam Speaker. The common man and woman will be lost because there is nothing in those statistics and figures for the common man. If you allow me then, Madam Speaker, to turn to their ministries and some of the projects that their ministries have announced. Over the years of the PUP administration, Madam Speaker, or over the years in general, not only when they are in government, even when they are out of government, they do this. They have honed the skill to its core that reveals a disconnect between promise and reality, between the spectacle of progress and the stagnation of actual improvement in the lives of Belizeans. A glaring example of this disconnect, Madam Speaker, is the much vaunted introduction of the National Health Insurance Scheme on the south side of Belize City. People will remember this from some years ago. I would want to think it came before in 2000 and between 2003 and 2008 somewhere. You remember? And it's important for us to tell these stories, you know, Madam Speaker, because many of the young Belizeans, some of the same ones who responded to staying on track, do not know that every time this country is derailed, it is because the People's United Party is in government. Let me show you. Years ago, in that term, they came and they told us NHI for the South Side. NHI. 2 decades later, Madam Speaker, the stark reality on the ground paints a distressing picture. The fanfare that accompanied NHI's introduction has faded into the background. Noisy, daily struggles of life. You don't feel no NHI on the South Side. It leaves behind a legacy, Madam Speaker, of unmet expectations. This scenario is not just a reflection of failed healthcare policy, but a testament to the broader strategy of deceit and manipulation for the hope of political gain. The introduction of NHI was a masterclass in political theater, promising transformative change for the Southside residents. Yes, as the years have unfolded, the promised revolution in healthcare has failed to materialize. Instead, Madam Speaker, the community continues to grapple with the same systematic issues: inadequate access to services, prolonged waiting times, persistent shortage of medical supplies and personnel. The plight of the South Side is a stark reminder of the gap between political rhetoric and the harsh realities of daily life. Let me take you back, Madam Speaker, to those. Huh? No, man. I could talk off of my head, brother. You could say. Let me tell you what AI can't create. If it's your accusation. AI can create the fact that there was historical context to the fact that you said that NHI on the south side would be a wonderful thing. And then when you rolled it out, you needed suppliers. You needed people to respond to whatever NHI was promised to do, you remember? And what did you do? What did you do? What did the government do? The government, Madam Speaker, helped its own friends to dead raise and build so-called institutions that would work with the rollout of NHI on the south side. You remember this, my friend from Fort George? The previous member from Fort George knows it very well. They engaged a private hospital, Madam Speaker, that you will remember was called Universal Hospital, now Belize Healthcare Partners. Let me tell you about the PUP's history. They engaged with this hospital. The hospital now, in order to meet the demands of NHI on the south side, went to the Belize Bank and borrowed $20 million. And even with the $20 million, they didn't build anything concrete, Madam Speaker. In fact, that hospital only now recently received a new concrete structure. It is almost like it is, the hospital was on these mobile homes. That was what created the hospital, and from then that was the case. They put together this hospital, borrowed $20 million from the Belize Bank, and then refused to pay. Why am I saying this? Because the Belizean people need to be very wary of the People's United Party. There was a very lying and deceitful politician who, Madam Speaker, then had to bail out this hospital because the leader of the nation then, very deceitful and lying, told the Belizean people that this hospital was on its own. It was a private entity. And then when it found itself, because the people later learned that this was a retirement plan for the boys, when that happened, he found himself responsible. The people who were involved started telling him, you know what? You will come up with this money or we will expose you. Fact. You know what happened, Madam Speaker? And Belizean people need to know. It was the root of the demonstrations that happened on the foot of this very same National Assembly building, because the Prime Minister then lied to the Belizean nation. It is the reason why the highest court in our land, the appellate's court, tagged the former Prime Minister as a malignant tumor, because he lied to the Belizean people. And I've been here long enough to hear all the fancy explanations that he gave. But the fact of the matter is that he lied to the Belizean people. And you know what else he did, Madam Speaker? Faced with this situation now, he lied to the unions and told them not a dime of the public money, not a dime out of the public purse will go to pay off this debt for this private hospital. And then guess what happened? The government and people of Venezuela granted Belizeans $40 million, $20 million US. Unbeknown to the people of Belize, the then Prime Minister who lied to this country diverted $20 million of the people's money to pay the private debt of that hospital to the Belize Bank. That is a fact. And I know his two sons are over there, and I don't care, because it is the record of the People's United Party, and you must face your doom. Disrespectful and dishonest. That is the legacy of Said Musa. And not only the UDP were ashamed of him, it is what caused all the problems and eventually his own demise and the demise of the People's United Party, which is why you did not win the elections of 2008.
Let me, point of order.
We have allowed the member from Khalid to go on and on and on, but I fail to see the relevance of Universal Hospital to the budget of 2024-2025. Can we please move on, member from Khalid?
Member for Colette, we do need to connect what you're saying to the budget.
Sure, Madam Speaker, no problem. One of the main platforms in which the government is claiming it will reform the economy and the country in the fiscal year 2024-2025 is to roll out another leg of NHI. And I want to warn the Belizean people that when they tell you they want to roll out NHI, be careful, because they're hustlers. And the facts will show this. I know that the member can't stand the truth. That is why he's jumping up. If I'm in my part, may I jump up too? They took the $20 million, the Prime Minister took the $20 million. He lied to the Belizean people. He told the Belizean people that it was not 20 million US that Venezuela gave. He told the Belizean people it was 20,000 Belize. And I will come back with that 20 million again because all of your fancy stories about housing, I will deal with that in a minute. When the Venezuelan people gave us $40 million of housing, your Prime Minister at the time, your leader, your maximum leader, stole the money or diverted the money to pay the debt of a private hospital. That is the legacy of the PUP and NHI. So beware, Belizeans. Beware when they come and they tell you NHI is being rolled out. They will hustle you. Rolling out NHI in the districts. Oh yes, it's coming. And it was not only giving these hospitals a dead race, you know. That wasn't the only thing. All them people needed pharmaceutical contracts because NHI provides the basic pharmaceuticals for the people then of the south side, and all the people will roll out now. That's why my friend from Corozal Bay took offense to a comment that I made when she very first came into this house, because some people very closely related to her all of a sudden became pharmaceutical contractors for NHI in Corozal. So I am cautioning the Belizean people, when you see the PUP come and do the song and dance, everything is going to be okay. We are working for the people. Be careful. These people have a long history of hustling. They have a long history of stealing. They have a long history of being deceitful to the Belizean people and filling the pockets of their cronies and themselves. And I am not casting aspersions, Madam Speaker. I am speaking the facts. It is important that we tell the younger generation what they did. But the behavior was not limited to healthcare, you know. Not limited to healthcare alone. The PUPs have a practice of coming to you and pretending. I listened yesterday as my friend, the member for Kaya South, spoke about his ministry. All the roads that he will pave, and then everybody's division, and if you're not careful, you might well believe him. You might be sucked in. But remember what I'm telling you, Madam Speaker, and I'm cautioning the Belizean people again. Whenever you see them coming under the guise that they are going to be working, they have a secret plan to raid the government's coffers. Well, you know, believe me, not only healthcare, let me share it with you. Let me tell you. They said, Madam Speaker, we can't eat street. You remember? We can't eat the streets. But yet, a big part of what this budget tries to do, or it says it will do, is to spend millions and millions of dollars on infrastructure. They have no shame. It was the same member from Kaya South who took the Prime Minister to court for the Petro-Carib monies. Yeah, Prime Minister Barrow. But what? And then he has the gall to get up yesterday. All I want to like parade and talk about Pibil and Tacos and all kind of thing that we wasted the government's resources from the Venezuela Petro-Carib initiative. But yet, the member from Kaya South could get up and talk about all these road projects which were built with Petro-Carib money, many of them, and especially the Civic Center, who got a face of brass. We go to the games and we watch, and you know, I enjoy the games. I like the AC environment, and if the minister is keeping the environment clean in the Civic, that's a wonderful thing. But you are not to escape that the People's United Party campaigned rigorously in 2020, telling you these infrastructure projects, they came here to try to stop the Caracol Road. They came here to try to stop the Coastal Road. They came here to try to stop the Belize Sarteneja Road, the Orange Walk Sarteneja Road. They told us that all of these projects were corrupted. And we didn't need all of these roads, the John Smith Road, all of them, they complain about them. And lo and behold, now it forms a major part of their initiative. In fact, much of what they tout, Madam Speaker, are UDP projects, are UDP initiatives. And you trust me, there is a reason they talk about the victory at the polls on March the 6th. There is a reason, because we're going to all and then contractors, the 100 and if not nearly 200 contractors which you give out. And I heard him talking about the last administration not having a contractor general. No kind of hanky-panky went on, especially when you're dealing with multilaterals and these IFIs. You cannot, in fact, most of the time you can't even determine internally how these contracts are going to be given out. Sort of nonsense under the talk. But I am telling you that when those contracts are awarded, and there must be something sketching, at the very least happening with that ministry, to be issuing so much contracts overnight. In fact, he was asked about it publicly and he boasts because things get done. But there are kickbacks, I am certain. And the election proved that. But before you accuse me of casting aspersions, Madam Speaker,
thank you, member. Careful with that.
Then he went on to talk about housing. All and then get up and talk about housing. They criticized the former minister for housing of the UDP and say, build a single house. They had a lot to say, and then they are boasting about their 400 houses where they build. How much house do they promise the people? 10,000? And it's a song and dance that we've seen over and over. 15,000 jobs, 10,000 homes, that's not new. We promise the thing here every election cycle that we run. Everyone. And if you're there 3 years in, only 400 odd houses on a bill on a record week. And I join with my friend, the leader of the opposition, and the member for Kaya South to tell the Prime Minister, wheel and come again, because 6 million ain't nothing. But let me tell you the record of the UDP, since so many of you criticized it. The UDP had a different policy on how to help people with housing. The UDP did not believe in building homes and handing over the keys like that. But you know what the UDP believed in? The UDP believed in writing off mortgages for people. You must have knew, that's why you react like that. Because you do not know that that was a major initiative of Prime Minister Barrow to write off the mortgages of many Belizeans in this country. Play last and play like on forget. $40 million was granted to this country by Venezuela for housing. You know what the PUP record of dealing with that 40 million is? Hide 20 million, pay for the private hospital, lie to the Belizean people and telling them never 20 million US, that 20 million Belize. same one, the same money they talk about. Then they talk about, oh, they have such good policies for housing. Your record of housing is to steal $20 million of a grant that the people of Venezuela gave to us for housing. The other $20 million he hurt Henry Cariopa, but to put him a gangster.
On a point of
No.
order, Madam Speaker.
No.
For him,
What did I say?
Your father was a gangster?
He was?
No.
Oh,
No. Member, I'm going to have to ask, member, we cannot accept that in the House. You would not like it if it was dealt your way about your own father.
My
So
father
please-
was not a gangster, madam. He may have been a lot of things.
No.
But he was not a gangster.
Thank you for taking that back.
Madam Speaker, the
You cannot do that in the House.
the record shows the highest authority in the court system for our country called the very same Prime Minister a malignant tumor. You know what a malignant tumor is?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, and it's so disgraceful that the former Minister of Education can
May I
behave
hear
in such manner. Madam Speaker, for him to come here and call our former Prime Minister a gangster, to come here and to say that $20 million was stolen, when he knows that he is lying in this honorable House. They tried to go to the court, and the court found that it's not so, that the money was accounted. So you need to be able to say the truth. Say the truth. That's what we're asking from you. So, Madam Speaker, I demand that this man fix it. That he is lying in the House, and you also shut up. All right?
No. Wait, members. There's a reason why they stand. Members. You can speak for 6 hours, I can stand. Before you proceed, I'm going to ask to respect the 42B. I've listened where both sides have been chiding, and you've sometimes comically responded to each other. But if you can't control it, then I'm going to have to insist that you absolutely be quiet when a member is speaking. You stand on a point of order, you say what your point of order is, and then I rule on it. Member for Colette, for you to quote a court record that uses words that was not the word that you used, I think you can understand why I'm saying you really should not be referring to a former member of the House and use that language, and should not add, if you will, words that were not in the court proceeding. Then you stood up and you corrected. I'm also going to say this. If you're going to quote, then you ought to be accurate. The other point I'll make, Member for Colette, I have listened to you at least 3 or 4 times refer to, and in no particular order, universal health care, Venezuelan, 20 million, grant money, it wasn't told. You've said it several times. It's being repetitive. Yes, it is. So I'm asking if you're now, I believe you were commenting on the housing aspect of the budget. Let's proceed on the housing aspect of the budget.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You see, firstly, there is no rule in this House that says that you can't speak of a member gone from this House. If you can show me that rule, I will happily yield.
I can refer to you to proceedings of the past speaker who objected strongly when members in this House referred to members outside of this House, being individuals or former members of the House and or the Senate. I've ruled, I've asked you to respect it. Thank you.
Well,
You can use other words, but when you continue to use the unparliamentary language, I'm asking you to not do so.
Madam Speaker, I will yield to what you've asked me to, but let me explain that.
Yielded, so can we continue
Well,
on
yes,
the housing?
I will continue to speak, Madam. The practice of a former speaker does not change the rule, does not change the rule whatsoever. But
Member for Colette, perhaps you were absent in previous meetings, but the speaker, any speaker, is so guided. I have gone through this. If I have to keep doing it, I will, because it is in the interest not just of members, but of the listening public and those who are in the gallery as well. Any speaker must find guidance, not just from standing orders, which are archaic and vague in some regard, but also in rulings made in the past, and also from Erskine May, and also with guidance from other jurisdictions when dealt with similar matters. That is all. You may continue. I believe you're...
wrapping up? No, man, no, man. Only me want debate. Only me want debate.
Standing Order 42B. Standing Order 42B.
With respect, Madam Speaker, my raising the Venezuelan $40 million grant a second time is not the same as me raising it the first time. It is within a different context. And the first time I raised it was in the context of the health care NHI rollout that the government is engaged in, or is attempting to engage in. It is to tell the Belizean people what they did. The second time I'm mentioning it now, you are correct. I am on the matter of housing, and I am painting the picture of the record of the PUP. When they were given this $40 million for housing, you know what they did, Madam Speaker? They lied to the Belizean people. I don't see how that is unparliamentary for me to say that the Prime Minister at the time lied to the Belizean people. That's what I said. I said
Not what you said, but continue with the housing.
I say lied, that is the same. He lied to the Belizean people. He told us that, I was right here in the house, he told us that it was 20 million Belize dollars. 20 million US is 40 million Belize dollars. He diverted the $20 million additional, or the other half of the 20 million US, to pay the Belize bank. That's a fact. It is on this basis that the appellate court, the highest court, said, it's not the appellate court, but whichever is the highest court, said that he is a malignant tumor. What that means is, he sucks. You suck what is not yours. You add yourself onto something and you suck. That's a tumor. Okay, well, you will have a chance to correct it, don't worry.
Standing Order 42B. I'm going to ask, please, both sides.
But I'm glad you're here, my friend, because I don't like to talk about you behind your back. I know you can. I was talking about the record of housing for the PUP, since you wanted to talk so much about the history of the UDP, and I was comparing the two parties. Well, let me tell you more about the history of the UDP's policy. No, sir. The UDP.
42B, because we're going to get into this banter, and then I'm going to have to stand up again.
I
know you don't care. Well, we may get to that point if this continues.
You see, so you know what his agenda is, man. He's trying to get me to shut up. They ball for debate, and no one with the debate, they want to shut up. Oh, Lord. I talk too much now. You will have your chance. You don't talk yet, right? You will have your chance. Don't worry.
And let's try to keep the 42B in mind.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
On both sides.
So, well, I am the one speaking, so I don't know how I could. But anyway, No, man, stay, man. I got a few more things to say about housing. The UDP's practice, Madam Speaker, was to give grants to families for their repairs to their homes, for their expansion, to start their little projects. Starting big, starting small and gradually getting bigger. That was the policy of the UDP on housing. They didn't believe you are right in turning keys and opening doors, give people a whole house. That because it takes a lot of money, which is why they have not been able to deliver on their promise of 10,000 homes, because it's not a cheap thing to do. So what effectively the PUP's current housing policy does is it rewards a few, only 400 houses. They don't build in 3 years, 400 families. And I take nothing away from what the minister said yesterday. Indeed, it is a joy, it is a happy occasion to hand a needy family a house. But how many needy families have you not helped that you can't help? And even in what is termed the graciousness, the kindness of the Prime Minister to find monies for these projects, you can't find money to do all of that. And it's not even a criticism of what it is they're doing. That is their way of doing things. That's fine. But don't behave like the UDP's policies on housing was to the detriment of this nation. If no money was assigned according to them, then there was none to thief. But on the other side, well, there's not much allocated. So I'll leave that there. But let me continue to paint the picture of what the PUP's record on housing is, to remind the Belizean people not to get overly excited when you hear them talk about these projects, because they're good at selling you dreams, which is the point I was making. They're very good at selling dreams. Let me tell you about the PUP's record on housing. When I was driving to Belmopan today, I passed Mahogany Heights. Millions of dollars orchestrated by one of my former opponents. I will not call her name because she's a member of the National Assembly. Heights. Mahogany Heights is what they call it. That is the record of the People's United Party on housing in this country. You remember, Madam Speaker? And maybe the junior members on that side, the backbenchers, don't know, like my friend from Corozal Southeast and Southwest, they don't know. That one spell they came and they invested tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, in Cuban house factories. Then time Dickie Bradley, the Minister of Housing in Ghana, Cuba, come back, hi boy, we are build house. Millions of dollars they spent to buy some Cuban house factories, they call it. What in it? Nothing materialized. The record of the PUP on housing is a hustle. But you don't believe me? Let me give you more. Let me give you more. When you pass out of Corozal Town, my friend from Corozal Bay and my friend, the deputy party leader of the UDP, who is the representative up in that area, you could go and see that where the place is Santa Rita, another hustle. These are the legacies of the People's United Party in housing. So when you don't come and tell anybody about build houses, 10,000, everybody don't know what the phone agenda. But it is the practice of the People's United Party. This is how they operate. Tell me it's not so. Tell me what's going on with Mahogany Heights. Tell me what happened with Santa Rita.
Madam Speaker.
What's the point of order?
Yes, Madam Speaker, on a point of order. The point of order is that the honorable member is being repetitive and he is not confining the debate in terms of relevance to the budget. He has been speaking about housing for quite a long time. Please.
The standing orders doesn't have a limit on talking, but member, I believe you're on housing and you're commenting on the history of housing, connecting it to the budget. Please, let's try and confine it.
Then, Madam Speaker, there was another project that they came to this honorable house and they borrowed $100 million from Taiwan for housing, you know. $100 million. You go check the record. Where did that money go? Tell me where the money went if you believe. $100 million is on the record that we borrowed from Taiwan for housing. That's the PUP legacy of housing. You like talk about the UDP legacy? If you know position is, they never got no money, they never allocate none, well, nothing was stolen. Well, I am telling you, the PUP's record is failure, failure, failure. Money's missing, money's missing, money's missing. It is a fact. So when they come and they talk all nonsense about housing, Madam Speaker, nobody believes them. Let me move on from housing, though. The next topic, I like, because I could be here another 2 hours. Education. Madam Speaker, as we navigate the discourse on education, a cornerstone for national development, it's imperative that we critically assess again the actions and pronouncements emanating from the other side of the House. The recent initiatives unveiled by the PUP, while commendable in their aspirations, are not pioneering steps at all. They will have you believe that they do all of these things for the first time. I'll make a go down memory lane with my good friend, the member from Toledo West, because like he behave last sometimes, Madam Speaker. And they talk about what the thing there? EUP. Education Upliftment Program is their initiative. And then get up one by one and trumpet it. It's a wonderful initiative. You have no record of free education in this country. The only political party that has a record of free education in this country is the United Democratic Party. And let me tell you, whatever it is you're trying to do now is a cover Benjamin upgrade from what the UDP has done. Give credit where credit is due. Let me walk you through it. And I'll begin with your district, sir. I'll begin with your district. Right after I fired you in 2008, I went on a tour of the Toledo district. Or maybe, I think you were there the first couple of months. You may have even accompanied me on the tour to some of the schools in Toledo West. I think that's the case. And then we realized that you got to go. Yeah, the people hire you. All right, I hear that. When we went to Toledo West, Madam Speaker, when we went all the way to the west of the border with Guatemala, I remember it was right after a storm, because the school in that village had blown over and the pieces had gone over to Guatemala. They had to go fetch the school building in parts from across the border. The children in that area, Madam Speaker, used to go to school, high school I'm talking, because we have primary schools in most of these villages. The children who went to high school from those villages had to get up at 2 or 3 in the morning. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm right, or you let me know. They had to get up at 2 or 3 in the morning. The bus, in fact, didn't go all the way to the farthest village. You had to get it at San Vicente or somewhere. And you had to walk out in the mud in the middle of the night. And then those students are the first on the bus. And then they are the last ones to get back at night. They went to school at Julian Cho Technical High School, which is in Big Falls at the dump. And when I got to Julian Cho for the first time, Madam Speaker, I don't know how my colleague, the member for Freetown, allowed that to happen. My God, I was ashamed. This is a government high school, one of the largest in the country, because it catered to so many villages. And I don't have to recite all the villages because my ballet, the member for Toledo West, every chance he gets, he spout off the name of the village, and like he just talk to make the people here say him they are. Which is probably why they vote for you, yeah. Madam Speaker, Julian Cho had not a physical, not a permanent structure, nothing. They had some of these, what they call the Macabre buildings, which were containers. It's literally a container, a sweatbox. That is the legacy of the People's United Party for government schools. say it ain't so. The first permanent structures that Julian Cho received was under the United Democratic Party. Then all of those children passed Providence SDA, which is in where? Which village? San Antonio? It's in San Antonio. They pass, all the children pass there and they go to Julian Cho, and nobody, and the Adventists had some concerns, and people, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not pressing on their toes, but they had some policies and some practices that people didn't ascribe to, like the girls couldn't wear their little basket earrings and so on. So people went to Julian Cho as a result of that. But we worked with the Adventist schools, the Providence SDA High School, and provided transportation and everything else that they needed to get kids even from the city where TCC was overflowing. That is the record of the UDP. What was school transportation under the PUP was a joke. It was a joke. I'm happy to hear that they're spending $11 or $12 million this fiscal year, Madam Speaker, for school transportation, because I am telling you, when I was Minister of Education, what they were allocating was $3 million. We raised it. It went up to $8-9 million. So it shows you that they are continuing the practice, which is the point that I'm making. If you listen to them, boy, the PUP, they do all of this, nothing of it happening in education for all of the years. And I'm going to stand quick directly, because you know the deal. They didn't have a school. I am amazed now when you get up on a boat. My brother from Toledo West get up and he thanked the Prime Minister and the Minister of Education for adding the school south, the school further south, where Bali Makara, the principal. Corazon, thank you. You didn't have a school in Corazon. For all the years you did it as education officer, and your Bali, the member for Freetown, the Minister of Education, who only had 2 schools, TCC and Julian Cho. And I am telling you, Julian Cho was Macabre containers. That is the record of the People's United Party to the government schools in Toledo. What did the UDP do? Eden Martinez contacted me, and I visited down there. I visited down there regularly. And he then said to me, Minister, come, let me take you down to Corazon quick. I will show you where we can build a school so that the children who are coming all the way south, from south of Punta Gorda, Punta Gorda, and the end of it, as you will remind us. You got school, you got villages all the way down there. Poor children had to wake up very early in the morning. And you know what the UDP's record is? The UDP said we will build a school in Corazon Creek. You see how he diverted from where to tell him to something else? He can't argue with what I'm saying. I remember we had a town hall meeting at the Father Ring Parish Hall. And when we got to there was one clergy member who asked me, and Minister, what is the curriculum going to be like at Corazon Creek Technical? And I said, I don't care when I teach them, better the picnic they go to school than not go to school none at all. And we were about a month late in opening that school, Madam Speaker, in Corazon Creek. I think we opened in October as opposed to September. But now we have a flourishing government, technical, vocational, agricultural, I believe too, there in Corazon Creek. That is the legacy of the UDP. The PUP neglected that for years and did not care about those children who had to trek from as early as 2 in the morning to go to TCC that was running over. That is the PUP's legacy for Toledo and government schools. No, because the UDP built the proper structures at the Julian Cho, they implemented school finance reform, something that I will spend time to deal with today to remind you again, we are there long. They now put these schools under their E-UP initiative, like you'd have believed that they may care for their schools today. Oh no, magnificent. You remember, Madam Speaker, that a main problem at the time was that, and my friend, the member from Toledo West will back me up, and my friend from Belize Rural Central, who is the minister with responsibility for women affairs and indigenous people, will tell you that the people in those areas they were not gung-ho about sending their daughters to school. And so I thought that would be a problem, but when we got down there, we implemented the $300 subsidy initiative almost immediately. And what happened, Madam Speaker? This is the record of the UDP, you know, like the talk nonsense. Immediately, the number of students who attended high school increased tremendously. Even the girls, Madam Speaker, who their fathers were telling them, you are not going to go to school, they then started to go to school. And there was a new major problem. They say progress brings problems. The new problem was that we could not find spaces for all of these children to even go to school. We had to double up on the bus runs. That's the record of the UDP in helping more children to go to school. But I want to call like that. Why are we to do all of this? Are we to do it? Please. Only to try to take credit for a lot of things were done, happened and succeeded under the UDP. That was why we opened Corazon Creek. That is why we supported Providence SDA. That is why we implemented school finance reform that would see formulas roll out in terms of financing. I'll get to the 70 versus 30% and what you did with the teachers that you're touting right now in a minute. It is because of school finance reform, Madam Speaker, that those schools were able to feed children, to put in place proper infrastructure, to give them books. Please. It was because of school finance reform and our $300 program that those students, especially at Woolanshaw, definitely at Corazon Creek Technical, and I believe the majority of them at TCC, got their full tuition paid from first it was only first to second, you know, Madam Speaker. But then, when they got through with the 2 years, they started asking questions. Well, how can I keep my child in school? And so, because we know of the high incidence of poverty in Toledo, we allowed for those students to go, but $300 paid everything, you know, Madam Speaker. For their school fees, I'm like $250 that whole and so. So when they get a $300 subsidy, they actually got change. That's the record of the UDP. Unukan, while free education, Columbus, that made it a long time. The bus runs, make we move on to Stan Creek. What was happening at Henry Dock? When you sell off the land, the PUP, no, you never did it. The PUPs sold off Henry, which was Lynham, was a prison. Their record, Lynham was a school, they closed it, they turned it into a prison, they closed it down. It was the late Melvin House, God bless him, God rest the dead, who went and rescued the acreage that was at Henry and said, Father, let's turn this back into a high school. I noticed they were well, I did not see them, but I heard that they were behind me yesterday in the house. But the PUP legacy was to turn Henry into a prison and sell off the agricultural land. That's their legacy. Now they are connected, they so love Henry. One of the wicked set of people, boy. And then, Madam
Let's
Speaker.
be careful with the words, please, member.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. My apologies. I strike that from the record, please. It's just hard, though, you know, to... Yeah, a little bit. Dangriga, Delil Academy, Ecumenical, running over. When we gave the $300 subsidy, Madam Speaker, everybody wanted to go to high school. People who graduated 2 years ago wanted to go to high school. And two great educators, I will salute them today. Francis Humphreys, who is a UDP, and Anthony Sabal, who is a PUP. I think he may run against you in a convention, Doc. The two, I don't know. You don't know who he run against? Well, before your time. But then UDP and PUP and are two talented but very strong-headed men. Different side of the political aisles, but I respect both of them equally. Well, maybe I got more love for Francis because he's a UDP and I'm a mayor and all of that, you know. But I respect Mr. Sabal. And those gentlemen who worked with the Ministry of Education to accommodate hundreds of additional students who would not have gone to high school, who have been missing. That is the record of the UDP versus the PUP for free education and for support to our government or community high schools. And even Delil accommodated us. We gave them additional buildings. We're going to buy Mennonite houses. We did all of that in order to accommodate bus runs galore. We instituted the bus runs for teachers. The PUPs didn't take the teachers to school. And if you know the area well, you will know that all of those schools in the out districts outside of Dangriga town, it's mostly teachers from Dangriga. The teachers never made to get their allowance, and you never made a current in a school. That is the record of the People's United Party. The UDP came in and rescued that. When I went to Georgetown, Mr. Casemiro, the principal, I was on tour and I was actually at another primary school in the area, and he came to me and said, Minister, you have to come. You have to come and see my school. And you know where Georgetown Technical was, Madam Speaker? In a thatched roof, little shack with mud floors across the other side from where Georgetown is now. More along the lines of where Richard Quinn, I think the school is called, the primary school is. That was the record of the PUP. They start one school and put the children under a mud hut, no floor, with thatched roof. That is the record of the People's United Party. And although I promised my friend, the member from Stan Creek West, not to bring it up again, he owned the land where the school from a bill pan, and he made the whole thing. They had to put down a foundation 2 times. Because when they start to build the school pan, they'll tell her, bye. Oh, no. Anyway, they had to scrap the entire foundation, $100,000 wasted. And we had to start the project over. Now when you pass Georgetown Technical, you see a state-of-the-art institution. I believe I can comfortably say that that is one of the best campuses known to this country for a high school. And we are grateful to the European Union for that. All of those schools, yeah, because it's not the government alone that does these things, you know, Doc. It is also the government and its partners. Let me tell you, I hear them touting their new relationship with Gulisi Museum. You know, abandon Gulisi. The Ministry of Education and Culture had a project where they were championing these indigenous schools. There was one, I think it was called Chumulkin. Correct, I remember from Toledo West, down in your area. Chumulkin. And then there was Gulisi School, right there beside the museum. I don't know, abandon the relationship, will not follow through on the things they want to do at all. That is the PUP's record about free education and partnering with government-owned schools. No, like so good. Independence High School, staying with the South. Crowded, Madam Speaker. I heard the minister talking about Belmopan being the largest high school, comprehensive. It is the largest high school now because of the measures of the United Democratic Party that alleviated the situation in Independence, where 1,200 students attended Independence High School, the largest, and because of the whole banana production that goes on down there, a lot of immigrant children came in. Bella Vista was the biggest primary school, over 1,000 children, and all of those children, and all of them on the Valley Road and on the surrounding areas from Monkey River and all of the areas, Bella Vista, everybody, Trio, everybody came to independence. The reason why you can talk about Bella Vista High School, you don't got no shame. I see the minister going and cut ribbon, you don't know how the school get there. But you add it up and eat up like you don't know about it. If you up to you, Independence High School, me still they run over. Because you don't never care about the government schools. No, all of a sudden they talk about, yeah. Eat up, free education. Frauds. It was the UDP who assisted with the European Union to build Georgetown, to build Bella Vista High School. To help Independence High School as well. That is why now you can say all of these schools will be on E-up. If me up to none and even exists. You want me to go north? You want me to go west? Let me tell you about school feeding. It's shameful what you did. I raised that in the house the last time. What you did to the program, but you spoke ill about my friend. You spoke ill about my friend John Berger. I'm a for Dangri, got your friend too? And your voter, man, lad. Mr. Speaker. John Berger would never vote for you. But maybe he tell you that, maybe he sells some dreams because I know how to go and have to look like when they get support for give the people or something. And John Berger is a hard worker. I don't appreciate that you cast aspersions on his credibility at all and his ability to prepare some of the most delicious meals. That was a most wicked thing to do, my brother. But when you condemn the man program, the man was feeding 200 children in Dangriga. We were feeding 800 children in Belize City. We were feeding people in the River Valley when we amalgamated the schools there. That is the record of the UDP with government institutions. We were paying 100% of the salaries of all the teachers in the government schools. Yes, well, apparently we'll never hear. I say it as much times as I have to say it to make you understand. No, you boast about. In fact, we were paying for applications because we found out that one of the problems with children getting into our schools was that they did not have the monies to pay for applications. The UDP did that. We allowed children to apply to government schools for free. There was a project in the pipeline to provide all of those students with a device that would eventually be loaded with a platform to share all of their textbooks so they don't have to carry the heavy textbooks, and you killed it. No hustle, boss. You could say what you want about me. One thing you can't say is that I thief, which is probably why people get jumpy just now because I talk about them thief. You can't say that about me. Please. You will have your time to talk, no problem. No problem. But no pull my tongue too hard for that one, because you might be surprised as to what I have to say. Don't pull my tongue. The UDP's record was to double school transportation in all of those areas. The UDP's record in the north was to put school runs to some of the most remote parts of your own constituencies now. The member from Orange Walk could attest to that. The member from Orange Walk East, the member from Orange Walk South will all tell you that school runs didn't exist in those areas under the PUP. My friend, the deputy leader of the UDP, will tell you as it relates to the villages around Corozal. In fact, all of those children had to come to school to CCC in the town, and there was no school transportation for them. They will tell you in Corozal Southeast as well and Corozal Southwest that bus runs were given out hand over fist to make sure that those children got to school at Escuela Mexico and at the Adventist High School and at CCC where the need was and at Presbyterian Cornerstone. My friend, the member from Corozal Southeast, will tell you that we gave assistance to the Baptist High School in Sartineja. So I wanted to do that, nothing new. San Viator, you could ask that Dashonush, you could ask. You know, like, boy, it's the first, the word free education. Stop it, tell the people the truth. Tell the people the truth. I'll get off there for that topic on education because I want to talk about two other things for education. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I want to deal with school finance reform quickly. Again, it is important that we look at what happened on our school finance reform because there is a grave issue that I feel the government is engaging on that is a mistake. I am not giving this advice out of any ill will. I want you to understand that I believe firmly in improving education in this country. And you know, Mr. Speaker, even though we get here and we jar, the Minister of Education and I have a very good relationship. He was my predecessor in the ministry, and then he became my successor in the ministry. So for the last, I would imagine, almost the last 20 years, it's only Fonseca and Faber that have been at that ministry. So we know what's going on. Sorry, Doc, I didn't mean to exclude you. But the problem with your EOP initiative is that you do not take into consideration equity over equality. And let me take a minute to explain that. In order for these initiatives to work for the Belizean children or for the Belizean people in general, we have to give more attention to trying to distribute the resources of education equitably as opposed to equally. There are some children who need more attention than others. And there are some areas of our country that need more attention and support than others. And when you put on a blanket approach like you are attempting to do with EOP, you will create wastage and you will create inefficiencies. And so I'm hoping that what I am sharing with you is falling on fertile ears and not deaf ears. There are some children who need tutoring, for instance. Let me make it simple for you. They need tutoring. They also need food. They need uniform. They need help with accessing the technology. They need everything. But then you also have some students who need nothing. They have good family support. They have good academic support. They went to some of the best preschools. They got a strong start. They don't need the help. They can afford to purchase a school bag. They can afford to purchase their uniforms. They can afford to purchase their devices. And when you take the resources and you give it to them, you are depriving potentially another student who needs all of that because of the blanket equal approach that this initiative seems to be taking. That is the difference between what you are doing and the difference between what, Mr. Speaker, the UDP did in school finance reform. The UDP's formula catered to all of those things that you mentioned are going to happen in the EOP program for these schools. And it worked for government-owned schools, and it worked for denominational schools. The schools received the monies based on a formula. If your school took in children who were not able to do things financially from their homes, you would get a little extra money in the formula for that child. If you took in children who did not have the best academic background and needs a lot of support, you would receive a little additional money for that child. That is what school finance reform did. That was how those schools in the south of Belize benefited so tremendously. And they were able to pull themselves up and do things for children in those schools that never happened before. But your way of doing things will blanketly spread money. And I don't want to remind the Prime Minister, maybe he will tell us again, he will shoot himself in the foot again and tell you about the wastage that he claims is happening in the Ministry of Education to train teachers or to pay teachers who aren't functioning. Not my words, his, repeatedly. And his Minister of State, Chris Coy, who nailed it on the teachers and tell them basically, we're spending all this money and not getting the best bang for our buck, on the waste time, on not to teach. But that's thy boss word, so can't blame him. The record of the UDP as it relates to teacher training. When I became minister, there were 30% trained teachers in the primary schools and far lower in the secondary schools. You want to know what we did in 13 years? By the time the 13-year period was over, training for primary school students was up to almost 90%. And you know why? Because the government of Belize, under the UDP, invested in our teachers. We created programs with all our partners to offer the CERTED program to train the teachers. You know how much the teachers paid? Very little, if they did pay anything. Next to zero. The banana support program of the EU, again, gave a lot to train teachers. We had almost 100% trained teachers in the secondary schools in in Stan Creek. All across the country, the Belize Adventist College helped us in training teachers for the North. Corozal Community College helped us in training teachers for the North. Galen and UB helped us to train teachers in the east, the central part of Belize City, and also in the west. This is the record of the UDP. You know, they want to tell me, want to know what we do for the 13 years. That's why I'm sharing it. I'm sharing it. That is the record of the UDP all across the country. So when they talk about, well, I don't need to go back. I did it already. You want to tell me I don't say it? Not this time, but the last time, the record of free education, free tuition under Mr. Esquivel. It was the UDP who paid for the 6 CXCs for the students. Uno not only kill the subsidy to the students, uno kill the CXC. That's the other thing. I don't know how the Minister of Education could get up and talk a whole lot of nonsense about quality. I'll wait to hear Doc say what he has to say on it. Uno talk about quality. Uno have no way of measuring quality. The people, he's a good man. That no means the policy is good. I'm trying to help him, and maybe I shouldn't be so harsh on you. You are my friend, Doc. But Lord, they do no supervision. District centers can, when I ask questions, then they tell you, no supervision. No supervision is happening in the schools. None. Under the UDP watch, we used to send in inspectors. There was an inspectorate at the secondary level that used to go in and check to see that the schools are performing with quality. When the PUP came in, they killed that. No school inspections are going on. The primary schools are free to roam. Ask for your competency-based curriculum. The teachers are lost and tell you they can't even provide a written copy of it because only one know it in our head. Where can I get a copy of the curriculum? Can you send it to me, Doc? You consulted with us, but we never saw the document. You ask the teachers if they know about the curriculum. And if you say they know, then they must be lying. Or they are confused. Maybe you all know, but the teachers are telling you that your guidance in the ministry is lost. We used to do inspections in these schools at least 2 or 3 times over a span of years. I think it's at least 1 every 3 years. You all kill that. How do you know what quality the teachers are giving in the schools if you don't hold them? That is why the Prime Minister is forced to make the statements that he makes, or not forced, he do it because I don't know what they game really. I don't understand. You blame the teachers, but you don't do your jobs in the Ministry of Education. You don't go out there and make sure that they do what they ought to be doing. That's why the school inspectorate is so very important. You know this, my friend from Toledo West. You're an education officer, district manager, all of these things. You have to go into the school. You ask the teachers, the principal, when last they see the education officers come into the school. When they fail upon that, when they take out the PSC, which I would not quarrel with necessarily if you had some other method or mechanism to try to understand where the students are. How you know how the students then they perform? How you know? How you guess? How I perform? Oh, I see all the way from there how you perform? Well, I don't know. I know you'll get a chance, brother. I'm looking forward to hearing your answer. And I won't disappoint the Prime Minister. I'm here until 6 or until you finish. I promised you, right, Prime Minister? Because, yeah, we've been here for a while. How long are they talk now? Yeah, 2 hours? Okay. 2:30? 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, so I good for another 2 hours? That's their problem. I enjoyed a whole day listening to you all yesterday. Whole day. For my birthday. There's a meeting happening tomorrow? Oh, that's internal business, man. Don't get into that. But my friends, I reiterate to you, as I often do to my colleagues, the Minister and the Minister of State, that I have no ill will about what I say about education. I remain very committed to be called upon to work with the ministry. In fact, if you notice, I'm one of your top fans on the ministry's website. You know, Doc, you check it out, the Facebook page. Yeah, man. Because when I see good things happening, I will salute you. Go and check, you'll see. But when things aren't going the way they are to go, and then when you get you on to talk a whole lot of nonsense about EOP and schools where they add one and no one never do a damn thing, then I have to say. I could talk a bit about tourism. All I say, Mr. Speaker, sorry, on the tourism front is that I listened as the minister went off chronicling all the things that his ministry is doing. Imagine if Minister Fonseca or even the Prime Minister came in here and spoke so candidly, so blatantly even, about the Social Security Board's money and things that Social Security Board does. It's a quasi-government body. The Prime Minister will not get up here and tell you he do this and he do that out of Social Security Board money. Why? Because we know it is wrong. The Minister of Education will not get up in here and tell you what he does with UB's money. Because he knows that is wrong. So why in the world do we tolerate the Minister of Tourism to come here and to paint the picture like he runs the Belize Tourism Board? And if he does, then that's a problem. And if you can't see it, something is wrong. And no disrespect to the BTB people, but there are rules that govern. The BTB is governed by a board. The BTB is not the Ministry of Tourism. All of you jump up and clap up and I don't want to take anything. The minister is a hard worker, you know. I believe. Not all of you we can say the same for. But Lord, man, that like he naked. Get right up and he tell you all that he does with the BTB money, even work on projects when not concern tourism, none at all. He pave entrance into the city because your South Minister and who are the other one? The mayor from Belize City, the quarrel, and none of them want to fix the street. So in to the rescue is the BTB minister. A BTB minister, we have to call her. You don't do that. You don't get up in this house. In fact, you had called on one of my colleagues who at the time was giving grants and so on, or he was involved with, anyway, with the airports authority giving grants. I want to clear that down. This man get up and tell you how he fix football field, how he take the money and give it to scholarship recipients, how he do all sorts of things with the BTB money. All I want to sit down there and clap. The man that broke the law, if that is what he's doing. But all of you sit down and applaud him. Goodness. Madam, Mr. Speaker, they need to do things differently. I will be kind and I will wrap up. But before I do, let me talk a bit about the wonderful people of the Collet constituency. Some of the smartest people in this country who can withstand all the badgering that you provide, all the monies that you sent. No, they know the pave none, then the cement one. Then the cement one. In fact, I brought a direct message to you and your council, the newly elected, but the mayor is, you know, I can call the mayor. That's one thing I can tell you. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm coming here to complain on him, because I can pick up the phone and call Bernard Wagner, and I will do that. The streets are in a very, very terrible situation right now. On the corner, drop some big stone, go on a street extension. The people, they can't even walk. They can't even walk, and they go on a street extension. Oh, so you must want to talk another 2 hours. I could do it. The people on the people on most of these streets where you dump these big hard rocks, they can't walk. The dust is killing our people. They are sick. They have all kind of asthma after they rushed in a hospital in the middle of the night. No, that's the thing. I spoke to great lengths to tell you that what is the reality on your projects don't seem to be the reality of the people. Because when they go to the hospital, when you have to go buy an asthma pump, NHI no deal with that. Because they come to me. But I will respond to you in a minute, PM, and I want to talk about a particular issue though, and I want to bring it to your attention, Prime Minister. I believe you know already, but I want to bring it to your attention, and I want to bring it to the attention of my friend, the member from Cayo South, who is the Minister of Everything Infrastructure, it looks like. I even saw that there's a meeting next week for us to listen to the minister or to get his opinion on how the works for renovating the National Assembly should go. We had to come to a meeting to get his advice. Yes, he's an architect, yes, and individually, but that is not the job of the Ministry of, anyway, that's an aside, but I will call on him. There is a situation, and just for the record, Prime Minister, there are no streets, well, let me rephrase it, there are no situations of London bridges in the Collet constituency, save those over the Crewman Lagoon. So you wanted to know what the UDP did, and I'll give credit also to my predecessor, Remigio Montejo. There are no situations of London bridges, hear me, in Collet other than over Crewman Lagoon, which is right up the street from my office. In fact, I know that you visited the area before the elections. Well, you never gone up on the London Bridge, but you're going wrong. Hear me again. There are no London bridges in the Collet area save the Crewman Lagoon. Those over the Crewman Lagoon. The situation over the Crewman Lagoon is one that is not healthy. It is not safe. And so I am making the appeal. Please, make we save all of the talking. I want to save it. I want to save you from it. They talk about, oh, what happened for 13 years, blah, blah, blah. I already told you we worked, but there are people who are living and the situation is getting worse by the day. A few years ago, you will all remember that there was a terrible tropical storm or depression or whatever it was. And in fact, we had to send the Coast Guard to rescue some of the residents off the lagoon who had made the lagoon their home. They live on stilts over the lagoon. They walk on the London bridges to get to their homes. And because there are no streets, you can't put up no street, you can't put up no lamppost, you can't put up no pipes, because the area is a government reserve. You know this as being the former Minister of Natural Resources, Prime Minister. And these people live in a deplorable condition. When you walk on the bridge to go to their homes, all you smell is human feces. You walk on dog feces. These are situations where children have to go to school. We have a school right at the back there. Thanks to Patrick Farber again, since you want to know what we do, what I did for 13 years. Unity Presbyterian, who I understand on a chance up because of Patrick Farber School, Doc Lord, man. Well, not the credit union, because but that is not the government, Henry. Yeah. Well, that's because of our common denominator, Dr. Bob. But the situation is terrible. They have no water. They have a standing pipe on Iguana Street extension, Antelope extension, and they have to connect their little hoses and try to get water to their homes. It is illegal squatting. It has happened for years, but the situation there is untenable. And I want to make the appeal to have somebody from the government come and meet with the community so that we can talk about what can happen there. I have said to them, Mr. Speaker, that the ideal thing is for them to not live there. I make no apologies about that. I have said that to them in no uncertain terms. It's unsafe, it's unhealthy. Halcro International did a study there some years ago to tell us that this lagoon is a catchment area for the entire city. So that if we fill that lagoon and do what the residents want us to do, the whole city will be in a problem. But people are desperate to survive, so then go. I watched it on Google Maps. The amount of new encroachments that are there from since the last time that the storm was there and we had counted the number of homes that were back there is growing. And it's not only growing on the Antelope Street side, it's also growing on the Iguana Street side. It's growing on the highway between where the militia hall is and Farmers Road. It's growing on Madam Liz behind the other side of the lagoon. People are encroaching and people are making it their homes, and I am afraid that a disaster will happen, so I am begging. I have met with the community. In fact, when that tropical storm happened, there was an offer on the part of the government to have people move. We were offering them land in Cotton Tree, I think, at the time. And we were offering support to help to move their belongings and so on, and naturally people did not move. They insisted on staying there. But the conditions there, my friends, are terrible, and so I am asking. I am also asking Prime Minister for us to maybe do something in the interim to help the situation with them who live back there. It by no means justifies the fact that it is illegal squatting and that it is something that I think we could work out in a different way. But the situation health-wise is untenable. The situation, no light there back there, the bridge weak. Even if we could do something to help, I have told them that through the Constituency Development Fund or Community Development Fund, that we will help to build a decent bridge. But I don't want it to appear that we are making it okay for people to live there, because I saw you not just now and you agree that it's not a safe place for people to live. But there is human life, and there are children and women, and so we have to try to do something. So I will come and ask for some support with that, and I also need some technical assistance maybe from my friend from Kayo South in order to help to construct a decent temporary bridge so that the children can come out to go to school and so on. And then let us talk about working on a larger plan. They've also asked me to ask you, Prime Minister, and maybe the Minister with responsibility for public utilities, I'm not even sure who it is now. Is it the member from Kayo North? To maybe assist in helping to move or to add an additional standpipe. There is one at the entrance, but if one could be put a little further down one of the bridges, because it is a matter of sanitation as well. If you go back there, it's a really terrible situation, and I make these points to point out too that people blame the air. I can't do anything to help those people other than the things that I am asking you to help me to do, because again, I don't believe that it is a healthy situation. Before I sit down, let me place on record to you, Prime Minister, and to the government our appreciation for the community development funds. These monies are not a gift from you to us, but we are grateful that you have, in the last few years, I think, followed the good lead of the Right Honorable Dean Barrow in making sure that representatives get a little bit. I repeat it because growth is gradual. When I first became a representative 21 years ago, I'll tell you what we got. Nothing, not even the office monies. We got nothing. We get one grant now for buy computer and I will give credit on not like when I call name, but I call this name purposefully. Ralph Fonseca. Ralph Fonseca was kind enough to give us little office equipment, and he was the one who we lobbied to, and the government eventually gave us the $2,300 to open our office, and that was all that we got. That is midstream in my first term in opposition, when I first got there, and then we never got the kind of salaries we would get now. You were getting like $12,000 a year, imagine, when I got here. So everybody, even the backbenchers, then they do very good now. Yes, that's what I'm saying. But when I got in, when I spent like almost a year without the raise. That's why I had to be teaching as well. But you are right, the raise did come, and so we get it. Then the Prime Minister take back 10%, which still has not been adjusted up to now. It was 42,000 for representatives, and then they took it down to 38 something because of austerity. Just pointing that out. But I'm getting back there, so I ran 5 miles on Monday, just so you know. But it was the UDP under the Right Honorable Dean Barrow who gave the $4,000 community vote, I think 3,000 community and 1,000 for sporting activities. So that is what I'm talking about when I say you are building on what the Right Honorable Dean Barrow did. But there is no question, there is no doubt that the Community Development Fund is very, very helpful. We have been able to equip practically all. I think we have 2 left, and I have that to deliver today. Our teachers at Unity Presbyterian and Grace Primary all received a laptop. We are giving many students, we've given over 75 laptops to students to help to bridge the digital divide. We're assisting our schools, Unity Presbyterian with land filling and their fence. We've helped with the infrastructure at Grace Primary as well. We've given countless numbers of assistance to people for medical reasons and for housing assistance to help them to fix their roofs and their sidings and all of that. We've been able to, if you're not busy on Easter Sunday, Prime Minister, you're welcome to come to Unity Presbyterian for Easter egg hunt for the children. But we have a lot of activities in our constituency now. We have been able to retrofit portions of our office to have a doctor's office now, and we will be doing a lot of activities for senior citizens and all of that. But before I start telling you what I will do, which is why you can't beat me, I will stop there, but know that I am grateful, and the people of Collet are grateful for what is due to them, but of course, in your wisdom, sir, you grant these monies as you should do. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I salute all the people of my wonderful constituency of Collet. I thank all of those who continue to come out, because you tried your best. Only this Bali, Jules Vasquez, are your friend, PM? Are you Bali? Jules Vasquez? Continues to try to blame Father for the UDP's loss. Well, I will tell him that even when I'm not here, the PUPs can't beat me there. That should give you a signal. He is saying, I should bring out. He's a waste of time. And I've learned not to pay too much attention to people who pontificate on radio and TV, and I've never put their names on a ballot, because they know everything. They know all kind of things, but they can never put their names on a ballot because they know what the outcome will be. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your patience. I thank the substantive speaker as well for her patience in my presentation today. Thank you. God's blessings to all.
I recognize the member from Fort George.
A man can't stay here, member for Caribbean Shores. Mr. Speaker, I want to commiserate with you and Madam Speaker, who had to take a break. I want to commiserate with all of the Belizeans in the gallery that had to go through that 2 hours and 50 minutes of rambling and ranting, and I don't know what it is he was trying to do today. As a matter of fact, in the time it took to make his presentation, the PUP paved another street and the PUP built another house. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have been given the unenviable task to follow the member from Collet. Like I said, it was a lot of ranting, it was a lot of noise, it was a lot of screeching. But in reality, it was a whole lot of nothing. It reminded me, Mr. Speaker, of Shakespeare in Macbeth. I don't know if you read that one, Mr. Speaker. But in Macbeth, Shakespeare said, it was a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, but signifying nothing. A tale told by an idiot, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, it seemed that the member from Collet wanted to give a history lesson. And maybe that is his objective, to become a history professor in one of the universities that he is studying in. But he have to finish school first, Mr. Speaker. Because he look like he can't finish school yet. He have to at least finish school before he could try to teach history. And what he did today really was a disservice to the nation, because he tried to mislead the nation on a number of issues. And I will only point out a few of them, Mr. Speaker. He spoke about the unemployment rate and how it is calculated. But what he failed to tell the nation is this new methodology, this new calculation was actually started under his administration, under the UDP administration. This is not something that the PUP brought in, Mr. Speaker. It was done by the UDP. But the reason why they didn't even try to implement it or make it public is because no matter what calculation that they did, unemployment was still going up and up and up under the UDP. And he cannot deny that. It does not matter the methodology, it does not matter the calculation. Under the UDP, unemployment was going up. And Mr. Speaker, for him to call Belizeans that are not actively seeking work criminals, Mr. Speaker. He got up in this house and said, all Belizeans, all you Belizeans, and I hope for the record everyone was listening, that if you are a Belizean and you are not looking for work, the member for College called you a criminal. Disgusting, right? Mr. Speaker, he spoke about the debt to GDP ratio and said that that is an unimportant statistic. But, Mr. Speaker, if the debt to GDP is too high, you cannot meet your debt obligations, you run the risk of financial default as a country, you will not be able to borrow both bilaterally and multilaterally if your debt is too high. It is an indicator that you have to bring down the debt to GDP, Mr. Speaker. And then he spoke about the purchase, the reacquisition of the port of Belize, and I am very proud to stand here and support the reacquisition of the port of Belize on behalf of the people of Belize. And unlike what was done with BTL, where the market value by international appraisers was $100 million for BTL, and they paid Michael Ashcroft $600 million for BTL. 610 million. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. That is like somebody trying to sell their vehicle for $10,000 and you show up and give that person $61,000. Of course they will take the $61,000 over the $10,000, Mr. Speaker. They cannot hide from that fact of what they did in office. And let's not forget that that deal was brokered right before a general election was called, and it was done in a private hotel room in Miami, Mr. Speaker. Nobody knows who was there. Nobody knows what was done. Nobody knows what was promised. This was done in private. It was done in secret. It was done without the knowledge of the Belizean people. A couple more things, Mr. Speaker, because really I didn't want to go into too much detail, and I leave my colleague from Dangriga to go into how he misled the Belizean nation on education. But a couple more things, Mr. Speaker. He said that there was the over-taxation, Mr. Speaker, but collecting more taxes without raising taxes is a result of three different things, Mr. Speaker. One, you have better tax collection. The loopholes were closed to make sure that the taxes that were out there were collected. Two, it shows a confidence in the Belizean economy, a confidence that was missing for many, many years, Mr. Speaker. And three, it shows the increased purchasing power of the Belizean people, putting more money into the pockets of the Belizean people, raising the minimum wage to $5, Mr. Speaker. This is what the PUP government did to make sure that the Belizean people can afford and can have a decent living. Right, Prime Minister, over 35,000 Belizeans benefited from the raise in the minimum wage. He even brought up Santi. Well, I know Santi come out and endorse Mayor Bernard Wagner, so maybe they're hurted by that. But the truth is that Santi has made known all over the place that the reason why he had to shut down his business is because of the practices of the previous administration under the Honorable Dean Barrow, the Prime Minister, in which he raised import duty on the businesses that Santi had by over 200%. That is why his business crippled. That is why it is for sale now. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of NHI, and I cannot believe that the member can come in here and criticize NHI when his constituents, so many residents of Collet, benefit from national health insurance, Mr. Speaker. What he failed to tell the nation is that under the UDP, they rolled back NHI. They took away services under NHI. They made sure that Belizean people did not have the same health care availability as under the PUP as they did under their NHI program. They are the ones that scale back, that roll back, that reduce the services that NHI provided. And now, under this budget, under this administration, with further investment of $35 million in national health insurance, NHI is being rolled out all over the country, Mr. Speaker, to benefit those in Orange Walk, Corozal, Northside, Belize City, Mr. Speaker, San Pedro, Kikaka. All of these persons will be able to register under NHI now. He spoke about infrastructure projects, but what he failed to tell the nation again is that under the UDP there was only one contractor getting all of these contracts. Emer Hernandez. One contractor, Mr. Speaker. And he also failed to tell the nation that they created what was called Belize Infrastructure Limited. And you know why they did that? Was so that they can bypass the regulations that brought in accountability and transparency. They wanted to go around those regulations. They wanted contracts to be approved that didn't have the scrutiny, the oversight of the National Assembly and of the Contractor General. So they created this limited liability company to bypass good governance practices, Mr. Speaker. But I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that this is what the member from Khaled came in to do, to distract, to deflect, to try to create a false narrative, Mr. Speaker, because the fact of the matter is that under the People's United Party, for the last 3 years, he cannot criticize. And he cannot deny the fact that the Belizean people, they stay upon track, Mr. Speaker. It is shown very clearly that on March 6, that they want to continue the work of the People's United Party. So he's been in this honorable house for 21 years. Can you believe that? 21 years. And in reality, he has shown no type of maturity. He has shown no type of growth. He again showed himself to be a petulant child, coming in here and trying to distract and trying to create a false narrative of what is happening in the country, Mr. Speaker. So, with that, can I please now turn to this budget, Mr. Speaker? I'm allowed, right? Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution on behalf of the amazing people of Fort George. Some of whom are in the gallery today, to the draft estimates for revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 24-25. And I ask your indulgence for me to refer to my notes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as always, I give thanks to the Almighty, and I am guided by the great leaders of the past and the lessons they imparted. And so, with your indulgence, I would like to wish the former Prime Minister and longtime area representative of Fort George, the Right Honorable Syed Musa, belated birthday greetings as he celebrated his 80th birthday on Tuesday. His oratorial and debating skills are second to none, Mr. Speaker, and many of his quotes are infamous and still regularly make the rounds on social media. What the man say, no watch me. Don't say. Mr. Speaker, over the last 2+ days, we have heard a lot of numbers. And while I want to speak about a few of them, not too many, I want more to focus on the people and how this budget impacts them. This budget, Mr. Speaker, is an investment in the Belizean people. It is an investment in the future of our country. The title of this year's budget is Staying on Track. And certainly, as I said just now, just over 2 weeks ago, on March the 6th, the people of Belize said in a resounding voice that they are staying on track. Belize, I have to say thank you. Thank you for not only staying on track, but also accelerating and widening the gap. I continue to be amazed by you. I continue to be humbled by your support. And the people who continue to inspire me, the people who continue to blaze their fire every single day, are the residents of Fort George. You are the reason. You are the reason I get to stand in this honorable house today and fight for you. I thank you for motivating me, for reminding me that every resident in our area is deserving of my best effort, and for keeping Fort George strong. Mr. Speaker, there are so many of them, but allow me to acknowledge a few here. I see Scotty there, Scotland. Carol, Dennis. Yole, Molly, you're here. Salsa, here. Miss Penny, here. And many others who are tuning in. And of course, to my family, the source of my strength. There are no easy days in politics, but they are my anchor during these rough waters. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Longzert, sorry, you're blending into the chair, Mr. Longzert. I didn't see you. Mr. Speaker, at the heart of Plan Belize, the pillars of Plan Belize are health, education, land, housing, and jobs. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I am especially happy that Michelle Sedasi is here representing her mother, Judith, who received a new home thanks to the Ministry of Infrastructure Development. And I am happy that Jenna McKay is here. She is a top bartender and wants to start her own business. She participated in a training course for single mothers and wants to now see how the new legislation benefiting MSMEs will help her to fulfill her dream. Congratulations, Jenna. I am happy to see Miss Cassandra Jones here. Cassandra works for NEMO in Belize City, and she's also finishing up her bachelor's degree at the University of Belize, thanks to help from the Ministry of Education. And thank you so much, Minister, for helping out Cassandra in her dream. She wants to go on to do her master's degree, Mr. Speaker. These are all incredible women. They are all success stories from Fort George, Mr. Speaker. This is the budget in action. This is Plan Belize in action. This is tangible proof that by serving the people, that by being soldiers of social justice, we can transform the lives of Belizeans. And isn't that why we are here? To add value to people's lives? It is an awesome responsibility. The people have placed their hope and confidence in the PUP, and by the grace of God, we will not let them down. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, in addition to presenting the budget for 24-25, also gave a report on the state of the Belizean economy. And this report, Mr. Speaker, is verified by our international partners and independent agencies. So when a member from Mesopotamia, the interim leader of the opposition, we don't know how long that tag will be, spoke on Wednesday, like Disney, it was all make-believe. It was all fantasy. He called it a budget of lies, a silly statistical game of deceit. And Mr. Speaker, while the opposition can certainly criticize the spending priorities in a budget, for the leader of the opposition to come in here and try to discredit the hard-working public officers who did all the technical work, to attack them in the way that he did, was quite disgusting. But it once again showed his depraved mentality, his abusive pattern of behavior. He said he didn't get any sleep, but the real reason he didn't get any sleep or he couldn't sleep is because he knows that they are coming for him. Yellow Man is only the first member for Mesopotamia, and no deed of settlement will save you. Imagine this. The leader of the opposition is so afraid of a fellow UDP that he is forcing him to sign a deed of settlement that prevents Yellow from going into Mesopotamia. It forbids Yellow from talking about him or talking about the UDP publicly or privately in perpetuity. In perpetuity, Mr. Speaker, forever. Exactly. Just 2.5 weeks ago, he contested the elections in Belize City on behalf of the United Democratic Party. He lost significantly, but nevertheless, he's a UDP. And what is the leader of the opposition offering Yellow for a lifetime of silence? $7,500. That half down, a half, and then you don't get nothing if you talk. The member from Mesopotamia, and I'm sure the member from Khaled will agree.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, this is not relevant to the budget at all. This man is now talking about UDP internal politics. What does that have to do with the budget?
Go finish your food, member from Khaled. Go finish. Yeah. The member from Mesopotamia, and I'm sure the member from Khaled agrees, is an embarrassment to his party. And as a country witness, nobody on that side wants to be associated with him. It was a vote of no confidence on Wednesday when he presented, and a pathetic solo performance. But the question is, who was he performing for? Could it be his new favorite +1, Daddy Ashcroft? Yes, as Channel 7 pointed out, it seems that the member from Mesopotamia has replaced Diddy with Daddy. But facts are stubborn things, Mr. Speaker. It is important that we collect as much data as possible so that as policymakers we can make data-driven decisions. So let's look at a few of the statistical facts that the opposition cannot counter. 1, economic growth. For 2023, it was measured at 4.5%. In the 2 years before, it was 8.7% and 17.9% respectively, for an average growth rate over the last 3 years of 10.4%. Compare that to the average annual growth rate under the UDP of 1.7%. Even with all the Petrocarib and BNE bonanza, the economy contracted under the UDP for 3 years, and Belize was in a prolonged recession. The unemployment rate, Mr. Speaker, reduced from 14% in 2020 to 3.4% in 2023. At no time under the UDP did unemployment go below 6.6%. The job market has had a remarkable recovery. Add to that the increase in the minimum wage of $5 per hour, and as the Prime Minister just said, benefiting over 35,000 Belizean workers with a 51% increase in their per hour salary. One more statistic, Mr. Speaker. When the PUP took office, the actual outturn in the economy revealed a primary deficit of 10.81% and an overall deficit of 12.82%. Look at the figures from this past year. In the approved budget for 2023-24, last year's budget, the projection was for a primary surplus of 0.39%, a primary surplus of 0.39%. The actual projected outturn is now projected to be a primary surplus of 1.22%. Now, it might seem 0.39 to 1.22 is a small difference. But in reality, in the primary surplus area alone, it represents more than $50 million, Mr. Speaker. Again, a testament of the fiscal prudence and fiscal discipline of the John Briceño administration. Mr. Speaker, these are only a few of the economic indicators that serve as benchmarks for the economic well-being of our country. As I've said in previous presentations, when the PUP was elected in November 2020, we did not grieve. We rolled up our sleeve and we got to work. The UDP gave up. They threw in the towel. They bankrupted the country. and tried to wash their hands of the numerous fiscal sins they committed while in office. It is amazing to listen to the member from Collet. It is amazing to see the display from the member of Corozal North who didn't even bother to come this week. Maybe they have amnesia. It certainly seems that way for the member from Corozal North who cannot recall or refuses to answer the Senate Select Committee on all the questionable land transactions that happened 1 week before the general election in 2020. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have spoken about the 3 R's: rescue, recover, and reposition. In order to rescue an economy on the brink of economic collapse, some hard decisions had to be made in 2021. But faster than anyone could have predicted, the recovery has happened. This is so because of the prudent management of the economy and the hard work and confidence of our public officers and by extension, the Belizean people. It is now time to reposition and revive the Belizean economy, to make the best use of our comparative advantages and to prepare for the challenges ahead. And these challenges, Madam Speaker, are met with resilience and fortitude because of our public service. The most valuable asset of Belize is our Belizean people. Belize is a nation of workers. Our national prayer speaks about endeavors that tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. The father of the nation, the Right Honorable George Price, spoke often about the value of hard work and the giant task of nation building. 2 of his most famous quotes are, "Serve the people" and "Wake up and work." If we are to continue on this path of national development, then we must embrace and promote these ideals, Madam Speaker. And since this is Women's Month, I want to proudly say that 53% of the heads of unit, heads of government, and deputies are women. This is so even though in the public service on a whole, the reverse is true. 53% of workers in the public service are men. But when they get to the head honchos there, 53% are women. In the Ministry of the Public Service, the ratio jumps to 75%. Yes, man. Yes, 9 out of 12 department heads are women. Special mention to Chief Election Officer Josephine Tamai, who also celebrated her birthday this week, Madam Speaker. Special mention and congratulations to her for successfully guiding this country through another free and fair national municipal election. Her leadership, professionalism, and dedication set the bar very high. Let me also say, Madam Speaker, thanks to the public officers and the police officers for their excellent work on March the 6th. On Tuesday, I was invited to the IDB office in Belize City to launch the Women's Leadership Boost Your Skills and Drive Change initiative. This pilot project has come at an opportune time, as the POP administration is serious about the meaningful engagement and empowerment of women. And the administration recognizes the key role women play in the sustainable growth of the public service and the nation as a whole. It is critical that as a government, we create more opportunities for women, challenge gender biases and stereotypes, and provide support for women to develop the necessary skills. It is important so that all young Belizean women, like my daughter Sophia, can have the same opportunities and be leaders. Madam Speaker, the mission of the ministry covering the portfolios given to me is to establish, manage, and promote sound human resource management, good governance, free and fair electoral management, and service excellence through innovation and reform for a modernized Belize public service. The work being done at the ministry would not be possible without a strong, committed team. From the members of Hermes, who make sure that the salaries of public officers are processed, to the record management unit, who somehow keep all public officers' P-files in order, to the secretarial staff, especially Ms. Christine Hyde, who keeps my workday and weekly schedule on track. This team is quite incredible. And we have a humble and effective leader, a leader who listens, he analyzes, and he delivers. I am grateful to CEO Rolando Zetina. Thank you, my brother. And Madam Speaker, if you indulge me, I want to read into the record a reflection from Ms. Hyde on what public service means to her. She says, as I reflect on the purpose of public service in Belize, it serves to support the arms of government and is responsible for the implementation of policies of government through established legislation and guidelines. The Belize Public Service comprises of ministries and departments to execute the policies of the government in keeping with its political mandate. As a public officer in this ministry, I take my responsibilities very seriously and diligently. I implore on my fellow public officers to assess trends and developments in the country and to identify opportunities and approaches to deal with such trends, to reflect on the performance of the public service as a whole and evolve collective approaches to tackle emerging problems. Sensitize individuals to recognize their respective roles both individually and collectively in order to have a smooth management of the public service, and finally, to recognize the importance of their work to make meaningful contributions to our beautiful country, Belize. Thank you, Ms. Hyde, for this reflection. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to just summarize a few highlights from the ministry over the past year. Public service is not the most glamorous or well-paid of jobs, but it is about passion, a passion that you have for your country, a passion for service. Public officers are the face of government, the frontline service providers, and I want to thank each and every public officer for their resiliency, sacrifice, and hard work. I start with human resource management. Headed by Mr. Marcelino Choco, the HRM, in the HRM, a lot of work is being done to revamp the promotional guidelines. For too long, politics interfered in the process of putting the best persons in their positions. An improved procedure that derived from an empirical exercise features a three-pronged approach. 1, documentary evaluation. 2, written evaluation. And 3, in-person evaluation. This process provides an environment with selection by merit, and it eliminates the perceived subjectivity of a simple selection by an in-person assessment only. This process will be replicated to other recruitment and promotion that requires a position-based approach to recruitment and selection. A team headed by the HR manager undertook a tour of government offices to hear concerns of public officers, but also to assess the work being done to ensure that the most efficient and effective service is being provided to the Belizean people. Goals for this fiscal year include re-engineering the process flow to address the efficiency of the ministry to respond to its customers, digitization of records as part of establishing an electronic records management system to complement the new process flow, modernizing the HRM systems, processes, policies, and practices, and 4, updating the HR manual in tandem with a renewed HRM system. In a training and development unit, Madam Speaker, headed by Mrs. Sandra Diaz-Cadle, a historic launch of a formal induction training course for the Belize Public Service was done on the University of Belize's learning platform, and I certainly want to thank UB for partnering with MPS for this initiative. The induction training course officially welcomes and provides a strategic guide to inductees into their work environment. A total of 270 public officers have successfully completed their induction into this course and received e-certification. Cohort 3 is scheduled to start this month. 2, the restructuring and expansion of the clerical and secretarial promotional certificate programs to include a good governance and conflict resolution module. These programs are part of the promotional criteria for secretary 3s, second-class clerks, and technical clerks. we hope to include election day training in these the modules as well. 167 clerical and technical clerks completed this program, and it again was offered by the University of Belize. Professional Development Certification Program. The development of this program for first-class clerks, admin assistants, and admin officers in collaboration with Galen University, and I also would like to thank Galen for partnering with us. These trainings are offered by Galen for the Galen University Institute for Leadership Development and Lifelong Learning. A total of 90 public officers are in cohort 1, and this program was launched in January of this year. We have developed an election and boundaries development program module for the Belize Public Service in collaboration again with Galen University. These trainings are scheduled to commence this month. Also done by the training unit, off-boarding handbook and training manuals for the retirement process, and continued financial assistance for public officers who receive support in the form of study leave, financial assistance, and increments for higher qualification. Moving now to the Human Resource Management Information System, headed by Ms. Radisha Simpson. During the past few months, this unit has been a key partner in the processing of increments with its resumption on the 1st of April 2023. This process involved verification checks to ensure that all outstanding performance appraisal reports were conducted and that salaries were verified. The unit also piloted the MyGOB leave management module in collaboration with the e-governance unit. The project was undertaken to streamline the application and approval of vacation and sick leave in the public service, thereby transitioning the system from strictly paper-based to a more accessible and efficient web-based system. Moving on to the Employee Assistance Program, Madam Speaker. The EAP unit is headed by Ms. Caetano, and we have added new staff to this unit. We also hope to add or increase the cadre of practitioners by 6 this year. 2 new psychiatrists and 4 mental health practitioners. I cannot underscore enough the importance of this unit for public officers, Madam Speaker. We have currently over 200 public officers benefiting from this unit. They have launched a remarketing of the EAP to make sure that all public officers, all departments are aware of the services being provided by this unit. And as I said, since April 2023 to date, the EAP has provided services to 209 public officers. Turning now to the Job Classification and Compensation Unit, headed by Ms. Gill. This unit has conducted organizational developmental review for the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Transport, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Attorney General's Ministry, and other departments. It includes the designing of current organizational charts, critiquing the weaknesses within the structures, and propose new organizational designs. Designing both current and proposed charts depicting proper span of control, clear reporting relationships, and career path. Developing standardized job descriptions, setting the authorized number of job positions required to fulfill the mandate of the ministry or the department being reviewed. The unit has also participated in strategic meeting sessions with other departments and other ministries to analyze and restructure their plans and structure, to create units and positions and facilitate the development of job descriptions for all positions being requested, and initiating the process of upgrading positions within the Ministry of Human Development for all the social work positions across the 3 departments within the ministry. Madam Speaker, only a couple more. We won't go into all 12. Customer Service and Quality Assurance Unit, headed by Ms. Freya Param. Madam Speaker, I want to highlight this unit because I feel that enough is not done for public officers who retire from the service after giving so many years to the service, or even those that celebrate 10, 15, 20, 25 years in the service. I am proud that we were able to develop the website and e-library for the Belize Public Service Walk of Recognition and Appreciation. This is for public officers, Madam Speaker, who serve the country with distinction for 35 years or more. I encourage all Belizeans, especially students, to visit this site to learn about these great women and men. The Good Governance Unit, Madam Speaker. The concept of the Good Governance Unit was established in Plan Belize to promote good governance practices throughout the public service, in addition to being the main focal point for all organizations dealing with anti-corruption and good governance initiatives. In the past year, the unit achieved significant milestones, continuing to play a pivotal role as the administrative and research arm of constitutional reform, and facilitating the second cycle review of UNCAC implementation. The head of the unit, Cesar Ross, and his staff complement strengthen international collaboration by liaising with organizations such as the UNODC, ECLAC, and the OAS, aiming to refine Belize's anti-corruption laws in alignment with global standards. The unit also actively participated in the 39th and 40th MESISIC Committee of Experts under the OAS to highlight Belize's dedication to transparency and accountability. For this fiscal year, Madam Speaker, the GGU will continue to work with international agencies, including Transparency International. In addition, a major project is the development of a national good governance agenda, including a national assessment and continued anti-corruption campaigns and training. And finally, Madam Speaker, religious affairs. That's the deputy favorite portfolio. So, what began as a suggestion for better communication has evolved into so much more. I am grateful to Bishops Bengoshe and Wright and the other members of the Council of Churches, as well as other faith partners who have advised and given me the opportunity to be that conduit for improved dialogue. This year, the small staff of 2 for religious affairs will assist with the registration of churches and with what we hope to do, a multi-faith summit later this year, Madam Speaker. That's right, a multi-faith summit. Madam Speaker, my colleagues have gone into great detail about all the good work happening in the various ministries. But allow me to mention some of the work done in Fort George, again looking at the pillars of Plan Belize. Healthcare, 35 million to fund continued expansion of NHI, which has gratefully been extended to the north side of Belize City, benefiting Fort George residents. I need to thank Minister Kevin Bernard for the assistance to our residents, getting them on the dialysis program and providing much needed help with other healthcare needs. In education, the continued expansion of the Education Upliftment Program has benefited students in the area. The devices donated to the schools in the area were also well received. Thank you, Minister Fonseca, for always answering the call to help Fort George students' education assistance. Land. 20,000 lots have been given out to first-time landowners all over this country, with 10,000 more coming. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister, for this awesome work that you are doing. More than 150 Fort George residents have been beneficiaries of this program, and we want to continue to get land to first-time landowners all over the country, and especially in Fort George. Housing. This past year, keys were handed over to 2 more residents of Fort George, bringing the total families receiving homes in the area to 11. As others have said before, this is a life-changing event. Thank you, Minister Julius Espat, for assisting these deserving families in Fort George. Employment. We say in Fort George that your skills pay your bills. 2 projects in the area, the Music Studio and the Fort George Artisan Alley, have allowed residents to hone their skills and improve the environment for income generation. Thank you, Minister Mala, for this investment in our people. Madam Speaker, I need to also thank Minister Dolores for the grocery bag program, and thank Minister Dolores also for always taking my call whenever I ask for more grocery bags. I don't always get the answer that I want, but at least the call is received. Minister Shebat and the team at e-governance for the establishment of the Digital Connect Center. I had the privilege of visiting with Standard 6 students last week as they were being trained in information technology. Thank you to the lecturers and to the Embassy of Taiwan and the Taiwanese technical team for making this a reality. And certainly I need to acknowledge Mayor Bernard Wagner and the Belize City Council for partnering to cement York Street, Pickstock Street, Victoria Street, and Mortuary Lane this past year, and for their support of the programs we have in the area, including the night market and events for mothers, fathers, and seniors. There is much more on the horizon in Fort George as we continue to work. Madam Speaker, as I come to the end of my remarks, I acknowledge that while much has been done, much more needs to be done. As soon as possible, we must sign the collective bargaining agreement with the joint union team. We need to get back around the table to discuss pension and comprehensive review of the compensation package in the public service. I need to thank the PSU president and the other union representatives for their patience on this matter. And I also, Madam Speaker, I also want to thank the Prime Minister for his leadership, for being a leader who listens. Unlike the previous Prime Minister, John Briceño sat and listened to the cane farmers. John Briceño sat and listened to the stevedores. Ask the stevedores how they were treated by the UDP with the riot squad and rubber bullets. Ask the cane farmers how they were treated by the UDP. Ask the family of Atanasio Gutierrez, Madam Speaker. I believe this year makes 15 years since he was gunned down. The difference is real, Madam Speaker. And that is why, even though he tried to interfere, the stevedores paid no attention to the leader of the opposition. They had suffered years under a receivership. They were not going to be the victims of a UDP deceivership. As the Deputy Prime Minister always reminds me, if we can continue to talk, we can resolve all differences. We can find all solutions. It takes recognition and it takes respect. Madam Speaker, the peaceful, constructive Belizean revolution led us to political independence. We are now in the midst of a new revolution, the Plan Belize revolution, the goal of which is economic and cultural independence. We are one people. We are one country. We are one Belize. Forever Belize. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Fort George, I support this budget. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Corozal Bay.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Before I get into my prepared remarks, I sat and listened to the representative of Colette, and that was an ordeal in itself. 2 hours and 50 minutes. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I must say, if I didn't know better, I would actually believe that our government is not doing anything for our people. He spoke endlessly about poverty, Madam Speaker. The most recent survey and study on multi-dimensional poverty in Belize paints a more comprehensive picture of the actual state of events and provide hard data, empirical evidence that this PUP government works for Belizeans. In 2018, 201,616 people were living under the poverty line, Madam Speaker. A comprehensive study shows that already these figures have reduced to 133,516. We have ensured that 68,100 more people in Belize no longer live in poverty. Madam Speaker, the representative of Colette spoke about the increase of minimum wage not being good for our people. Now I ask myself, does he really comprehend what he's saying? The evidence, and I say evidence, the evidence shows that the new minimum wage had an impact on 43,000 people living and working in Belize. This will reduce poverty even more. He also spoke about the government being responsible for inflation, Madam Speaker. An international comparison among countries show that rising inflation is a global phenomenon not unique to Belize. Madam Speaker, the light has come after a long night. Good afternoon to my fellow parliamentarians, members of the opposition, well, none of them are here right now, guests in the gallery, and our fellow Belizeans. First and foremost, indeed, it is an honor and privilege to be standing in this honorable house representing the people of Corozal Bay. I thank the beautiful people of Corozal Bay for electing me and giving me the opportunity to represent them. If not for them, Madam Speaker, I would definitely not be here today. I take this time to congratulate Three-Peat Mayor Rico Veos and his slate. We certainly delivered on March 6th. Corozal Bay stayed on track. Much work has been done. More work needs to be done. The work has to continue. The work will continue as we continue fulfilling the mandate given to us by the people of Corozal Bay. Madam Speaker, I thank everyone who helped me one way or the other, and I thank the machinery of the Corozal Bay Executive and the work of the dedicated administrator. I am not able to name everyone, but they know who they are. Madam Speaker, their hard work has not gone unseen. But most of all, I thank God, for without Him, we are nothing. I must recognize some members we have from the Corozal Bay Executive, and also we have the president of the BYM from Corozal Bay accompanying here us today. Thank you so much for that. Madam Speaker, as we all know, and I have said before, Plan Belize was brought about after consultations were done across the country of Belize, grassroots consultations. In order to be able to assist our people, it was important to know what are their needs. Today, we can now see the fruits of this. Thanks to the People's United Party, under the leadership of the member of Orange Walk Central, Prime Minister of Belize, Honorable John Briceño. This is a journey that we are on, a journey to lead our people to a better tomorrow. We must ensure that those that are not able to make the journey on their own are given the proper assistance, Madam Speaker, so that we can all move together. despite political affiliation, religious affiliation, race, etc. Some of the achievements, only to name a few, are the increase of minimum wage, rolling out of NHI in other districts, free education being rolled out to other districts, and free health service, just to name a few. In line with Plan Belize, Madam Speaker, the following were achieved in the Corozal Bay constituency. It is very important that I recognize donors who, when I have been faced with challenges, have been there for me. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Madam Speaker, physical infrastructure is important, but social infrastructure is very important as well. In Corozal Bay, 71 persons received assistance with land issues that they had been facing in the 13 years of the UDP government, where they were totally ignored. 90 lots were given to first-time landowners, thanks to the representative of Lake Independence. We really appreciate that. Minister of MIDH, I ask for your intervention for the roads to be done so that the constituents are able to clear up their land and start building their homes. We also had a women's football marathon at the Andres Campus Civic Center. Donation to the Corozal Community College Marching Band to assist in the participation of the Love FM Band Fest 2023, $5,000 to be exact. House number 3 was handed over. Of course, this was done in collaboration with the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing. Madam Speaker, we also had an Easter egg hunt at the David Dido Vega Multipurpose Complex. Added to this, in collaboration with YWCA and the Ministry of Human Development Affairs, a 3-day course was held at the St. Francis Xavier Primary School, where children learned how to bake and decorate cake, sewing classes, guitar classes, and cooking classes. On the 3rd day, children receive a certificate of completion. Donations have been given to several schools. This has been done for Drug Awareness Weeks and other awareness weeks that are celebrated. A donation of $3,000 was also given to the Bishop's Cup Marathon. The Corozal Bay constituency, Madam Speaker, holds its clinic day where constituents are given assistance with education, groceries, etc. In collaboration again with the Ministry of Infrastructure, the 4th house was handed over to a lady that lives on Diego Street. Working in collaboration with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Honorable Cordell Hyde, the constituents of Corozal Bay, I have already mentioned it, but I believe I must mention it again, Madam Speaker, were very, very appreciative of the parcel of land that they received. You know, this in itself, this is empowerment at its best, Madam Speaker. The 5th house was handed over as well. In Corozal Bay, Madam Speaker, we do donations to the Help Page Corozal for their Meals on Wheels. This is done on a regular basis. Also, I must thank the representative of Freetown for always assisting the Corozal Bay constituents with educational grants. Again, this is empowering our people. We were also able, Madam Speaker, to work on a hanging bridge project at the entrance of Corozal. I invite you, Madam Speaker, to take a trip to Corozal. It's right at the entrance. At the moment, we are adding more to it, and we are working in collaboration as well with the Ministry of Tourism and Corozal Town Council. In collaboration with the Taiwan Embassy, Madam Speaker, and the Taiwan Technical Mission in Belize, a 3-week fruit jam training was held where ladies participated from the Corozal Bay constituency. I'm happy to mention, Madam Speaker, that these ladies are now selling their own fruit jams. Also, we, in Corozal Bay, collaborated with the Corozal Town Council to donate a swing set for the Central Park. It is important to note, Madam Speaker, that this set includes a swing for our children that are disabled. So we are about inclusivity and including everybody, not leaving out any of our children. Just to add, Madam Speaker, assistance is given to our constituents on a regular basis: debt assistance, medication assistance, ultrasound, x-ray, book, electrical, uniform, food sales assistance, and like I said before, donations to several schools. Madam Speaker, we were also able to get a place where our women and youth are able to carry out workshop trainings. Jobs are being given to our people. I must thank many of the area reps from this side of the house that have assisted with that. I truly appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. And also we had a youth summer program for our children as well, because health is wealth, and that is very important as well. Madam Speaker, in process, there are some projects that have not been completed, but it's important that I mention them. We have the United Women's Group Corozal Bay Chapter baking classes, the Belize Youth Movement Corozal Bay Fire Department Appreciation Lunch, computer classes by the United Women's Group, basketball tournament, volleyball court extension for the David Dido Vega Multipurpose Complex. Madam Speaker, we also have picnic tables, trophies being donated to the Corozal Basketball Association, donation of jerseys, Corozal Billiards Association donation, a bell tower for the Santa Rita Catholic Church, grocery bags as well are in process right now. Housing materials for the Corozal Bay constituents. Madam Speaker, this includes zincs, wood, plywood, donation of weed eaters, household and kitchenware items, helping our women so that they can be empowered. And there is also a project of street paving with the Corozal Town Council for 2nd Street North. Madam Speaker, more projects are coming to Corozal. More projects have to come to Corozal, because that is what we were voted in to do, to serve the people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is truly about creating upward opportunities for our people and not handouts, as was evident with the previous government. All in all, it is about empowering our people to stand on their own. Madam Speaker, I must say that I am very, very grateful for the funds that will be made available for the renovation of sport buildings. However, as we all know, with the previous government, under the leadership of the previous area representative of Corozal Bay, the funds that were made available for a civic center in Corozal was diverted to streets. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, Corozal is the only district that did not receive a state-of-the-art civic center. So, Madam Speaker, or in Joak as well, the North. So, Madam Speaker, yes, the budget is catering for renovations of sports centers, But Corozal, I dare say, does not need a renovation. It needs a new civic center due to the deplorable conditions it is in. My brother, the late Honorable David Dito Vega, may his soul rest in peace, campaigned the streets, and this was a cry of the people of Corozal. It still is. Madam Speaker, I am lobbying here today with the Ministry of Finance to take this into consideration. A state-of-the-art civic center is urgently needed in both Corozal and Orange Walk for our youths. This, in turn, Madam Speaker, will have a trickle effect on the decrease of ills in our society as youths will focus their time on sports. It is my hope that this be taken into careful consideration. Like I said, this state-of-the-art civic center is not a want of our people, but a need. And I know the cabinet members agree with me. Today, the Corozal Junior College is celebrating the Honorable David Dito Vega Sports Day. He was an avid supporter of sports. Madam Speaker, the people of Corozal Bay have seen the work happening and know that I have them at heart. Madam Speaker, it is imperative that I expand on achievements of the Ministry of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs, which is led by the member of Belize Rural Central, who is an able leader. I must recognize as well the CEOs and the hard-working staff of the ministry. When it comes to the ministry personnel, there was a salary increase for social workers, and the National Women's Commission was legalized as a statutory body. In the area of the Department of Human Services, with the strategic focus on preventive aspect of care, the Department of Human Services, with external support, increased the number of children receiving early childhood development and care for child development services. Madam Speaker, presently, over 700 children 0 to 5 years are receiving home visiting stimulation, and parents are receiving parenting education. It is also important to note that the expansion was realized and early childhood development services are now in 28 rural communities, including remote Toledo district. Madam Speaker, the department launched the Be That Heart of Gold campaign to decrease the number of wards in care and increase the number of foster parents countrywide. This has provided a marked increase in foster care applications and gradually allowing for sound approval for placements. Madam Speaker, to further strengthen the foster care program, the department is introducing a foster care training program. It is also noteworthy to mention the completion of the Child Protection Systems evaluation through the support of UNICEF to provide for system strengthening and improving maturity of the Belize Child Protection System to support prevention and protection interventions and decrease of children in care. Added to this, Madam Speaker, there was the finalization of the multi-sectoral response protocols for gender-based violence, the implementation of 2 mobile women centers providing sexual and reproductive health services, gender-based violence information, counseling, and legal support services to 180 women experiencing gender-based violence. Added to this, Madam Speaker, 141 persons received support services for gender-based violence. Madam Speaker, 1,527 persons received benefits through the Public Assistance Program, and 2,117 individuals' families received family support services. A new economic empowerment unit was established. 95 persons participated in financial literacy and professional development sessions. 80 individuals enrolled in the Economic Empowerment Program. This is grounded in a woman economic autonomy supported by the IDB. Madam Speaker, 20 individuals were supported with skills training through existing institutions. The draft disabilities bill was also developed and submitted to Cabinet, and 85 persons with disabilities received support with assistive devices. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the Community Rehabilitation Department of the Ministry, 90% of community rehabilitation officers benefited from social workforce strengthening training. 490 clients benefiting from case management services. Madam Speaker, 303 police officers were trained on the implementation of the diversion program. There is continued advocacy with stakeholders on the importance of the use of diversionary measures as it relates to children in conflict with the law. 221 individuals received counseling services. Additionally, 155 helping professionals across the country received training in facilitation of trauma-informed care and strength-based counseling. 30 public officers were trained in psychological first aid. Madam Speaker, 198 young persons were sensitized about their rights and responsibilities when coming in conflict with the law. Staff participated in several community fairs to share information on the services of the department. Madam Speaker, 847 children and adolescents between the age of 4 and 18 years access various educational and recreational support and developmental programs offered at the Hub Resource and Community Center in Belize City. 14 young persons between the ages of 15 and 21 years participated and completed CRD's Positive Moves Apprenticeship Program in Belize City. Madam Speaker, of the 14 young persons, 12 have received full-time employment with various business stakeholders. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the Policy and Planning Unit leadership by the Ministry of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs, there was a promotion of a successful and inclusive consultation, validation, approval, and presentation of the Universal Periodic Review Report to Belize to the United Nations Human Rights Council in Geneva, Switzerland. Also, Madam Speaker, improved evidence to support the digital financial inclusion enabling environment through the completion of the Digital Readiness Survey and the Digital Payment Study in partnership with the World Food Program. Madam Speaker, the Ministry's leadership and collaboration is provided for successful consultation, development, submission, and presentation of the Montevideo Consensus Report on Population and Development 2013 to 2023 for Belize at the Caribbean Forum on Population and Development in Antigua and Barbuda in partnership with the United Nations Population Fund. Improved commitment to international reporting requirements through successful submission of the CEDAW Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the CRC Convention of the Rights of Treaty Body Reports. There has been progressive work towards Plan Belize's commitment to continued work to develop national social protection strategy and costed social protection floor through the inclusive engagement of 100 stakeholders from 40 different government, civil society, private sectors, and quasi-government agencies through 2 successful stakeholder events, namely the Social Protection Summit in partnership with International Labour Organization, ILO, UNICEF, and the World Food Programme. Child Protection Services evaluation was successfully completed and managed by the ministry with technical support from UNICEF. The CPS evaluation was grounded by a participatory and inclusive process for design to the management and response phase. Madam Speaker, the findings and recommendations were informed and validated by over 50 CPS stakeholders from government, civil society, UN agencies, including beneficiaries of the systems. Let me mention the successful completion of the Boost Plus Design Outline document through the support of the World Bank. I must make mention of the successful design and implementation of 2 mobile women's clinics in partnership with UNFPA, providing life-saving legal support services, psychosocial support and counseling, sexual and reporting health services, information to 150 women from Georgeville and San Pedro communities. When it comes to the Boost program, there has been an improved management and implementation of the building opportunities for our social transformation Boost program through the execution, Madam Speaker, of 4 Boost management actions: Boost expansion, Boost school transition exercise, Boost reclassification, and Boost program management. Madam Speaker, policy and planning leadership in the social sector increase and response through a whole ministry approach policy advisory program management, administrative improvement, and institutional capacity development. Madam Speaker, as we celebrate Women's Month, it is imperative that I emphasize that women are equally important in our society as men are. It is paramount in this 21st century that Belizean women deserve and be treated with equal importance and should never be underestimated with their choices and perspectives as they portray excellent outcomes in their homes, workplaces, and as leaders in our society. Madam Speaker, respect and protection should always be most important, especially during these times of abuse and violence against women. Let us ever be vigilant for each other. I take this opportunity in extending my heartfelt applause and congratulations during this Women's Month to all Belizean women, especially my fellow Corozal Bay women. To finish off, Madam Speaker, I will share an excerpt from Donna Ashworth on women. Please listen carefully. When God created woman, he was working late on the 6th day. An angel came by and asked, "Why spend so much time on her? The Lord answered, have you seen all the specifications I have to meet to shape her? She must function in all kinds of situations. She must be able to embrace several kids at the same time, have a hug that can heal anything from a bruised knee to a broken heart. She must do all this with only 2 hands. She cures herself when sick and can work 18 hours a day. The angel was impressed. Just 2 hands? Impossible. And this is the standard model? The angel came closer, Madam Speaker, and touched the woman. But you have made her soft, Lord. She is soft, said the Lord, but I have made her strong. You can't imagine what she can endure and overcome. Can she think? The angel asked. The Lord answered, not only can she think, she can reason and she can negotiate. The angel touched her cheeks. Lord, it seems this creation is leaking. You have placed too many burdens on her. She is not leaking. It is a tear. The Lord corrected the angel. What's it for? Asked the angel. The Lord said, tears are her way of expressing her grief, her doubts, her love, her loneliness, her suffering, and her pride. This made a big impression on the angel. Lord, you are a genius. You thought of everything. A woman is indeed marvelous. The Lord said, indeed she is. She has strength that amazes a man. She can handle trouble and carry heavy burdens. She holds happiness, love, and opinions. She smiles when she feels like screaming. She sings when she feels like crying, cries when happy, and laughs when afraid. She fights for what she believes in. Her love is unconditional. Her heart is broken when a next of kin or a friend dies, but she finds the strength to get on with life. The angel asked, so she's a perfect being? The Lord replied, no. She has just one drawback. She often forgets what she's worth. Having said this, Madam Speaker, may we always remember our worth, and may we always support one another and not bring each other down. Here's the strong woman. May we know them, raise them, be them. I must also give acknowledgement to the men out there who give unconditional support to women. Kudos to you. I am surely blessed with a supportive husband, brother, and son who respect women to the fullest, Madam Speaker. We don't ask for sympathy or special treatment, instead to be treated equally. Madam Speaker, all in all, to change topic, we are a government for the people, by the people, and with the people. We are here to continue the work by serving the people. With nothing further to add, Madam Speaker, and on behalf of the people of Corozal Bay, I support this Budget Appropriation Bill 2024-2025. I thank you.
Members, we just need to change a name tag, so allow us just to recess very briefly, a few minutes. Thank you, members. We now resume. I recognize the member for Dangriga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, thank you. Dangriga is in the house, right? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Prime Minister, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all who are watching and listening via television, radio, Facebook, etc. And all of the phantom opposition that are standing over there. I have experience with this because I remember one time I debated, before I had this opportunity, I debated the then member from Dangriga, and it was an empty podium on that side, right? He didn't show up. So I have practice already. But if the guys in the back can hear, please come out. How the song go? Will the real Slim Shady please show up? How the song go? Yes. Thank you. He's here. Welcome. It is with pleasure and enthusiasm that I rise on behalf of the beautiful people of the Dangriga constituency, including Sarawi and Hope Creek, to fully support this staying on track General Revenue Appropriations 2024-2025 bill. I start by commending our visionary Prime Minister John Briceño and our united and hardworking cabinet and all who contributed for preparing this innovative, sustainable human development budget. What we have before us is another solid plan for this coming fiscal year to continue on our path to the sustainable human development of our beloved country. I will first speak about the investments being made in education, primarily those not covered by our Senior Minister, Francis Fonseca, when he spoke, and also of science and technology, and then turn to the positive impact that Plan Belize, that my great colleagues working together have made on our grateful and worthy Dangriga constituency. Of course, I will take some time to respond to the member from Colette, which will give him great comfort, I hope, because he will get some attention for what others have characterized as 2.5 hours of torture. 2 hours and 50 minutes, oh my goodness. Grateful Prime Minister. I will put on then my professorial tie. So, and let the pupils be good pupils on that end. I'll start with education. The global goals for our education sector include quality learning for high performance outcomes, universal access, relevant and impactful programs, and equitable and affordable service for all, what is generally referred to as quality access, relevance, and equity in education. One basic way to look at these seemingly competing goals is increasing the quantity of students served and improving the quality of outcomes of the graduates of the various levels of our education system, from preschool to university. Our dynamic and focused team at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Science and Technology, inspirationally led by Minister Francis Fonseca, CEO Diane Mahia, Chief Yolanda Gongora and Vice Chief Cecilia Smith, have been working tirelessly toward these goals. The second of the 8 Millennium Development Goals, remember those from 2000 to 2015. The second of those goals is aimed to achieve universal primary education, to ensure that by 2015, children everywhere, boys and girls alike, will be able to complete a full course of primary schooling. This emphasis on quantity evolved with the development of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the fourth of which aims to ensure inclusive and equitable education, quality education, and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. We have seen a shift then towards ensuring that education systems around the world invest not just in quantity, but also in the elusive but most critical area of quality. We can think about this difference, for example, as we look around in our busing industry in Belize. Right? We see that we could have a lot of so-called regular buses. Right? You might have issues where the window they drop and the rain they come in and wet you. When you get off of the seat, your pants color change and your shirt color change, and you might broke down 1 or 2 times. Versus other types of buses that have received a certain level of investment in quality, where you have bucket seats, you might even have AC in there, right? And you reach your destination on time. You got TV now, true? Yeah, all of that. Quality, quality. So that's an example of difference between quantity and quality. In the agricultural sector, for example, you will see that you might have certain farms where produce, and we have the Minister of Agriculture here that could attest to that, that if you're not putting the inputs, right, you're not take care of the plants and so on, you're going to leave fruits where mash up and shrivel up, and you're going to try close your eye when you consume them, versus the good farmer that is out there from early in the morning, putting in the effort to produce quality products that are healthy for you. Similarly, in education, we can see that that could be the case, that achieving quality requires a certain amount of dedication and investment in particular factors that will impact the quality of education. So I will come back to some specific details in a second. But I'd like to turn to the general numbers that we have for the Ministry of Education, Culture, Science and Technology in today's, in the budget that we're reviewing today. Our entire recurrent expenditures have increased from 254.175 million last year to 273.356 million this year, an impressive 7.5%. For Capital 2, in the 2023-2024 budget, it was 7.5 million and is now 8.1 million, an 8% increase. For Cap 3, it went from 11.6 million last year, to 21.9 million, a whopping 88.8% increase. An incredible increase for us. These add up in this budget to 303.391 million, the highest amount in our history for education in Belize. Education is a main component of the social pillar of sustainable human development, along with the other 3 pillars. That is the economic, the environmental, and the institutional. As I will now describe, these investments in education are aimed to empower our students across our system via the development, primarily now, of 7 macro competencies throughout the time students are in our education system. This will help to start, maybe put some more context for our member from Colette about what quality is all about. These 7 macro competencies, which by the way are in our national curriculum framework, right here, sir. Right? That is on our website. Right here. And I will explain them to you. The first of these competencies that we now have a shift, you see, in education, in what it is that we are aiming for our children to learn. Right? It is not just regurgitating things that they memorize. That is how things used to occur before. Competency is comprised of three parts: the knowledge, and then the application of that knowledge into skills. And we cannot stop there, because there has to be a set of values that are exhibited by the persons when they use those skills in the real world. We have been, for too long, just focusing on knowledge acquisition, meaning that many of our kids just memorize, and then they take a test, and then we teach to the test. And so if you are a good memorizer, you do very well on the test. But if that is not one of your skills, then too bad for you. This is a huge disservice we've been perpetrating on our children for years. So this transformation that is occurring is for us now to move away from just focusing on knowledge acquisition to training our teachers in service and pre-service to be able to facilitate children to be able to convert that knowledge into skills, into applications, and then also teach them the values that should go along with that. So maybe to go a little deeper than that, so that maybe it sinks in a little. One example: bicycle riding, right? Simple thing. When we go into kindergarten and so on, the kids understand this very quickly. So bicycle riding, you can have a child who can describe to you how a bicycle functions, right? You can teach them the theory of it, they can write it out for you and memorize it, and you can even give them a test, a multiple choice test, and they might get 100. But they have not yet demonstrated that they could ride a bike. So now we have to ensure that that theory is applied into skills. The skill of learning how to, demonstrating how to use that information to actually ride the bike. But we don't end there either. We need to train our children to have the values on how to use that bicycle properly. So that if they're going out there at night, they have a light, they have reflectors, or if they're riding through the streets, they're not zipping up stop and creating hazardous situations for drivers and for pedestrians. That's the values that goes along with it. So it's these three components now that add up to what we call competency. So when we're talking about competency, we're talking about our teachers and our students engaged in this now exciting process of knowledge, skills, and values as the main focus of our education in the classroom. So, how are we moving to have this demonstrated throughout the education system, and when the child gets older, graduates, whether from high school or from university? Well, we've divided it into two parts. One we're calling macro competencies. There are 7 of them that teachers will focus from preschool to university on the child developing these competencies. The micro competencies are things like what we've been used to: mathematics, language, social studies, right? The sciences. And you learn about math, you learn your multiplication, you learn your division. Later on, you learn your calculus and so on. In language, you learn your subject-verb agreement, and then later you learn to write essays and so forth, right? And those are the micro competencies, the competencies of the actual subject matter, math, language, etc. So now what teachers will be doing in the classroom is use the micro competencies to develop the macro competencies. So, for example, right? Let me go through the macro competencies for you first. I'll list them off. Number one, the appreciation of the sacred nature of the human person and character development. Meaning that we want to start out from day one, where everybody in the classroom, in the school system, recognizes that everybody else there is a sacred being, meaning that the greatest respect ought to be afforded to everybody. We have to start there. And then how to build your character over time based on that appreciation for people's uniqueness and people's worth. The second one, emotional intelligence and effective communication skills. Right? We know the value of emotional intelligence. We know from research already, right, that when we look at those factors that make great leaders, it is not just IQ. Because many times now IQ can be because you have gone through the education system and you're good at memorizing things. And so you have, it's seemingly a mental ability to remember and to think through certain things. That will not be enough for you to be a leader, a good leader. You need to be able to develop emotional intelligence, which, thank God, you can do over time. You can change. If you didn't have it, you can develop it. And how do you do that? You first start out by looking at yourself in the mirror. That is what we do when we develop emotional intelligence. We look at ourselves in the mirror and we ask, what are our strengths and what are our weaknesses? How can I further develop my strengths, and how can I look at my weaknesses and find ways to overcome them? Try to understand what are my triggers. What are the triggers? What are the things that trigger me to act in a certain way? Right? So we teach that. So the person recognizes those things personally first, and then after that, you learn to go to the next level. Relationship management, it's called. So you have the personal space where you try to understand your own emotions and what triggers you, and then you have the social space in which you start to recognize other people's emotional intelligence levels, so that then you can react in a certain way to them to create a better outcome, to create a more positive outcome. All right? And so you develop an ability to have good, strong, solid relationships that will make the world better at the end of the day. So emotional intelligence is a very important macro competency that we have in our national curriculum framework. Now that goes along with effective communication skills. And if you have low emotional intelligence, you will be very ineffective in communicating, right? Because you will come over as jumping around with your emotions and getting easily upset and things like that. So we need, especially with our leaders again, to have the ability to communicate effectively. And that means that you're able to bring people together, you're able to bring positive vibes over from one person to the next, and you're able to get good outcomes. Third one, critical and innovative, inventive thinking. This requires that we are able to assess the world and have an unbiased approach to the data. That in the first instance, we use accurate data, we seek accurate data, so that we're not fabricating information for devious purposes, for example. Right? So critical thinking uses the scientific method. I'm sure that the member from Colette now that's deeply involved in his PhD program would be using some methodology there that is scientific in nature. You gather your data, you make sure that that data is solid, right? And then you choose your methodologies based on a good literature review, right? You decide if you're going to use a deductive or an inductive approach, right? And then you undertake the actual tests of that data. If it's going to be a qualitative method that you're going to use or a quantitative method that you're going to use, and then you get your results, and then you present those results, right? You present those results in an honest way. And in those results, you also say where your weaknesses are, right? That is all captured here under macro competency number 3, critical and innovative inventive thinking. Number 4, collaboration. Collaboration. What you're seeing here on this side, sir, is collaboration. We work together on this side to make things happen, right? And I can attest to that as an area representative, and I will shortly, because of the collaboration that we experience on this side of the aisle. Collaboration is also an important factor for the development of countries. There was a study done between Jamaica and Barbados. And the question was, how is it that Jamaica, that's many times larger than Barbados, could, in fact, not achieve the level of development of Barbados? And one of the factors that was found in that study is collaboration that yields greater levels of social capital, of social cohesion, right? When people come together and give of themselves freely, willing to volunteer, willing to look out for another person without wanting anything back in response, without wanting any kind of prizes and their names called and all that. When you give of yourself truly, the way our philosophy motivates us every day, the philosophy of the father of our nation, George Cadle Price, about serving the people, then you are able to demonstrate that you have adopted and learned about collaboration. That's the 4th macro competency. Number 5, multicultural appreciation. Right? We are thankfully still in a country where we respect each other's cultures and where we have scenarios where that is eroded for one reason or the other. We rise up to make sure that that erosion stops and is reversed immediately, because we respect each other and we celebrate each other's cultures in our country. And we want to make sure that that continues for decades to come. Number 6, digital literacy. Well, we know we're in the digital age. It's a part of the 4th industrial revolution. And so it goes without saying that our kids must be digitally literate. And number 7, understanding of and advocacy for sustainable human development. That talks about understanding the 4 pillars of sustainable development: the economic, the social, the environmental, and the institutional, which is one side of the coin, and then understanding what human development is about. It's about empowering people so that they can achieve the lives that they dream to have. So on the one hand, you may have read about Jeffrey Sachs and sustainable development, and you may have also read about Amartya Sen and human development. It's bringing these ideas together. And when we review them, at least that has been my experience, I have found that they really reflect the philosophy of George Cadle Price. And it's now called, around the world, sustainable human development. So I am very proud to be promoting sustainable human development. And it's now in our curriculum. In moving along, I want to speak very briefly about some of the main important initiatives in our ministry that focus on quantity, which is important. Access and equitable service. You talked about equity versus equality. I'll touch that later. Yes, the Education Upliftment Project, Together We Rise, will positively affect over 9,500 high school students, for the 3.2% of our total 22,000 enrolled. Well, our Prime Minister and Minister of Education have already gone into details on that. But clearly, we're celebrating it because it is being impactful. It is something, it's a gap that was so glaring that it's being addressed now, where our children have these resources. And you had mentioned, the member from Colette had mentioned that we're gloating over here about free education, and that this is not free education, that your administration before had dealt with free education. Well, goodness me, I don't know if it's the word free that we need to go to the dictionary for. Because free, how we are putting that into action, means that the kids don't have to take out no money. The parents don't have to take out no money out of their pocket anymore. Because all the fees, all the tuition is fully paid. 100% paid. So if you had schools, right? If you had schools that were charging you $650, $800 a year for tuition, what you all were doing with giving a $300 subsidy, still not to cover everything. So you can't describe that as free. What we're doing now is with it, take care of the whole thing, todo, everything. That's free. And we don't end there. We give a meal as well. We give a meal. And the meals that are being served in the Dangriga constituency now are among the best in the country, sir. Right? Me and you could go and sit down there. We could go and sit down there and we feel like we're there at Radisson, me and you. That are the quality of the food we talk about, sir. The National Healthy Start Feeding Program will now reach 50 primary schools in this academic year, impacting approximately 10,000 primary schools and 3,000 secondary students. 10,000 primary students. This year's budget doubles our investment from 1.8 million last year to 3.6 million this year in Capital 2. And from nothing last year to 2.3 million this year in Capital 3. We're serious about this matter here, because our kids have to have food. They have to have the energy to be able to learn. So this is something, again, that we're very proud of on this side of the aisle. The kids have to reach, and I'm glad that you gave it credit earlier. The kids have to reach to school. So for transportation, we're spending $10.6 million this year, a 19.1% increase over last year for 258 bus runs, north, south, east, and west of this country. And I'll tell you how that came about. I'll tell you how, well, no, it is not just more additional bus runs, but it's also additional payment to the bus operators, because they came and they asked us, we need more help because fuel has gone up. Our compassionate Prime Minister in Finance and our compassionate Minister of Education, we met and we gave them what they asked for. That is what is being reflected here, sir. Number 4, the Rural Education Grant Fund was increased, again in this budget, from 1.794 million last year to 2.42 million this year, a 35% increase. A 35% increase. We, however, I give you credit that you sit down and you take it in. That's a good thing, that's a good thing, that's a good thing. We, however, are not satisfied with only increasing the number of our students in our system. We are also fully committed to improving the quality of education by embarking on the transformation of our curriculum. And we started out by addressing the curriculum overload, another major problem that we've had, that our teachers have been telling us for years. We go home at night, We have to spend 3-4 hours the night because we have to work on with unit plans, with lesson plans, with assessments. We're not going to know weekend for ourselves. Sundays, we can't spend with our families because we have to be preparing these things. And so we addressed it right away. There were, under your 13 years, sir, the learning outcomes in the primary education system ballooned to 10,000 learning outcomes. I think a record in the world, when the most progressive education systems are just at about 5,000 to 6,000 learning outcomes. We addressed that immediately to the satisfaction of our teachers across this country. And then there is the required teacher training for in-service and pre-service teachers. We developed the Teacher Learning Institute, where we're now able to have teachers use digital technology. We're now in 2024 to be able to keep their education cutting edge. Especially with the transformation to competency-based education, it has helped us to be able to reach our teachers across this country on how to implement competency-based education. And we're also working with tertiary institutions on pre-service curricula. Now, if we have 100% of our children in the education system, but they are not getting quality education, they are still not being empowered to contribute to their independence. The United Nations Development Report for Latin America and the Caribbean 2010, I keep repeating this, and I'm happy to share it with everyone. It's right there, available on the World Wide Web. Was a very, very important report that was a tipping point for our understanding of what is really driving societal change around the world, and in particular in our area. What did this mean? What did the report say? Who wrote the report? The report was written by people around the world, around the region, from Canada all the way to Argentina, the Caribbean. And it looked at what are the causes of inequality in our region. Because what many people might not know is that Latin America and the Caribbean has been persistently the most unequal region in the world. The difference between the haves and the have-nots, very wide. And if you read the report, you will see that a takeaway, a very powerful takeaway from that report, is that from generation to generation, if you have even high enrollment in your education system, but you don't invest in quality, in relevant education, then you only perpetuate the system from generation to generation, because you don't fully empower your students. We in the ministry, led by Minister Fonseca, not satisfied with that status quo, decided that it was important to make the bold change to quality education. And this is something that has been elusive around the world for many education systems. We are now in the period of implementation, a very delicate period, I must say, and admit, where we must get it right. And we cannot lose the opportunity to move our education system to the next level. And the member's slogan when he was minister was that education is everybody's business, right? And we agree with that. So we hope that we will get your full cooperation, the full cooperation of the member, for us to ensure that we go to the next level and we're not putting out mistruths or inaccuracies into the public domain. It is important that we continue to work closely together across the education sector to ensure that we have a successful transformation and that we allow and empower our people on the ground to get the work done. We have invested significantly in the training of our teacher support teams. We have teacher support teams at the primary and high school levels. This whole process, I must pause and say, has been led, by teachers. It is the teachers that have come together and prepared this framework, sir. It is the teachers who have come together that have formed the teacher support teams. It is the teachers, the best teachers, who have come together to make this thing successful to the point that it has been so far. Our extensive consultations, and I'm going to tell you, we went to primary schools around the country, not once, but twice. And on the second round, we spent twice the amount of time with them. And then we did the same for our secondary schools across the country. And we didn't go alone, right? We went as a team so that the teachers and the principals could develop the confidence that what we're doing is really going to reflect what it is that they say they need. That is our approach, sir, a team approach. Our extensive consultations, right, have been successful in shifting the mindset of our wonderful teachers, who are now more open than ever in our history to transformational change. We are grateful. I'll come to that because you have a major misunderstanding there again. But I will deal with that in a minute. We are grateful to them for their full participation in this process. The stars are aligned, and we are grateful for the opportunity and the participation of all stakeholders, including parents and students. Of note, and this is important, is that we have done this comparatively, saving millions for our Belizean taxpayers. Our Caribbean brothers and sisters in Barbados are also undertaking education reform. They have a loan program with the IDB that includes a component for curriculum reform at a cost of approximately $4.5 million US. It's a great initiative. We applaud them. That's their approach. We in Belize, lauded by regional education ministers and experts for boldly being ahead in this process, we have reached where we are, spending less than 2 million Belize dollars. Significant savings compared to what it would have cost us otherwise. And this 2 million includes the timely financial support of our friends from UNICEF. And this could have not been achieved without our team mindset that has meaningfully included the participation of the BNTU. On that consultation team, we had the former president of the BNTU, Elena Smith, at each one of those meetings. We've had UNICEF in the persons of Ms. Natasha Mantak and Ms. Denise Rabato, well known throughout the education sector. We had Pathlight, Ms. Consuelo Godfrey. We had the Love Foundation, Ms. Deborah Sewell. And we had the participation of all of our managements. And I'm glad that the member from Collet is recognizing that these are good people. For those of you out there who cannot hear, he's mumbling under his breath, these are good people. I want you to know that that's what he's saying, right? And they're not just good people, they are great people. They have been with us from the very beginning, and they have helped us to get where we are today. So thank you all. And I want to say they're all ladies too, right? They're all females, confirming what the member from Corozal Bay just said about women. In fact, coming down from the highest authority above, right? We have also started to review the tertiary teacher education programs. I would like to thank all the deans of the 6 farms, in particular also Dr. Usher from the UB Faculty of Education, Dr. Aird, Provost of Galen University, the man stopped mumble over there, and Mrs. Jeannie Garbutt and Ms. Shanine Campbell from our ministry. All good people, he said, all right. We are working on this initiative under the leadership of our Chief Education Officer, who heads the curriculum transformation implementation process. This reform of the tertiary teacher education programs will align formally with pre-service teacher education with our national curriculum framework. So our new teachers are themselves competent to facilitate competency-based education. We're also very excited and grateful to the MCC and the people of the United States for the massive investment that they will be making in the education sector in Belize over the next 5 years. And one of the 3 main components is teacher training. So we're very grateful for that. It's timely, and it will ensure that we can move this process forward. So, distinguished colleagues, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, those in the gallery, it is a very exciting time for education in our country. We are boldly reining in the once elusive education quality producing factors, meticulously putting them into place in partnership with our stakeholders at the service of our children across our educational landscape. All this is happening, unleashing the transformational powers of Plan Belize because of the bold, inclusive, and visionary leadership of our Prime Minister, John Briceño, and his highly competent administration. I will now turn to science and technology. The National Science, Technology and Innovation Advisory Committee was established in January of this year to assist the ministry in preparing Belize's first National Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy. While our national medium-term development strategy benefited from sectoral policies and strategies in education, tourism, agriculture, etc., there was no science, technology and innovation strategy to guide this process of the national medium-term strategy development. This presents a significant gap in our development posture that must be quickly addressed, especially due to the reality that the world has moved swiftly into the 4th industrial revolution with, as you would know, artificial intelligence, robotics, big data, etc. While we have had admirable advances in innovation policy, such as with e-governance, it is critical that we take a comprehensive and even audacious approach that encompasses the full stream of science, technology, and innovation. The advisory committee is comprised of our main stakeholders, including the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the University of Belize, the National Tertiary Students Union, the Ministries of Economic Development, Sustainable Development, and E-Governance, the Economic Development Council, 3 eminent Belizean scientists, Drs. Aaron Lewis, Sidney Tega, and Dorian Arnold, and Dr. Arlie Petals has also offered, although he's not a present member of the committee. And they're all good people, and we expect all great things from them to produce this draft document. It also includes Ambassador Carlos Fuller, who has his link with the United Nations Commission on Trade and Development STI initiatives. And so we are confident, we at the Ministry or the Secretariat, I have the humble opportunity to chair the committee, and I believe that an excellent draft will be produced that could be presented to the Cabinet by mid-June of this year. We have a number of additional science, technology, and innovation education initiatives. These include the new, less than 1 year old, It's at STEAM Academy, that has already been showing sparks of genius from its students, recently winning first prize in a debate contest and first prize in a robotics competition against our very best high schools, including the internationally renowned Belize High School, who we, of course, also congratulate for the great things they have been doing. So in less than a year, congratulations, we must say. Congratulations to It's at STEAM Academy. And congratulations to all our educators and students across Belize who are embracing the exciting challenges for the fourth industrial revolution. We thank our partners at IDB and the team from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, for their support in developing a one-of-a-kind in the region, STEAM High School. Belize is on the global map with competency-based education, STEAM education, and we are at once proud and humbled by this awesome achievement. Other STEAM initiatives include Code Caribbean, Globe, Kabe Makers Education Program, Skills for the Future, GIGA, the FIFA Foundation Digital Program. And of course, we'd like to have the time to discuss the enormous benefits, the exciting benefits of these programs, but I know the member from Colette consumed quite a bit of our time today, so I will not go into all the details. These are all fulfilling our STEAM goals in our BEST plan and our national curriculum framework, making competency-based education a cutting-edge reality today in Belize. I'll just say very briefly with respect to the Skills for the Future program with the IDB, $5.5 million is earmarked under Capital 3 for this fiscal year, under this budget. This program will see 6 high schools receiving investments to build their STEAM capacities, including maker lab spaces and STEAM resources. We believe that we must reach students across the country, especially those who would not be able to attend in Belize City. We also take this opportunity to thank GPE, Global Partnership for Education, for their $5 million grant that has been made for us to improve our education sector here in Belize. So I tried to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, responding as much to all the misinformation that was produced earlier by the member from Colette. Yes, it was. I already addressed the issue with free education, but I have to touch, and I'll be getting into this with Henry and Delil. We can't make that go just like that, right? We have to touch upon that, man. You claim that it was the PUP that turned Henry into a prison. Man, please, man. Lynham was abandoned for years after the Jesuits moved out of the area. It was abandoned, and then it was used as a prison in the area. It was our administration that then went and created Henry to convert it back into an educational institution. The PUP administration, sir. Go and check your records. Go and check your records. Right? Then you talked about Delil and ecumenical with the $300 subsidy to increase enrollment and all of that. I just explained to you earlier that while that was a good thing, that does not add up to that does not define what free education is. And of course, all the recipients are obviously happy to receive the subsidy, but now we have moved that to making it completely free. Completely free, sir. And so we have, and I'll go to it now. When the schools were chosen for free education, we started out with the schools from communities that deserve the most assistance. And that's how the ministry has been progressive, from Southside Belize City into Southern Belize. And then we're expanding out universally across the country. No, you can't get upset that we don't do everybody. Why you get upset about that? We did do the whole shebang, sir. Everybody want to get something. Everybody want to get something. It might make you look bad, but please, man, no knock it. All right, Gulisi Museum, again, man. We have the minister, my senior minister, just made clear in his presentation that we are now going to be investing in the Gulisi Museum to make it of international standard. right? My office as an area representative, we keep the place clean. We every month we bushak the holy and it's a big yard. We take care of the place, sir. We assist. We have a Gulisa teacher right there, you know. They watch you, right? One Gulisa teacher there right now, they watch you. So the evidence is right here, right in front of us, right in this room, that we have been assisting Gulisi to develop with equipment and with their teachers and with the students. So please, man, you want to throw out John Berger again. Please, man, left John Berger alone, sir. John Berger, our good friend. John Berger started out his career, by the way, when I was the manager of Z-Line Bus Service, and we were able to bring him up to where he is now. He's a good friend of mine. So leave John Berger out of this discussion, man. Come on. Now, we are providing in the free food program to over 375 students at the Lille Academy and over 50 students at Henry. That is double the amount that was being offered in your time, sir. But we have this issue with mathematics, it seems, with addition, with arithmetic on the next side. Right? I don't understand now what. It reminds me, you know, when you're looking at schoolyard, right? And the lead picnic and they play. What they do? They spin each other wrong and wrong, right? They hold left on their hand and they spin them wrong and wrong. And then they're like this, like if they may drink one whole bottle of whiskey. Right? And then they laugh and all kind of thing. And you ask them 1 plus 1, they tell you 25, right? That's what this reminds me of. That's what this reminds me of. Come on. We just had a huge win in Dangriga. And yet they're saying that they have made advances in Dangriga. We bettered the numbers in Dangriga compared to 2021 by 35%. If you know your numbers, you are able to calculate that. If you know the numbers. And I will tell you, sir, I don't consume alcohol, sir. My body does not allow me to consume alcohol. So I just want you to know that. Right? And the member from Messop promised me that if we won, he was going to be the first to congratulate me. I still the wait, sir. I still the wait. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, there you go. He has redeemed himself. He has redeemed himself. You see, because here in the gallery, we have some potent people who are here from Dangriga. Right? We have our chair lady of my committee, Miss Lena Bernardes. Nobody mess with she. Right? She the jam. Right? We have Miss Corona Villafranco, a former senator. Nobody no mess with she neither. Right? We have Miss Beverly Monsanto, Gongora Monsanto, right there in the back as well, a teacher at Ecumenical. We have the chair lady of Hope Creek, Miss Lakeisha Stain is in the house. Right? All of them combined, they represent the whole of Dangriga constituency right now. And Miss Debbie, most of the outside, they do some work, the campaign for we right outside right now. Yes. She's the bedrock. Miss Debbie, what papa you going, Miss Debs? My beloved Dangriga constituency, welcome to you all who are here. We have been working hard in Dangriga, Huaprik, and Saraway. And by we, I mean all of us, all my colleagues and our POP brigade in the constituency. I want to say, Sareme, Prime Minister, for your awesome support, for demonstrating that as a true leader, you deliver, sir, you deliver. The Prime Minister doesn't have to be here listening to me to know that we respect him and that we are grateful for the contributions. And we see him a lot in the constituency, unlike the former Prime Minister who never come there. So, you have led Prime Minister by example. You said that when you're going to the back room, you could hear, right? Right in the back room, they listen. Either right back there, they listen. And have visited us on many occasions, meeting our people from the new West Hope Creek area to Hope Creek Village and IT Vet, to the Canada Hill area and Anri, to Saraway, to all areas of Dangriga Tong, Lakeland, New Sites, Cooperative, Sacred Heart, Bengoshe and Wagerale. Everywhere. He is there with our people. Our people love when you visit because they feel your warmth and compassion, and you are truly committed to our development. You and your team in the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, including Minister Koi and CEO Dr. Martinez, have been instrumental in increasing job opportunities in Dangriga, impacting the entire district, as was noted yesterday by Honorable Radwell Ferguson, who said even his constituents are now able to get jobs in Dangriga. We now have a new investment from Radical BPO, who are moving towards their target of 500 persons to be employed. That's a tectonic shift in our employment situation. The second floor of Mr. Elvis's building is now being prepared. PM, additionally, as I will repeat, the Constituency Development Fund has been a great source for many initiatives in our community, including roads in the new housing areas, contributions to cultural activities in the culture capital, health and education assistance, among others. And Dangriga. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, Prime Minister. And Dangriga, ladies and gentlemen, this is a big one, and Dangriga is now finally going to see the reopening of the Commerce Bight Port. Another historic impact on jobs and livelihoods in our community. Small cruise ships bringing in higher income visitors who stay longer and spend more, experience the Garifuna Trail, including the Gulisi Museum, and will be getting much needed improvement, as I said. And drum making at Wynot Island, Pen Cayetano's Art Gallery, and the soon to come 10-acre multi-purpose park, among other attractive and beautiful things in the area. So, Saremai, PM, we are grateful. Thank you. DPM, our brother and official Grigalesian. Official, sir, official. We know how much you truly love Dangriga. Our people are literally crazy about you. You may not know this, and I had to write this down, because I want it on the records. I could have just utter it, but I write it down. You may not know this, but we have to work very hard to bring things back to normal after you depart. Huh? You cause a lot of other things to happen. Always positive, of course. We are grateful for the 900 house lots we have received in our constituency. Yes, over 900. But this is equity at work, equity. Our people, the world over knows, have been neglected for many decades. But today they are feeling the love. Tomorrow, mañana, we will be in Silgrass. And I want to big up Honorable Radwell for allowing us a little space in Stann Creek West, right? I will need to talk to him about issues of transfer and so afterwards. In Silgrass, tomorrow we will present to 60 of the 374 lot owners their lots that already have roads leading to their properties. Tomorrow, God willing, tomorrow. So, as I said, with PM's assistance with the Constituency Development Fund, that will be doubled or more, I understand, right? I don't know if you all had heard about that. Huh? For the next year. All right. We do wonders to help us with infrastructure and the brand new communities that we are building together. So DPM, Saremai, we know that we cannot compete with with our Stann Creek West family, but we dream, sir, of another 900 lots, right? All right. My esteemed friend and Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology, and now aptly, of course, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Thank you very much. Thank you very, you see, you don't understand about collaboration and teamwork, man. You have to go and read the National Curriculum Framework and learn a few things about working together, sir, about working together. We are transforming education in the Dangriga constituency. Our IT vet in Hope Creek has been given new life, increasing enrollment from less than 60 students when we came into office to over 170 students today. And we are now expecting an investment of $1.2 million via SIF CDB to bring it to full capacity. Henry, they were here yesterday. Wow, an amazing transformation. We have now doubled the enrollment, and with new leadership, I think things flow in the blood of leadership here, right, PM? With new leadership at Henry, it's moving from strength to strength. Thanks also to our Minister of Agriculture and his team for their timely and continued collaboration. Henry is also, as I said earlier, a beneficiary of the Together We Rise program. You see, what has happened traditionally with Henry is that when a child can't make it at the ecumenical, they say they go to Delil. And then when they can't make it at Delil, they pass in the Henry. Well, let me tell you how we are looking at this. We are investing in those students, and we will be proving that that formula is wrong. That our people who are at Henry can become the greatest contributors to our economy in the future. And we're seeing great things happening there at Henry. Great things happening there at Henry. So we not left the least for last. We go to the least first. Equity, sir, equity. Delil, as I said, is now benefiting over 375 students with the Together We Rise program. And Minister Fonseca has been instrumental in approving hundreds of scholarships and financial aid to students from primary to university. So in the Dangriga constituency, we are most grateful, Minister. Sareme, gracias, thank you very much. The Lion of Cayo South, who is, I don't know if he's in the back or he is out there building streets, or the man that make houses or something, right? I want to say to you, gracias, mi hermano, for your patience in our requests, and we want to thank you for delivering. For the first time, we have paved streets in Hope Creek and Sarawi. First time in history, right? For those of you who might know, people used to have to drive through there in a massive Ferguson. Now they could drive the BMW and the Audi, right? They could pass through. Well, of course, we wish that we could own Audis and BMWs, but the point is that people don't have to spend a lot of money anymore on repairs because you have these fine streets in the villages. We have much more work to do, and we love work, of course, so more will be coming. So we thank you, Minister, you and your MIDH team, for the streets in our constituency. We've had at least 400 very long streets in Dangriga completed recently. Also, we have 8 families that have now new homes, right? That have been granted, that have these new homes built by MIDH in Dangriga and in the villages. You have to be there, as colleagues have said. You have to be there to experience what it is like to hand over the keys to these people. If it were just one home that we had done in Dangriga, we would have been equally grateful because of the impact that it has. So stop the Naxon thing where they help with people. That has to end. These people are benefiting from our good work on this side. And Minister Mala, who is not here with us in here, we want to also thank him and his team for the completion of the Kasha Nunes Market and for working with us in our plans with the new 10-acre multipurpose park that is about to come on stream. Our objective is to make Dangriga a premier tourism destination in Belize. We have an incredible mix of positives. First, beautiful cultures, and in particular UNESCO's 2001 proclamation of our Garifuna language, dance, and music as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Belize, as an entire country, has benefited tremendously from our Garifuna culture, especially in the tourism sector. And finally, Dangriga will be able to benefit directly from its own wealth. Second, we have the seducing North Stand Creek River with its Gumagarugo water, right? Everybody know about that. Once you drink it, you know. And third, but not exclusively and covering everything, the enchanting Caribbean Sea and beautiful beaches. This combination is simply amazing and unique. We look forward to the support of Minister Mala and the BTB in the work ahead. Of course, all colleagues in here have been a part of the success we've experienced in the Dangriga constituency. We are grateful. Minister Karim Musa, there's been a new substation in new site and an increase in the number of police on the ground. Of course, Minister Balaramos Garcia with the grocery bag program and working with families and children. We're so grateful for that, especially with our females. And Minister Bernard, the improvement at the Southern Regional Hospital, sir. The new fence, and now, when you go to the Southern Regional Hospital, one time it used to be a place where we were sweating. Now, the people there have to take on their jackets because it is so nice and icy inside the Southern Regional Hospital, sir. Thank you very much. And our other colleagues, for example, Minister Habet with the US-funded fire station, we are grateful, sir. Minister Shabat with the Digital Connect Center and the work that we're doing to bring Commerce Bite to life. We are grateful to everybody. So I'm closing now and will say that unprecedented sustainable human development is occurring in Dangriga and throughout our country. We are grateful to the transformative work of our Prime Minister John Briceño's administration. I can say that the father of our nation, the Right Honorable George Cadle Price, is looking down with a smile of pride and satisfaction. We are finally getting it right and we are serving the people. We in Dangriga will continue to work very hard with joy to improve the lives of our people. We do not complain, but instead we seek solutions. We do not waste time worrying, but instead we have great hope in the future. And so with the help of our Almighty Creator and all of us working as a team, we will move forward. We in Dangriga will stay on track. Together we change. And so with confidence on behalf of our people of Dangriga, Sarawi and Hope Creek, I fully support this budget. Thank you, Sareme. Muchas gracias.
Members will take a very brief recess so that the office can disassemble the podium. Thank you.
I don't need that.
Yes, but it's just because of the audiovisual. Take the podium down. It's no longer needed for the remainder of the day. we can resume. I recognize the member for Corozal Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good day, Belize. Good day, Corozal Southwest. With your indulgence, Madam Speaker, I rise to support this budget expenditure for the fiscal year 2024-2025 national budget. I will mention some of the good reasons why I'm supporting this budget. Member from Colette, before I forget, man, you stay with your mouth open when the real doctor was educating you. Man, that's a real doctor. Madam Speaker, on the budget, and please, members of the other side, go to page 19, and you will see the difference. Why I am supporting this budget. The first time I came here, 2012, I recall I showed the budget because I said, nothing for Southwest. This time, we have millions that will be distributed countrywide. And of course, things will happen in Southwest, thanks to this government. Thank you, PM. For example, $6 million for low-income homes, that is house repairing. And of course, we're going to get some in Corozal Southwest. Couple millions in sugar roads and agriculture roads. Again, Corozal Southwest will get some. And of course, Corozal Southeast, and of course, Corozal North, and Corozal Bay. 3 million, again, for villages. That is rural development. Of course, we're going to get some. And the most important part there is $35 million to fund and to continue the expansion of the NHI. And of course, we have an NHI clinic in San Narciso that is helping all the surrounding villages, Caledonia, Buena Vista, San Victor, Santa Clara, San Roman, San Narciso, Luisville, Concepcion, and Libertad. Madam Speaker, 13 years of the UDP government in Corozal Southwest never received nothing. And I can challenge my good friend Frank Colette and the leader of the opposition. I can invite you tacos so you can walk with me and you can see the difference in Corozal Southwest. Yeah, it no costs 100,000, it costs $3 per dollar. Yeah. We have in Corozal Southwest house lots that we're going to distribute, more than 500 house lots just in San Victor, Libertad, Concepcion, right? And we're going to continue, but we have for this fiscal year 500 house lots that the people of Corozal Southwest will benefit. It sounds easy, but it's not easy. Thousands of dollars on surveyors to find those house lots for my people. And that is history. 13 years, nothing happened in San Narciso or Concepcion or Libertad because the UDP never gave no house lot in 13 years, no expansion. Thanks to Honorable Cordell Height, natural resources, petroleum, and mining. Not only new house lot, but also some new houses for our people in Corozal Southwest. Thank you, Honorable Julius Espat, Cayo West. In addition, thanks to Honorable Member of Freetown, this year 12 more schools will get free education from government. We have been assisting students with their tuition. And I will go back again 2012 with my colleague Florencio Marin, member of Corozal Southeast. we used to get $9,000 when we were opposition. 4,000 for students, high school, and 5,000 for schools. Imagine, if we divide that, we only can assist with the $300, 13 students. If we divide that on schools, man, but now, this government are helping you guys the same way as we are getting here, right? That is the love of the Prime Minister and this government. All of us are equals. Remember, Escuela Mexico will benefit, thanks again to my colleague from Freetown. First farm and second farm will be free education. Free education. Furthermore, we're going to get maintenance on village roads and feeder roads for all farmers in general. I want to give thanks to the Northern Caucus when the farmers, the sugarcane farmers were having this strike. Thanks to the Prime Minister and the Northern Caucus, that was solved. Paciencia a los cañeros, of course, we're going to work more close to you guys, but todo es paciencia. Another good news for Corozal Southwest, just remember that when we won in 2012 and the only two constituencies that got the NHI were Corozal Bay and Corozal North. And you know why? Because Honorable Florencio and myself was opposition with the People's United Party. I'm proud to say that we, the People's United Party, this government, got the entire Corozal in full swing with the program NHI. The San Narciso Polyclinic in full swing with the NHI program, working now from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. from Monday to Friday. Weekends, okay, weekends from 8 a.m. to noon, Saturday and Sunday. Never happened. History again in Corozal Southwest, thanks to this government. And we will get more medication and more medical devices with this new budget 2024-2025. You guys took more than 2 hours and the other one more than 90 minutes. But I will take less, just to show to the Belizean people the accomplishment that we already get in 3 years. The water system of Libertad and Concepcion Village, thanks to CIF, CDB, Rural Transformation Investment, $1.5 million. 2% 24/7 in Libertad. San Narciso, a total of policemen working for the safeguard of our people, thanks to Honorable Karim Musa and the Commissioner of Police. 3 sport complex, San Narciso, Libertad, and Louisville, and 1 more coming for San Victor. Refurbish the Concepcion Health Care, expansion of the water system in Buena Vista, San Narciso, San Victor, San Roman, and proper bathrooms in sport complex and some community centers. And of course, Santa Clara will continue. Assisting on the school fence, we already did. Yes, we are going to do more. I already spoke to the chair lady of Santa Clara that we're going to work on the park abandoned by the UDP and do more for Santa Clara. Thanks to MIDH for culverts that have been placed in Sugar Roads and Villages Roads, San Victor, Louisville, Concepcion, and Libertad. But for the record, this school was flooded every time during the UDP. Now we put culverts to safeguard that area. Again, next picture. This is San Narciso. You can watch, it's like a lagoon. That happened during the UDP time. Now we're working, make those things happen on this administration. Everything is history in Corozal Southwest since 11th of November. We won overwhelming there, thanks to my people of Corozal Southwest. This administration, Madam Speaker, led by the Prime Minister, the love and benefit has been reached to all corners of this beautiful country, Belize. And the people are happy. That's why we won overwhelming again on the 6th of March on the municipalities. Congratulations to all mayors countrywide. In the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government, we have been working tirelessly. And we give thanks to our staff and CEO Valentino Schall and my colleague from Toledo West. With less resources, we did many projects. And why I said less resources? Because of the mismanagement of the past administration. We still managed to assist the rural communities with some wells for farmers. And some wells were airlifted, solar lights, name it, and we already did a lot in our ministry. Thank you, my brother from Kaya West. Also last year, Digital Center in San Narciso was opened under the Taiwan-Belize Digital Inclusion Program, along with the Ministry of the Honorable Member Kayo North, Mr. Shebat, Honorable Shebat. I want to give thanks to my constituency for the patience and support. I know we need more jobs. I know we need more infrastructure. But paciencia, be patient. Of course, we're going to achieve what we want. We're going to do our best to serve you all. Remember, I'm the voice of the voiceless, and you put me to quid pro quo to my colleagues and PM. I need 2 projects this fiscal year. One, a new school in San Narciso. That school that we have there is more than 70 years. So we need a school. Member of Freetown, remember me. To my colleague and PM, we need to pave that road from Libertad to Buena Vista. That is a shortcut for farmers. That is a shortcut that we can use and save money. Remember, we have there a very prosperous company, the Shrimp Farm, that employ more than 90 people there in Libertad. And that is the way to go, because we need jobs and jobs. I want to take this opportunity to give thanks to all teachers and public officers, like BDF, customs, police, nurses, doctors, for helping the economy and make Belize be known in the region. And I knew and I know that is not easy. We are passing the rough times that the UDP left. Thanks. Have a blessed day, Madam Speaker. I support this budget 1,000 times. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk North.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, Belize. Buenas tardes, bella gente de Orange Walk Norte. First of all, I want to congratulate all the women and wish them a happy Women's Month to all the women of Belize. You deserve that and much more. You are the backbone of our society. And it's not just words. It's real. Madam Speaker, before I begin my presentation, please allow me to share some comments which I wouldn't have responded, but we are one country, although we are from different parties. we are still one country and one people. And it puzzles me, how can someone, just because they're in the opposition, shoot down the good projects that are being done for the people of Belize? How can you shoot down something like the NHI, Madam Speaker? They tried all kinds of arguments that sound just so silly, makes them sound silly, to shoot down the NHI program, which is helping tens of thousands of Belizeans that really need it. I have seen it firsthand. The people are really appreciative of the NHI program. Then the houses, they criticize the houses. They say it's too small, it's not well built, all kinds of criticisms. But it makes the families happy. In my area, we have gotten 10 homes. It sounds like a little, but the families that receive it are very appreciative. And like I said, you should be there. Like someone invited you, you could come to Orange Rock North, because I know we'll be getting more. And the glee, the happiness on the faces of the new owners and their children especially. You know, to first time have a home, concrete, with good bathrooms and a kitchen. You know, it's really, really a good project. And I don't know why the opposition really goes to pains to criticize projects such as these. They criticize that we raise the minimum wage. Again, for Christ's sake, one of the biggest accomplishments of López Obrador, the president of Mexico, is more than doubling the minimum wage. And here the opposition is criticizing for us, criticizing it. Exactly. The question is, if, God forbid, they ever get into government, will they bring down the minimum wage? Will they bring it back down to $3.30? It begs the question. They also want to criticize the free education, or take credit for it. They used to give out how much? $300 to certain people. I remember they only used to pick like 100 people from Orange Rock North. Thanks to the ministers, you know, everybody that applies gets assistance, and significant assistance. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to make a note of that not because you're in opposition, should you just lose that love and heart for the people of Belize, because it is the people of Belize that are benefiting from these projects. So I just think they need to rethink before more people turn against them. There are already just 5 over there. Next election, there might be none if they continue that way. Madam Speaker, please allow me to refer to my notes. I rise to support this budget 2024-2025 as we reach the culmination of the third PUP government budget, which is this one, 2023-2024, which we are closing off. The Belizean people have seen that we have been doing our very best in earnest to live up to their expectations and to deliver to them on the tenets of our PUP Plan Belize Manifesto. That is why, Madam Speaker, the Belizean people voted overwhelmingly for the People's United Party on March 6. The Belizean people recognize our efforts, our work, our toil that we carry out daily to try to make our beloved Belize a better place for all Belizeans. The Belizean people recognize that despite the bankrupt coffers of the government that we inherited from the job and despondent UDP in November 2020, we have managed to bring back Belize to good financial standing within these short 3 years that we have been in office. Thanks to the Belizean people, for your steadfast support. Madam Speaker, at the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management, we have been working arduously to carry out our mandate and achieve our missions. Within this year, the National Emergency Management Organization, NEMO, we formulated the first draft of the National Disaster Preparedness and Response Plan as required by the National Disaster Preparedness and Response Act of 2000. Is the first draft ever. Given the exacerbating effects of climate change that has been threatening and affecting our region, Madam Speaker, it makes it more imperative and critical and even indispensable for us to have this national plan. Also, the fact that the global focus has been expanded to include disaster risk reduction so that our communities are more prepared in mitigating the effects of climate change underlines once again the high importance of this national plan. Madam Speaker, this year at NEMO, we also produced the first draft of the National Comprehensive Disaster Management Policy to align our national disaster management structures with the SEDIMA framework. SEDIMA is the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency. After so many years of, you could say, estrangement, this year we have re-engaged with SEDIMA. And this re-engagement will put us in the same step and pace as those of our sisters and brothers in the Caribbean. After all, being in the same region, we are all exposed to the same hazards and threats. And only by working together in putting our knowledge and our resources together, Madam Speaker, will we fortify our ability to reduce risk and mitigate our damages and losses in case of disasters. In fact, we are currently undergoing an institutional review of NEMO so as to strengthen its structure and prepare it for the effects of anthropogenic and natural hazards that continue to affect us in Belize. These reviews and revisions will also lead to the creation of disaster policies such as the National Hurricane Response Plan, the National Logistics Plan, and the National Flood Response Plan. And Madam Speaker, while it sounds like a lot of plans, they are. But these plans are essential for us to be prepared in reducing disaster risk, in increasing mitigation of the effects of disasters, and in being effective and efficient in our response to disasters. And all this takes much planning, many meetings, and many simulations. After all, Madam Speaker, our mission is to preserve life and property, and so we must be prepared. Because disaster risk, Madam Speaker, disaster risk management includes engaging the widest base possible of our Belizean society. Our plans are inclusive of all in our communities. In this effort, we have re-engaged with stakeholders in the disaster risk management through the signing of memoranda, various memoranda of understanding, with agencies such as the Belize Red Cross, the Scout Association of Belize, the Statistical Institute of Belize, the Belize Chamber of Commerce, the Belize Airports Concessions Company, and others. We have been carrying out sessions for training of all staff, focusing on leadership in times of disasters, increasing technical knowledge for all staff, and the strengthening of all NEMO national operational committees. Thanks to the Policy Planning and Projects Unit, Madam Speaker, for their integral role in obtaining the necessary resources for the purchase of devices necessary for the computer-assisted personal interviews, which strengthens and streamlines the NEMO data collection processes. Also, $1.2 million was mobilized through the Caribbean Development Bank to further develop our multi-hazard impact-based forecasting capabilities. This is for a pilot project for Belize City and communities along the Belize River watershed. It will allow for the development of a first-of-its-kind hazard maps to strengthen the National Meteorological Service and NEMO in providing precise information on the potential impacts of hazardous weather conditions. One of its principal objectives and functions is to allow communities sufficient time to secure their property and protect lives. Madam Speaker, we keep moving forward. This government, through NEMO, will continue to ensure that communities become safer in the face of growing disaster risk, reducing risk through improved planning. I want to take this opportunity to thank all the staff and personnel of NEMO who work diligently in pursuit of their mission to keep our citizens and property safe. At the Belize Solid Waste Management Authority, Madam Speaker, we continue to ensure the environmentally sound transportation and disposal of solid waste that is generated by an increasing number of communities across Belize to an operational transfer station nearby. The solid waste management infrastructure in Belize continues to expand its coverage throughout the country. The operation at the Mile 24 Regional Sanitary Landfill continues to operate as the receiving center for all solid waste sent by the transfer stations. 5 transfer stations were built under the first phase of the project and are currently operating. 2 additional transfer stations were recently activated under the second phase to give service to Dangriga and Belmopan and their surrounding communities. And 4 transfer stations are pending activation. The activation of these pending stations forms part of the ambitions and plans for this new fiscal year 2024-2025. Madam Speaker, please allow me to highlight the fact that the regional sanitary landfill at Mile 24 celebrated 10 years of operation in 2023 and remains one of the best managed and operated landfill facilities in the entire Caribbean and Latin American region. In 2023, 48,181 metric tons of solid waste were safely disposed of at the landfill. This example of good environmental management demonstrates the government's commitment and long-term vision to adequately address environmental pollution and responsible waste management in Belize. To ensure comprehensive waste management, Madam Speaker, the Inter-Institutional Coordination Mechanism, IICM, was formed and inaugurated. The IICM stemmed from a recommendation out of the Stakeholder Engagement Plan that was prepared by the Solid Waste Management Authority. It is comprised of a group of specialized and qualified professionals from the public and private sectors who will give technical advice on solid waste management planning in Belize. It will be chaired by the Solid Waste Management Authority and by the Department of the Environment. Madam Speaker, Belize is now a signatory to the Recycle Organics program, which is led by the Center for Clean Air Policy and Implementa Sur. It is a 3-year program with financial support from Environment and Climate Change Canada that provides technical assistance to signatory countries. The aim of the Recycle Organics program is to accelerate the implementation of methane mitigation projects in the water sector. As a signatory, Belize stands to benefit from numerous organic waste diversion and organic waste treatment opportunities through the implementation of organic waste management programs, including the promotion of home composting and the installation of facilities for larger scale composting in select municipalities. Again, I want to thank the staff and personnel of the Belize Solid Waste Management Authority for their efforts in carrying out their duties and functions in keeping Belize environmentally healthy. Madam Speaker, the National Fire Service continues its mission to protect the lives of our citizens and their property from fires and explosive hazards. This past year, the National Fire Service responded to over 100 structural fires in the country. Now, Madam Speaker, the National Fire Service is expanding into ambulance services and emergency medical response services. Presently, these services are being provided in the whole of Cayo District. These services have been used in the Cayo District more than 300 times this year for both road traffic accidents and for emergency responses that are not related to traffic accidents. Since many of our National Fire Service members have received emergency medical treatment training, we now respond to medical emergencies such as heart attacks, strokes, broken bones, deep cuts, and other injuries that occur at home or at work or at school or just outside. This expansion in services provided is also targeted to reach the other districts soon. In fact, in 2023, our partners at Belize Heroes in the U.S. were funded with a grant of US $250,000 through the U.S. Embassy's CARSI grant, which will be used to fund the rollout of the services of the Emergency Medical Response Pilot Project to both Orange Walk and Corozal districts. The proceeds from this generous grant were also used to fund the successful completion of training as emergency medical technicians of 6 of our Belizean firefighters in Virginia, USA. Madam Speaker, I am proud to share today that one of our firefighters is enrolled in a 1-year training program in pursuance of certification as a paramedic. This is a first for our National Fire Service. Only under a PUP government. In view of these accomplishments, Madam Speaker, Cabinet has endorsed the expansion of the National Fire Service's mandate to include emergency medical response and rescue service, and to formally incorporate this new service into the terms of reference of the firefighters and the overall structure of the National Fire Service. This endorsement will open new opportunities for officers to pursue specialized technical training. Along with this, Madam Speaker, Cabinet has also approved the recruitment of 80 new firefighters for Belize. This will aid our fire stations in receiving much necessary additionally highly motivated personnel to continue improving the services delivered to the people of Belize. Once again, Madam Speaker, a PUP government creating opportunities and improving the services delivered to the Belizean people. Our fleet of fire trucks and ambulances has constantly been increasing. And in addition to this, the National Fire Service was able to open a new fire station in Dangriga. Many thanks to the U.S. Embassy and the government and people of the United States of America. Also, Madam Speaker, as the minister from Cayo Northeast and I toured the country visiting the fire stations and meeting with the firefighters in open and free forums to listen to their concerns, I was pleased with the pride, the motivation, the passion, the valor with which our firefighters carry out their duties and mission daily. So it was just right to do justice to them. And Madam Speaker, under this PUP government, more than 30 firefighters have been promoted to their respective and much-deserved ranks, for which they had been waiting for over 10 years under the UDP, and they had just been waiting, keeping stagnant in their careers. This PUP government responded to their calls. And this initiative boosted their motivation and opened up new opportunities for the new recruits that will be taken in. Madam Speaker, it is in light of these accomplishments and our constant pace forward that I support this new budget for 2024-2025. Our accomplishments are many, and yet much more needs to be done, and much more will be done. Our nation is growing, and we remain proactive in finding solutions for the new problems that arise. Solutions that are for the benefit of our Belizean people. And it is this drive to serve the Belizean people that keeps us facing the constantly new challenges, undaunted and passionate. We face each new day with the mind and the heart to continue improving the lives of our people. We work our way throughout the day with the interests of the people guiding us through the fray. And then we go home, glad for what has been achieved and attentive to what remains pending for the following day. This, Madam Speaker, is how we have gotten here in such a short time, and we will only continue working harder. Madam Speaker, please allow me to address my constituency of Orange Rock North, the largest constituency in the north. We have managed to make many improvements in these 3 years, especially after the 13 years of abandonment and neglect by the past government. To my beloved people of Otrobenque, Trial Farm, San Jose, San Pablo, San Juan, San Antonio, Santa Cruz, San Roman, San Luis, and Douglas, the work will continue. We have repaired many miles of sugar roads and village streets and installed many culverts in the areas of San Jose, Trial Farm, San Pablo, San Juan, San Antonio, Santa Cruz, San Roman, San Luis, and Douglas, roads and streets that had been left to abandon and neglect by the past UDP government. 13 years, and they left the north abandoned. But thanks to people like the minister from Cayo South and the staff of the MIDH, who have always been willing to make their resources and services of the MIDH available to carry out the much needed work. Thanks, member from Kaya South, for making available also 10 homes in my constituency, of which I spoke earlier. The recipients are extremely glad. And I know, and we know, that there is more to come under this PUP government. We have completed a much-needed village center at the largest village in the north, Trial Farm Village, which before this did not have a community center despite being the largest village. This center houses the office of the village council and the Digital Connect Center, which is thanks to the member from Cayo North, a large village hall for the people to congregate, and 2 modern bathroom facilities. And the project will continue into its other phases, thanks to the member from Pickstock and the people at the Belize Tourism Board for your contribution in making this project a reality. We have improved many of the village centers and parks. We have re-engaged the youth in sports activities with basketball summer camps, sponsorship and organization of football tournaments, sponsorships of teams, keeping their fields always clean, and retrofitting the playing fields with lights, goalposts, electricity for our youth to play. Thanks to the member from Freetown and the people at the Ministry of Education for being overly helpful in providing substantive school assistance to hundreds and hundreds of students in Orange Rock North so that they can continue their studies at all levels, primary, secondary, and tertiary. We are giving the youth hope. And these students are eagerly looking forward to the free education program because they trust that this PUP government will deliver. Thanks to the member from Orange Rock East and those at the Ministry of Health and Wellness for being able to assist many people with their medical assistance needs, such as dialysis, helping defray the hospital costs that they couldn't afford, wheelchairs, and other forms of assistance. Thanks for the National Health Insurance, which I spoke about earlier, which is a gift from heaven for our people. Many people still can't believe that they only have to pay $2 to consult a specialist. You know, they are overwhelmed when they pay only a small portion for medicines and their tests and ultrasounds. They just can't believe it, but it's true. It's real. We make the things that are possible reality. Thanks also for making the services at the Northern Regional Hospital free for our Belizean people. Thanks to the member from Toledo West for always being ready to assist and making things right with ensuring that the people in the villages always have their constant supply of good water, and for going out of your way to help farmers with opening their wells. Thanks for supporting our village councils in running as smoothly as possible. Thanks to the Deputy Prime Minister, member from Lake Eye, for your extreme willingness in making the land's mobile clinics available to our people. And thanks for making your staff friendly to the people that go to lands to address their needs. Because of you all, we have managed to get hundreds of land documents out of the ruts of stagnation and onto the completion of titles, leases, permissions to survey, transfers, lease renewals, purchase prices, and other services. It is almost incredible to see the amount of land documents that had just been stagnant for over 12 years under the UDP government. No wonder they lost resoundingly. Yeah, they pushed their ones in 1 day, 1 month. And it is our government Madam Speaker, this PUP government, with the member from Lake Eye, who makes things easier every day for our Belizeans. Thanks to the member from Caribbean Shores for keeping our citizens safe and ensuring that that law and order prevail. I am sure that people can see a significant and marked improvement in the performance of the Belize Police Department. Thanks for the designated police substation to be built in Trial Farm Village. Thanks to the member from Orange Rock South for always being supportive of our farmers. We cannot live without them. And it is this PUP government that has given our farmers their rightful place and deserved and just recognition. And it goes without saying, thanks to our Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño, for keeping our ship sailing on a steadfast course to prosperity for all Belizeans. There can be no dispute that our economic recovery has been swift and sound, that our production as a nation and productivity as a people has been on a constant rise, that more people are working today more than ever before, making our unemployment rate the lowest ever. And it's amazing to see the increasing number of young, intelligent, dynamic, creative, and innovative Belizeans who have taken the road of entrepreneurship and are opening their own businesses and being successful at it at very young ages. We salute our workers and entrepreneurs today. So, Madam Speaker, the Belizean people know that we are on the right track. And that is why, again, on March 6th, the people decided to stay on track. And the people will stay on track with the PUP in 2025. Yes, sir. Because, Madam Speaker, the people have a renewed hope that life will only keep getting better under our PUP government, that a fruitful future is blossoming for all, with free education being a reality, with medical care being accessible to all, with jobs and business opportunities being available, with the true hope that they can now own a piece of the jewel after all. Whereas 5 years or so ago, Madam Speaker, under the UDP, the atmosphere was blurry and uncertain. Today, the Belizean people can see and touch the new horizon of prosperity that is not too far away. The people envisage and endorse the direction in which our ship is sailing under the steadfast stewardship of our Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño. The people have a renewed confidence that they are in good hands with this PUP government, and they just want to keep moving forward with the PUP because they know and they feel that this PUP government is on the side of the people. So, Madam Speaker, along with the people of Orange Rock North, and on their behalf, I support this budget 2024-2025. I want to wish all Belizeans a happy Easter. And please remember, it's not just about beach, sun, and fun. We have to remember the reason, when Christ died for us. So let's remember our big boss up there this Easter also. Que viva la gente del norte! God, thank you. God bless.
I recognize the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It has been pretty much 3 long days, But Madam Speaker, first of all, let me start off by apologizing on behalf of the honorable member from Toledo Toledo East, who is unable to be here with us today. He has not been feeling well for a few weeks now. But I must take the opportunity to recognize the tremendous work that he has done in Toledo East from the mid-80s. And he has never given up on the people of Toledo East. And guess what? The people from Toledo East have never given up on Mike Espat. So he sends his regards, he sends his regrets, but I just want to assure that he will continue to work for the people of Toledo East and for this country. Now, Madam Speaker, I many times in the role that I have since when I was the leader of the opposition and the Prime Minister, I get taken up on this work. And many times I forget to publicly thank the good people of Orange Walk Central who have been supporting me from 1993. And I want to put on record my gratitude and my love and my care for the people of Orange Walk Central. For the record, leader of the opposition, Orange Walk Central from 1993 has voted in every single election, national and local, for the People's United Party. We've never lost an election. Even when we used to lose town council in Orange Walk Central still vote for the PUP. And for that, my deepest love and gratitude for them. And I want to assure them, Madam Speaker, that we'll be continuing to work for them with the different ministers, and I want to again, just to all the ministers, to appreciate the work and the support that you give us, be it in education, in lands, in sports, infrastructure, in defense, in security, and even my good friend from rural development, from Toledo West, you know, that he has been helping our farmers with the wells and everything. So I really appreciate the support, and I want to tell the people from Orange Walk Central that we are going to continue to work for them. But now, Madam Speaker, back to the role. I'm trying to wrap up this debate. I want to take the opportunity to wish to thank each and every one of my colleagues on this side of the House for their eloquent contributions to this year's budget. I wish I could say about the other side, but I don't think people will believe me. They will see, they may hear it, so I will just not say anything. Ministers, not eloquent. Ministers and representatives presented overwhelming evidence and abundant examples of how the current budget for this fiscal year 2020, or the fiscal year for 2023-24, and the new budget that is about to be approved have improved and will continue to improve the lives of their constituencies while advancing the overall prosperity for this country. I am particularly encouraged by the reports from area representatives, given the wrong view in some quarters that ministers are better able to serve their voters and their publics. When an area representative wants to work, they have the time because they can go from office to office asking for assistance. And these past 2-3 days have been a wonderful example that if you are serious about your work, area representatives can deliver for their voters. The broad reach of the budget also exposes the failure of those on the other side. Year after year, they mostly have nothing good to say about the budget. Nothing but criticize, 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 and complain. I want to say to the voters of Mesopotamia, in Albert, in Queen Square, in Collet, in Corozal North, that you should not accept excuses from your area representatives for what is their own failure to identify and to source assistance for you, where such programs are a part of the national budget. Too often, the UDP representatives mislead their voters. You see, they think that we operate the way they used to operate. That we couldn't get nothing from the UDP ministers. As much as we used to go and ask them for help, they'd say, yeah, and they do nothing. Remember from Toledo West? Remember that culvert? The Prime Minister, the UDP Prime Minister stood up here in this National Assembly and promised the honorable member from Toledo West that he may give on a culvert. From 2017, year after year, even set one date by when I get a culvert. Year after year, and no culvert was delivered to the people of Toledo West.
And Prime Minister 3 months after we build the bridge.
And what did the people of Toledo West do? What did they do in 2020, Madam Speaker, when election come? They never give, the UDP never give them nothing. They never give them nothing because once again, they voted for Oscar Rekenia and the People's United Party. And 3 months later, right? They build the bridge and they build the road. The honorable member from Collet, the boast about Machikila and that then put this open one school or whatever. And they had the poor people walk through the jungle. Through the jungle. What would have cost them to open the road? Nothing much. And today, thanks to the People's United Party government, they have a road, and they have water, and they even have solar lights. Thanks to this government that works for its people. Your people in Mesop, when they get grocery bags, they get scholarships, they do. Your people, I'm saying your people in Mesop, in Corozal North, in Albert, in Queen Square, all of them get assistance. They might not give it to you, but they give it to the people of that division. There's a big difference. You get scholarships. You get scholarships. Yes, you get scholarships. The Constituency Development Fund. The Constituency Development Fund. You get that every single month. How much you get? $12,000 every month based on the amount of voters. 10 based on the amount of, and it's based on the amount of voters, not because you're a UDP. Unlike what you did for the last election, when you do with education, they give you, I think, like $5,000, if that much, $5,000, and then give themselves $90,000 just in scholarships in education. Now here we are trying to be fair with everybody. We help, see, we different. We not quarrelsome and fight how we do like, we come here for work. And when we believe that we help somebody from Mesopotamia, Madam Speaker, it's not the leader or the representative that we help. We help a Belizean. Because once we elected, we work for Belizeans. So, no come with any excuses. That is simply not true. The national budget is not designed to assist only the PUPs. When increments are given to the public officers, they don't give it because, oh, this one a UDP or this one a PUP. We give that based on merit. Unlike the UDP, Remember the police department, Minister of the police and the fire department? If you don't bring a letter from the UDP representative, don't even apply. That's what happened for the past 13 years. Our budget is working for all the people. The Ministry of Education, they support students with scholarships. They're not asking, hey, you're a PUP or UDP. They look at what you need and give them one scholarship. But of course, when it comes to scholarships, all of the fancy scholarships that were given out for the past 13 years under the UDP, when they pay your tuition, your prof and tech scholarships and so, who used to get it? Who, Minister of Education, maybe you should take out one list and you see it's all who's who in UDP that used to get them. Ministers, children, their daughters and their sons and their nieces and their nephews used to get those scholarships. Ask if any PUP may get those scholarships. And some of them, to this day, still the benefit from the scholarship that was given under UDP. But again, the difference between a UDP government and a PUP government, we're not vindictive. We don't go after the students. Remember when we got into, when in 2008, when UDP got in there, all of the people who had scholarships, they took away all their scholarships. They even fired the honorable member from Toledo West. Who is on? Yes. And he fired you. And he bragged about it. He bragged about it. Yes. The UDPs that got scholarships under the UDP government, if they're in school, they still get their scholarship under the People's United Party government. When the Ministry of Natural Resources, when they're deploying their mobile clinics, they don't go and tell everybody, you have to bring one note. They tend to, everybody will show up. But in Dangriga, 2 leader of the opposition, 2 of the candidates of the UDP town council, they show up their face, and what? I attend to them. They get service. In PG, the same thing, they get service. Yes, candidates, UDP candidates. In Orange Rock, when we were there, we got a picture for you, and one of them even dressed in a blue dress. A blue dress, remember? Right there, just before the elections. The point I'm trying to make is that this government was elected. The father of the nation taught us well. It is in our DNA to say that once we are elected to serve the people. Now, well, the leader of the opposition, I don't know. I'm going to be kind to you. He had another chaotic, jumbled presentation. I mean, it really not left nothing for me I could rebut, I can't even answer the man for the things whatever he said, because really, sorry? Yes. He said you improve with time. It get worse, my brother. It get worse. You did practice and you still they go back way. They like the crab. I can't even take one part of your speech and say, well, look at this. Because all you do are they are all over the place. I mean, just like all the man run out of musical ideas. You don't run out of political ideas. Well, I don't know if you may ever have any political ideas, but I was elected. I used to play for the national selection, my brother. I'm not taking it away, but the musical, I said, you run out. You may have. You know, a has been. That's what I said. Yes, sir. Well, I'm Prime Minister. about it. But I know they have leave fund, Madam Speaker, but I'm going to think about it. Did the leader propose any new areas where we could get some more revenues? The leader of the opposition? Could you hold on, man? Calm down. Calm down.
Please, please.
You come with any new revenues, we could get more revenues from, we could do this, Prime Minister, if we look at this angle, maybe we could collect some more money so that then we could do more for housing. You never say that. Or how we could have some kind of sustainable spending. I will spend more on this, I will spend more on that, I will spend, but yet he don't tell you where the money will come from. Because he can't exactly, because he has no ideas. I mean, did he come up with any credible change to the overall budget? Like he come and say, Prime Minister, I look at education, and I believe you could do so and so, or infrastructure development, this, that, but something credible. But no, he just go here and just jump all over the place for over an hour. And the only thing that's consistent about the leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker, he don't let me down this year either. The only thing that is consistent is that he says that when I become Prime Minister, when I become Prime Minister, when I become Prime Minister, leader of the opposition, make a broke it down to you nicely, make I give you a little secret. One secret that the whole country know. Sir, you will never, ever become Prime Minister. Well, if you want to start, the yellow man, imagine yellow man, the man actually wants to have a non-disclosure farm for $7,000. And for life, he can't go to Mesopotamia. Do you know that that's unconstitutional, right? I could start with that, it's unconstitutional. My God. But he won't be Prime Minister, right? He say he'll be Prime Minister. But sorry for broke it to you, my brother. I mean, it hurt me to tell you, but you know what happened. But for making it happen, the first thing we need to start with, if he wants to go down that road, that convince that same gentleman over there, the member from Colette. You have to convince him, You convince him already? You convince him? Huh? You have to convince the member from Albert, which, by the way, I know she's ill, Madam Speaker, and I wish her well, that she gets better soon. No? But you think you can convince her to be leader? Or your member from Corazon now? Yeah. Well, we can't talk about auntie. Because auntie didn't come to house meeting. So you can't depend on she help. Can't help depend on she help. You want people in the executive, in his own party. You can't convince to make him Prime Minister, but yet he will be Prime Minister. Yes. Yes. Yes.
They are boycotting him this weekend.
You were elected. You know why you were elected, my brother? I can make a broke it down to you. I really feel bad for telling you. But you were re-elected because all of them know, every one of them know, that whenever we call the next election, the People's United Party is going to win the next general election. And so then they set you up, my brother, so that when you lose, they'll come to you and tell you, boy, go up on the side because you can't win. So don't take that as one sense of a stamp of approval. Then they put you to the slaughter, my brother. Think so about it, man. Even the voters from Mesopotamia can support him. Nobody. You remember the song? You know the song? Sola en mi soledad? Huh? Sola en mi soledad? That was him in a soledad. He came there right there by himself. Nobody be there for sure some support. I'm coming to that. But you need to understand something, my brother. You can't be one leader if nobody wants to follow you. It starts there. But let me take some of the examples, Madam Speaker, of his shallow understanding and being kind. Unlike your father, who was never kind when he was over here. He was mean and nasty to people. We don't behave like that in this side. That's not in our DNA. So we might make fun, and joke with one another, but we are not mean and vindictive and nasty. But your lack of the understanding of the whole budget process. This gentleman actually come and he attacked funding that we have secured for 2 hospitals. The Ambergusky and the one here in Belmont. He actually come and attack. And the basis of his attack, it's almost like ABC. He comes and announces in this National Assembly, to his embarrassment, that there is insufficient monies in the recurrent monies in the budget to staff and supply these hospitals. Well, why you ask a question for the obvious? It's like if I'm going to ask you the UDP. It's an obvious thing, Mr. Leader of the opposition. We have to build the hospitals them first before we could staff and supply the hospitals. It's a step-by-step process, my brother. Step-by-step. Well, man, I listen to you. The first step you need to do is to identify the funding. And we get concessionary funding for these hospitals. One was a grant, and the next one is 2% money to be paid, I think, is about 40 years. That's the first one. Then you have to design. We are in the design process for the one in Bamapan. The other one we're about to start to construct. After you don't get the funding, you design, then you construct. And after you construct, then you staff and you put the supplies in the hospital, my brother. Simple. One standard 6 child could understand this. But you come, oh, there's no money in the budget for this. But they should have said nothing. It would have been better for you. You ask the question. Why are you going to ask the question for the obvious? Why are you going to ask the question of the obvious? You can't staff and equip if this hospital not built yet. Then, it is his party, Madam Speaker, that was on this side for 13 years. 13 long years. And despite the $500 million from Petrocaribe that they got, and the $600 million from oil, the revenues that they got, they could not find the funding for these 2 hospitals. And then you come and criticize. Man, we have to give it to you, man. I just could not never do that. $1.1 billion with a B. But yet, they could not find the money to build these 2 hospitals. Actually, they voted money in the budget for the hospital in San Pedro. I think they did it 2 or 3 times. And they still never built it. You know what's even almost criminal, Madam Speaker? They got grant money, free money from the European Union to build a hospital in Belmopan. They may come here and they may boast about it, that they have built and they get this free money. I don't know if they never get the money. If they get it, they bad spend it, and no hospital was built for the people of Belmopan, the capital of this country. And yet then you come and criticize? We have to give it to you. What the PUP government have done in 3 years, they have failed to do in 13 years, despite the billions upon billions upon billions upon billions of dollars that they have spent. And then you come and criticize? No. What the leader of the opposition never fails is to criticize the police department. I think he liked to criticize the police department almost as much, not as much, almost as much as he liked to see him be prime minister. And of course, he go after the police minister. I can give you another secret. You could never measure up to the minister of police that we have today, my brother. Now, we may give you some credit if you may come here and say, you know what, Madam Speaker, year after year I come and I criticize the police minister, I criticize the police department, I criticize Chester and all of them. But this year, I'm going to applaud them for the incredible reduction in violent crime that was achieved in 2023. You know, cost nothing to be gracious. You could have come here and say, what? Good job, guys. You're moving in the right direction. How can I help? When we were on the other side, how many times did we get up and told the then Minister of Police, same John Saldivar, which, by the way, better tell him to find next job, because he'll never win again. How many times we offered in this honorable house to say, listen, we want to help because crime affects everybody. Not only poor people, rich people, Creole, Spanish, anybody. And they never took up our offer to help. You know, I'm going to leave it at points, or leave it at sympathy. If you may come and say, congratulate the Minister of Police, the police department, the commissioner, and his team. But we need to remind him, who was the last Minister of Police under the UDP? Give me a name and I'll whistle. The same big mouth chairman that he have. All he do is just talk, and do nothing. It may a failure as a Minister of Police. And that is where you're supposed to be criticized. You're supposed to criticize your chairman and tell him, boy, you may really let me down. I mean, I use another word, but then I shouldn't use it. It's unparliamentary word, you know? And is that something to celebrate? Is that something to celebrate? Is that something to celebrate? Is it something to celebrate? My question, is it something to celebrate? It is not something to celebrate. The point is, what you need to do is to look in the mirror. What was the famous quote, Minister Musa, that Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, may say? Exactly. Now watch me. Watch yourself. That is what you're supposed to be doing. You and your party, that sordid history that you have for the past 13 years and 3 terms, and now you want when this was to criticize, you have no moral grounds to be able to come and criticize the way you have been criticizing. No, God. Look at take one sip of water for this one. I try to respond to his lunatic comments about the recent election results. I did not say you are, you know. I said the comments. But Madam Speaker, I don't argue. I apologize to the man and I take it back. No problem. We don't need to use that. People know it anyway. He needs a prize. He is the only man, only leader, not in Belize, in the world that can boast that he win 6 seats out of 67. 6 out of 67. And then from that math, he don't say, well, I don't win 3 and 4 and 6 and 5, and then I'm going to 12 and 15 and 17 and 18. I don't win the next election. Could you imagine? That's why they may have to put them word, but anyway, I take back that word. He is the only one that could come here and boast. After 3 years, you'd have expected that you have been winning some more seats. You have been winning more seats. I win, my brother, I win 61. I know he won't call that he gained grounds. Oh my God. He gained grounds. And you don't win the next election, you know. He got from, he may have 2, now he got 6. He don't win the next election. You never got a maths class, no show? That's school. I think he must say jump. When I used to give math, he must just go outside and try to write some lyrics. You made some lyrics back then, I'll give it to you. Not anymore. The man simply no know maths. I mean, his number just don't add up. And listen to this member from Mesopotamia. Let me give you. Let me start in Corozal Town. In 2021, the UP won by a margin of 900 and...
On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Well, what's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, you quoted Standing Order 64, whatever it was, that the debate has to be confined to the budget. And when I was going in that direction, Madam Speaker, you cut me short and I complied. Everything was going fine. No, we're not going to talk about the election results. You're giving him too much leeway, in my view, according to the standing order that you said.
Allow me to rule. Thank you. If you recall, when, and it was on a point of order, the member for Toledo West stood up saying similar to you. And if you recall, I said I can appreciate that during these debates there will be references to the municipal election. All I ask that it not be extended. Now, the Prime Minister is wrapping up the debate and is referencing and rebutting or commenting on specific things that you had said, and therefore he's doing that. I will determine if it's going extended. That, yes, you did come up, you went into the election, you spoke about your seats and so forth. Continue, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You were talking, no, that's what I have to point out to you, because probably nobody sit down and talk and give you share with you the reality of the municipal. I think they want to make you believe that you could win, because they don't want to change you. But in Corozal, Madam Speaker, in 2021, we won by 948 votes. Just a few weeks ago, we increased that by 523 votes. We went from winning by 948 votes to 1,417 votes. In San Pedro, in 2021, we won by 1,135 votes. And we increased our margin. We gone from 1,335 votes to 2,159 votes. In Benquevio del Carmen, we won then
on a
by
point of order. I believe
votes.
that he's
I am
extending.
making your point.
He's extending.
No, you may believe it. I'm the one who has to
Speaker,
rule, man.
This is not a debate on the municipal elections.
You introduced in your contribution gains, but you introduced gains. We did not cut short. All I asked is not to be extended. Continue, Prime Minister. Please do not. This will continue. Please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think he doesn't like the bad news. He never did get the news. Nobody tell him. It has. You brought it up in your rebuttal to the budget. So in Benquevio, Madam Speaker, we increased that election. We won it by 194 votes, and this time around we won it by 480 votes. In Dangriga, we won by 401 votes, and we increased it to 504 votes. I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that. No, in Orange Walk Town, I think in Orange Walk Town, Jules say you lose Orange Walk Town 3 years ago. You lose before the election. By the way, tell your candidate, not pay me, not give me my soft drink yet, We vote, the man bet me that he win. I don't want a chance, Rico, poor Rico, my friend. I don't want a chance, a soft drink. Maybe you give it to me, yeah. The man will keep you to support you, right? Orange Walk Town, we won Orange Walk Town by the largest percentage, the margin in percentage, because well on come to Belize City. No. This man know the boss San Ignacio Santa Elena. Where he still never win the entire thing, You win one mayor and you win 5 councils. I give it to you. I give you the credit. I'm not being disillusional like others. We're not being delusional. You win. Congratulations. But you don't believe that you see the margins where we win? That they are huge beat up margins? And San Ignacio Santa Elena that has always been the bastion, the backbone, not of the UDP, the NIP. Way back. How much years it may take for me to win this last time? 20 what years? 20 what? 21 years me to win 3 years ago. You don't think the man do a blowout in another election? Yes, before that I be 24 years, yes. And I believe the man do a blowout. Man, this man the boast because he win where the share of the UDP there, of the NIP, 359 votes spread over 3 divisions. 359, that the boss, my brother. You're really desperate. You're really, really desperate. Again, I broke it to you. You see my 3 representatives right here? North, Kaya Northeast, and where is it? And Kaya Central. They are going to come at you with no pity, because we are going to assure that when the elections are called, those 3 divisions are going to vote once again for the People's United Party. You think the people wants the like of Montero? Can't go back, or a guy from Kayonat, and you want to mention here, just, you know. And how long you been winning Kayo East? No, not East? 5, yes. Please, man. And that, Babylonia, that's what I tell you, you think they want Montero back? Please, man. Can't. They could bring anybody. And same Alex. Same humble Alex of Mayan background. That same humble, hardworking man is going to deliver for Cayo Central in 2025. But Madam Speaker, well, delusional. I'll send you the dictionary and give you, Google it. Google it and then look by the mirror. Where I am most happy to school this gentleman is when it comes to Belize. As much as I don't like to admit it, it's the crown jewel of the elections. The crown jewel. 2018, when we win it, you see what we just, I have to admit, it don't mean that I love Belize City more than Orange Walk Central, of course not. But I still love Belize City with all my heart. In 2021, we won Belize City Council elections by a margin of 4,425. This time, I need to tell you, we won by, I'm coming to mess up. I'm coming to that. In we increased that margin from 4,425 to 6,343 votes. But I'm glad that they bring up Mesop. You can't go to both Mesop. You have to look. You need to look at trends. You need to look at trends. You know what are trends? Trends kind of start to show what happened in the future. And when you look at what has been happening in Mesopotamia, in 2012, his uncle, my friend, I proudly said, Michael Finnegan is my friend. In 2012, your uncle won by, he got because of a small division, 1,841 votes. In 2015, again, his uncle got 1,636 votes. So he did go down. Yes, 2015. In 2020, you, leader of the opposition, won by 910. See, the number did go down. And your mayor, your UDP mayor in Mesop, won by 620 votes. You get a sense? You get a sense? So, when he come with this notion that, that he has made significant gains, it really don't make no sense. It's just not the add up, my brother. Like what Jules Vasquez said, it's over, my brother. I know the leader of the opposition now said that if we on this side, we're so confident about our victory, we should call elections now. Now, let me tell you something. We could call the elections right now. But you know what, Madam Speaker?
Let the Prime Minister please do his wrap-up.
Madam Speaker, we are not cocky on this side. We not take the people for granted. The people elected us to work for them. We are not just about win election like what your father used to do. Remember? Call quick snap election for her child win elections. No, we have work. We want to continue to work for the people. We have a budget. We're only 3 years in our term. Yes, you had 3 elections in what? In 7 years. 3 elections in 7 years. We will not do that. The people elect me for work for them. And from day one, we have been working every single day. And everybody, and even the UDP, they tell you that Belize is better off under a People's United Party government. We have more homes to build. We have more land to give. We have more streets to build. We have more bridges to build. We have more scholarships to build. We have more schools to build. We got more water system to give. We have to expand electricity. We have to create more jobs. You get a sense? You get a sense? You get a sense? And we have more hospitals to build. So let me put it this way for you kindly, honorable member from Mesopotamia, this government and the people of this country, we will stay on track. No. I try to make one sleep it a sense from what the honorable member from Colette had to say. But if there's one thing we learned today, Dr. Louis Zavadi, emotional intelligence. That side, lacking emotional intelligence. So maybe, would you be so kind to give them some lessons, maybe someday, maybe during I don't know if they will learn. The arrogance would not allow them to learn or leave it free of cost, but they're not learn, they're not listen anyway. No, it doesn't matter. No matter waste of time. But you have to give credit where credit is due. At least the member from Colette may attempt to try to discuss the numbers in the budget. But he is confused. I'm coming to that. Hold on. Not to jump with joy yet. Hold on. Not to jump with joy. Because the point is that he was confused and he showed a complete ignorance of financial management. So much so that my brother here from Fort George had to school this man. The honorable member from, before he jumped up at me, the honorable member from Collect. I mean, when you can't understand the relationship between debt to GDP, the ratio between debt and GDP, I mean, you can't understand how inflation works. Even after you've been for 2 decades, plus 1 year, 21 years. After all of those years, you still can't understand the basics of a budget. When we were at 132% debt to GDP, what were the IFIs telling us? That we just can't continue to borrow? What did they tell we? When we just get into the IMF tell we? Say you have to fire 3,000 people for your workers. And I'm a low UDP when I fire, you know. But we come from the Judge Price party. We have a heart. We can't fire 3,000 people and no job there out there. Then tell if we increase GST to 19.5%. That is what debt to GDP ratio does to you. It limits where you could borrow from. And so we said we have to make sure that we could bring it down. But the one I take the most issue with, the one where it really, really bothers me, is that when he is going to criticize the increase of minimum wage. You will criticize that because you have never been on minimum wage. Because if you were working for minimum wage and have to provide for your family, you'd have never said what you said here in this house. How could you not celebrate the fact that when you raise from what was over 350, how much was it? 330. How much? 350? 330. Yes. When the minimum wage was at 330 and went up to $5, over 40,000 Belizeans benefited. And the honorable member from Belize Rural Central said it best. A rising tide raises all boats. Because what has happened, I was talking to Michael Bowen a few months ago, and he's telling me, I can't hire nobody at minimum wage now. I have to increase my salaries to $8 and $9. The call centers, if you have only listened, I'll leave it, my brother, if you only listen, you will learn something, man, make I finish. That's one thing I could tell you about business. It has to do, it's dollars and cents, and you have no sense. When it comes to this, I'm sorry, my apologies, yes. I have to apologize to Judge Price. I don't, you frown for me right now if I say something like this. But the point I'm trying to make is that salaries have gone up all over this country. And yes, when we spoke to the IMF, they said that it has affected a little bit the inflation. Yes, it has. But what you want? Make we continue to have high unemployment and the pay with people on pittance? Well, I rather we raise the salary for the people, even if we have to deal with a little bit of inflation, which is what we're doing because inflation now is going down. But the problem, we understand what we're talking about. People are making more money. Of course they're making more money. And that's something to be proud of, my brother. You're supposed to be celebrating that fact. They have more money. When you have more money, you could buy more. And when you buy more, the businesses do more, and they could hire more people, and more jobs, and more jobs. This is how you grow an economy. Simple common sense. But Madam Speaker, what the man got on for an hour talking about 28, about the 2000, about the PUP government, 1998 to 2000. He said about a whole hour, you know. The man rambled off for 2 hours and 50 minutes. And he pretended, yes, 2 hours and 50 minutes. And he pretended, but what he pretended? Yes, the pre-internet era, yes. No. What he pretended, though, as if the 13 years of the UDP incompetence did not result in Belize losing millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. We had to carry for him, Prime Minister, to court because he spent over $1 billion without getting the proper approval of this National Assembly, or to come up with bill so they could do what they want with bill. Or to come or still the boast about the Civic Center, 32 what, or 34, how much, 36 million, how much you spend? I mean, my goodness, you could, with that you could have built one in Rinjoak and one in Corozal. Then bad spend up the money, but they neglect Swing Bridge. Then bad spend up the money, but they neglect Belcan Bridge. Then bad spend up the money, but they neglect the Halover Bridge. Then bad spend up the money, but they neglect the bridge in San Pedro. They neglect the hospital. Yes. All of the farm roads, all of the feeder roads, all of that they neglect. But they bad spend up the money. You skip over the scandal for in government like the one at Sports Council. You don't want to talk about that one that was under his watch. But they try to cover it up. Yes. The hustle for the former Minister of Health, you don't want to start to talk about that. And the fact that one of his colleagues was arrested and still waiting for trial for theft. But you don't want to talk about that. But yet, you can't talk about the UDP, about the PUP. But back we talk about Belama, the land of Belama. You set up the government for buy land the Belama already for an inflated price
on a
of
point of order, Madam
6.5 million. What is the point of order?
Madam Speaker,
What's your
that
point?
is a live issue in the court, Madam Speaker, so he cannot discuss that matter.
Is that a fact?
That
That
is
is
a fact.
alive then, as per standing.
Not discussing the facts. I'm not discussing. I'm not going into
Discuss it
it.
any at all, Madam
All
Speaker.
I am saying, Madam Speaker.
Wait, one second. Please.
Madam Speaker, if you will allow me.
Members, please, if we know that one to be so, if there is a matter before the courts, you know what the standing orders say. So, Prime Minister, I will have to call.
Madam Speaker, it's not before, before the
ask-
courts. We are preparing the paper. We're at court.
Madam Speaker, there are two lawsuits. There's one with the member from, call it former chair, I think Mr. Roosevelt Blades. There's a lawsuit against the member from Corozal North related to this issue, Madam Speaker. There are at least two lawsuits. No, they're suing the member from Corozal North.
Madam Speaker, I just want to make a point.
Prime Minister,
Okay,
I just want, please, my responsibility is to make sure that the House does not set, or the legislature does not set bad precedent. I have to rely, as we don't have a parliamentary legal counsel present, but I have to rely when members are telling me that a matter is before the court. I have to trust members are being factual. If there is a matter before the court, all I ask, Prime Minister, just please, we need to go with caution. We cannot set a bad precedent. If the matter is before the court, we cannot discuss it. It is clear. If I need to suspend and ask members from the staff from Attorney General, which we can do, to come and establish a fact, because we don't have parliamentary counsel, I can do that. So please, just let's respect the House orders, particularly on that one. It's a very bad precedent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and much obliged. But I just want to put this fact, Madam Speaker. that the previous government acquired land in the Belama, wait man, hold on man, wait, to the tune of $6.5 million. And most of that land was sold for about a little over $50,000. That is a fact. And so, you know that your side man buy the land for $55,000?
Madam Speaker, that is a matter that is before the courts.
Request that we move on, please.
I want to move on. The point is, not the point when you can look by the mirror. Because when you look by the mirror, you watch the things that happen under your watch. Are you telling me that you never know what was laid me to do? That he may get this land for someone for leave it? Are you saying that? Could you say that right now? You had no idea?
Madam Speaker.
What? I'm not saying anything.
Standing order. I'm afraid we have to defend the rules and laws in it.
Allow me. Prime Minister, you did say you're moving on from that point. I ask that you please respect the ruling of the chair.
Yes. No, I'm moving on from this topic. The point is that they have the face of brass for Konya and start talk about corruption, and they don't see what happened under their watch. They want to try to talk about the port. You think we may fall for the trap like what the UDP did by grab BTL, that like a movie, you know. Then there are court, the London, the Paris, the Miami, the Washington, the New York, even Costa Rica. All over the place they fight, knowing well that you have to pay for BTL, said that the company only worth a little over 100 million, and he pays $610 million, and you want to say that's something good for the Belizean people? You are going to say that's something good for the Belizean people? $610 million, and you dare come to this house and talk about corruption? Look at what your government did for the past 13 years. But, Madam Speaker, I will move on. The truth is, Madam Speaker, for the man Rambler for 2 hours and 50 minutes. 2 hours and 20 minutes, 2 hours and 50 minutes, that's still 2 hours, and 2 hours too much of torture. That's still too much. And he is saying, and he had very little substance in it. Very little substance. And now he is saying that we are disconnected. That this government is disconnected. Now, if we were disconnected, please, do me a favor. Explain to me, how is it that on March 6th, out of the 67, we win 61 seats, and we are disconnected? Please explain it to me. And you would expect that after 3 years, you start to slip a little bit by the polls. We win by even bigger margins, but yet we are disconnected. But I think, no, Madam Speaker, the one who is disconnected is the same member from College. Because this man is never in Belize. I mean, ask immigration if they could have quickly look up for me. Then give me 10 pages. Listen, I'm talking about disconnect, my brother. And they only gone from 2020 to 2022. That's a spine. Only up to 2022, and 10 pages of traveling, you know. The man is disconnected from the people of this country. I give you that you win Colette, but yet how about the rest of the country? You are totally disconnected from what is happening in this country. Have you been out in the rural areas? Well, the leader of the opposition, he go and he walk for 30 minutes, take out 2 pictures, put it on Facebook, and buy my body campaign. The body campaign. All you do is just profile. When you campaign, you go hour after hour for every single house and you talk to people. That is what you do. Madam Speaker, the point is that they are talking about disconnect. You know who is disconnect? That side. Disconnected. That's why on March the 6th, we win 61 out of 67. the Minister of Immigration. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, I pity you, my brother. I pity you, member from Mesopotamia. Like I would sit, huh? The people, yes. That I pity you? So you don't make a pity you? Okay, leader of the opposition, never to be prime minister, but leader of the opposition. You see, the leader of the opposition is being attacked from every angle. The colleagues and the sharpen the knife, you know. Those are guys to get that knife ready. I just showed that under his failed leadership, the UDP actually managed to do what even his supporters thought that was impossible. To lose ground, to do worse on March 6th than what they did 3 years ago. Nobody could have believed that. When you boast that you are going to win 6 municipalities, said a minimum of 6 municipalities, I think they refer, 9 was the same, I win 9. But maybe put it at 6. I think we win 6 seats out of 67, not 6 municipalities. And the UDP, instead of start to go forward, they're going backwards. Then you go backwards. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, our colleagues and members from the opposition, the IMF and the World Bank have provided a sterling report on the Belizean economy and government finances just a few weeks ago. We never make that up. It's an independent group. When the IMF used to come and beat up on your government or how they bad spend up the money and the corruption and the balance the budget, that same IMF and the World Bank is saying that the People's United Party government is doing a sterling job and they should continue to manage the finances of this country. Everywhere you go, my brother, people talk about blue, and not B-L-U-E, because B-L-U, blue, the PUP blue. We have pretty much full employment. Unemployment is at 3.4%. We have lower inflation. We have less poverty. We have more revenue. We have a surging economy. We have more confidence in this country. People are feeling good about this country because they know that they are living in a good country that's managed by the People's United Party. And that, a more bigger country, yes. Investments go up like never before. And that confidence and that hope of the Belizean people was evident on March the 6th when they voted for 61 out of 67 for the People's United Party. And this administration, or ministers, or air representatives, as well as the recently elected councils and mayors, they will continue to do everything possible to vindicate that confidence and hope that the Belizean people have on us. We are not going to take that for granted. You see, we have not been gloating after we win. Every time I'm being interviewed, I've been saying that it is an awesome responsibility that has been entrusted on us. And it is something that we just can't take for granted. And that we can't take it for, and we just can't gloat about it. It's a big responsibility when everybody believes that you do a good job and that you continue to do even better. You make it so that we have to work harder. We have to give more land. We have to give more scholarship. We have to help more poor people. We have to build more schools. More housing. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. We, on this side, my party, and this country, we will stay on track, a track to greater peace and prosperity. And no, Mr. Leader of the opposition, we will not call elections now. So you have to wait and you have to punish until 2025 when we call the elections, and once again the people of this country will vote for the People's United Party. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025 be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for financial year ending the 31st day of March 2025. Committee of Supply.
Honourable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of supply under the chairmanship of the Honourable Prime Minister as Minister of Finance. In accordance with Standing Order 65, the deliberations of this committee shall not take place in public. I therefore ask the visitors in the galleries to kindly leave. They may, of course, return after the Committee of Supply has concluded its business. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Reporting on third reading of the General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of Supply has considered the General Revenue Appropriation 2024-2025 Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31, 2025 be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending the 31st day of March 2025. Motion.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the official Charities Fund Motion 2024. I move be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the expenditure of $2,510,089 from the official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix A of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2025.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the expenditure of $2,510,089 from the official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix A of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2025. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, Technology, Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like to move all three bills at the same time. I believe the Leader of the Opposition was consulted and has no difficulty with that. But of course, it's your decision, Madam Speaker. Yeah.
Of course, we proceed.
Yeah, sure. The bills are, Madam Speaker, the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Bill 2024, the Alternative Sentencing Bill 2024, and the Criminal Procedure Plea Discussion and Plea Agreement Bill 2024. Just two minutes, Madam Speaker. When I introduced these bills, I did not say anything about them at the time, and I promised to say something on moving the second reading. So, just very, very briefly to say to you that all these bills are a part of the Attorney General's ministry's effort aimed at criminal justice reform. The Alternative Sentencing Bill, for example, is a part of the government's Plan Belize agenda for reform of the criminal justice system to move towards a more restorative criminal justice system, and is the product of extensive consultations which started last October by the Attorney General's ministry, including stakeholders in the criminal justice system, the judiciary, the prison department, Ministry of Human Development, Community Rehabilitation Department. The whole idea there is that a vital element of an efficient criminal justice system is the availability of alternative sentences, options for convicted persons, specifically those who are convicted of less serious offenses which would not warrant a prison sentence. So the other bill, Criminal Procedure, Plea Discussion and Plea Agreement Bill, Madam Speaker, is a bill that we believe would be very beneficial to Belize, as it would effectively expedite criminal proceedings, save the court's time and resources, while reducing the backlog of cases, protecting the rights of individuals, in particular victims who would not have to wait many years for justice, and decrease, of course, very importantly, decrease the population of persons on remand in prison, which is a big, big problem right now. So under this new system, which is to work in tandem with the alternative sentencing bill, accused persons will face penalties proportionate to the crimes committed. And, you know, another fundamental aspect of the bill is that it protects the rights of victims and their relatives, imposes a duty on the prosecutor to inform victims or relatives of the victim in circumstances where the victim has died or is ill or otherwise incapacitated. An accused person or suspect may engage in plea discussions or conclude a plea agreement with a prosecutor at any time before conviction, including before the charges are laid, Madam Speaker. And then the final one, Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Bill, Madam Speaker. You know, again, here, any efficient criminal justice system has to be capable of investigating and adjudicating criminal offenses expeditiously and impartially. But it also has to seek to rehabilitate offenders for reincorporation into society. And a part of this is expungement of criminal records. It's no secret, you know, criminal records obviously follow you your entire life. People have great difficulty finding employment. You know, so there are many consequences, serious consequences for an individual. Obtaining licenses, applying for a visa, applying for membership to bodies or institutions which serve the public. So that stigma of criminal record is particularly unfair and unjust when the crime would have been committed when the person was a youth. So the enactment of this bill, again, would be beneficial because it would allow an individual who has been rehabilitated and who has been successful in turning his or her life around and becoming a law-abiding citizen to fully move on from their past mistakes and provide them with a fresh start and a freedom to pursue career opportunities to provide for themselves and their families and access services that a criminal record may have prevented them from enjoying. So under the proposed bill, a convicted person who has fully complied with all the conditions of any sentence imposed on that person and who has not been convicted of any other offenses over a prescribed period of time is eligible to apply for the expungement of any offense, with the exception of those, and there's a list in the schedule of certain offenses. So the fundamental point, Madam Speaker, is that it seeks to give a rehabilitated person a second chance to be fully integrated into society as a law-abiding citizen. And the stigma of having a criminal record would be removed, leaving an individual with a clear court record and hope for a more productive future, ultimately contributing to the betterment of Belizean society. So that captures the three bills, Madam Speaker. I move the second reading of these bills, which have, you know, to provide against, as I have laid out here, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I place on record the opposition full support for this move in the right direction, Madam Speaker. While I am always critical of the government when needs be, I have no difficulty supporting this government when they're moving in the right direction. I'm actually in disbelief because this is the same government that tried to pass an 11th Amendment to target a youth. My lawyers and others always maintain that it was an ad hominem legislation, and I hope that this government will continue in this direction because I am one of those youth that the minister spoke about who 25 years ago, when I was about 19 years old, made bad choices, was around bad influences, and there's no way that I or anyone in this country should have to pay for that for the rest of their lives. So I'm happy that this government is reflecting that George Price social justice ideology that their party was founded on, and these bills represent that, especially as far as the human warehousing factor as well, where people get arrested and they're warehoused. They don't get to go to trial. So the victims don't get justice in sometimes because the cases drop the water, for lack of a better description. And in some instances where the accused may be innocent, justice is not served and someone has been deprived of their liberty for far too long. More than a day incarcerated unjustly is far too long. So I certainly appreciate this from a personal standpoint, certainly coming from Mesopotamia, the south side of Belize City, where many youth are involved in the criminal justice system, and they can turn their lives around. And certainly a mistake made at 18 or 16 or 17 should not travel with them forever. They have to demonstrate rehabilitation, demonstrate reform, and once that is done, I am happy that the government of Belize is putting in place procedures so that people can turn a new leaf. This will make our country better. This will take strains off of the state. This will lead to citizen security, because if people have hope, if youth have hope, if even older people have hope that they can turn their lives around, they can rehabilitate, they can repent and become contributing members of society, whether it be in the House of Parliament or it be as an electrician or whatever it is they want to do. No one should be stigmatized for their entire life. And I do commend the government for appreciating this fundamental human right to restorative justice and for looking at the criminal justice system with those lenses. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act. Honourable members, the question is that the bill, the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Bill 2024, the Alternative Sentencing Bill 2024, and the Criminal Procedure Plea Discussion and Plea Agreement Bill 2024 be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The Criminal Record Rehabilitation of Offenders Bill, the Alternative Sentencing Bill 2024, and the Criminal Procedure Plea Discussion and Plea Agreement Bill 2024. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honourable members, the House will now resolve into a Committee of the Whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask visitors in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
third reading of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, Technology, Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade.
I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Criminal Records Rehabilitation Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. As well, the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Alternative Sentencing Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. As well, the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Criminal Procedure Plea Discussion and Plea Agreement Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of these three bills, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Bill 2024, the Alternative Sentencing Bill 2024, and the Criminal Procedure Plea Discussion and Plea Agreement Bill 2024 be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The Criminal Record Rehabilitation of Offenders Bill 2024, Alternative Sentencing Bill 2024, and Criminal Proceedings, Procedure, Plea Discussion and Plea Agreement Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I move that the first again, just like my honorable member from Orange Rock North said earlier, to take the opportunity to wish our Belizeans a happy and blessed Easter, to please be careful on the road for those that will be traveling, to remember that you also have a family, a responsibility, but also to remember the true meaning of Easter. It's a time when we reflect and thank our, our Lord for sending His only Son to save each and every one of us. So may you all have a blessed, safe, and happy Easter. Madam Speaker, I do move to adjourn the House.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member from
Thank you.
Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to join with the Honorable Prime Minister in wishing all Belizeans a happy Easter. All Jews in Belize that are going to be celebrating Passover, and all of my Muslim brothers who are right now observing Ramadan. I'd also like to thank the people of Mesopotamia for their support, for giving me the privilege to serve them in this honorable house. And I wish you and your family, your staff here in the National Assembly, Madam Speaker, and all my colleagues on both sides a happy Easter. God bless Belize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, before I put the question, I just would like to personally acknowledge the staff of the National Assembly. This is the second year. This is the second year that we have attempted, I can now say we're no longer attempting, 3 days for budget debates. It's healthier for all involved, but particularly for the staff, for the very long hours they used to pull. So I appreciate the cooperation on that, but I do thank them and ask you to acknowledge that as well. We also, from the National Office of the National Assembly, would like to extend a very safe and a happy Easter to all members and your families. Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.